Hey guys, hello. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? What's that? Live maintenance. Okay. Fine. Let's go. Hello. I'm gonna do a Sorc run today. Since I will probably start Sorc. Yeah, Wolfgang Doctor, thank you. Yeah, we had a very long tier list meeting yesterday. It was like over 5 hours. Where we talked about, all the builds and everything. That was pretty crazy. I need to delete some of these characters. Actually, I need to delete a lot of characters and make space for new mules. I should probably do that. Yeah, I didn't actually stream last night at all, because it was like almost midnight by the time we were done. And I was like, nah, okay, fuck it. Okay, we just delete everything here. Hello. Just start leveling up another Sorc. Yeah, I need to decide actually which build we're going for exactly. So for early game Sorc, we might do Chain Lightning. And then Fireball Enchant, Hydras. We can also do Incinerate. Incinerate is not bad early game. And then usually go into Blizzard for like speed leveling. But I can probably stick to other builds as well. Blizzard is pretty powerful. One thing on Black River on Bloodsurge Necro. If Shield of Focus is built right. And Black River is for Corpse Explosion, right? What do you want to do with that on Bloodsurge? Is Black River the Corpse Explosion one, or is that the freeze weapon? No, this is the other one. Let's do this. Let's actually like clean up more of these characters here. I want to actually kill a few of these characters, but it is what it is, I guess. We have Rogue, Necro, Druid, Barb. So we actually have one of each here at 100 right now, even after all the rips. Season 5 is on Tuesday in 49 hours. It's actually very short. So much work to do. Oh boy. Okay, how much space do we have here? Not all too much. So I think everything that doesn't have GAs, I'm just gonna like straight up drop or something. And then we just like save what has GAs or something like that. Oh boy. So many materials here for Beast in the Ice and stuff. Actually, no more space, huh? Maybe I should just like sort out more stuff here. There's like, a lot of weird random no GA items. I'm just gonna drop these. Random scythes. Like I don't really want to do anything with this. Hey, Poker Pete, thanks for that. And Cenobite as well. Appreciate that. Sorry, I missed that earlier. Dismantle gems. We could do that as well. Since we have gold to craft them again if we have to. I cannot on this character actually. Oh, wait, you can drop them. We should control left click while in the stash. Can you do this from the stage as well? What if I control left click? No, this doesn't work. You can put it in the inventory and then control left click. Okay. Interesting. Why do these mats only stack to 50, man? And they're not increasing it, right? Like, it's still 50 in Season 5 as well, man. Holy. Crazy. I guess we can just go and like salvage all. Clean this up. Will Thorns Barb be good next season? They fixed the bug with Needle Flare that made it really powerful, and it's probably not gonna be that strong anymore. We put it quite down in the tier list. So if you want to play Thorns, then Season 4 was the time, I guess. Now it's not gonna be that crazy. Okay, all these uniques, they're also kind of dead now, right? Oh yeah, right. Actually, all of these uniques, we can just like remove them. They're all getting updated and stuff. Godsair, Wild Heart. Yeah, let's just throw them. Razor Plate. He's a 2GA Razor Plate. Marantis is gonna be so strong next season, man. You have a 2GA 0.4 Aradni with High Fury. Wild. Okay, I guess we're just gonna like get rid of all of these. Not sure about the Ubers, but whatever.
Fair trade.
Okay.
What will it aim apart nicely?
Lalga, thanks for Prime. Chance to download new cars twice, huh? It's gonna take everything that doesn't look like crazy on first sight and just get rid of it. Cooldown mastery damage. I think I used something like this for the Meteor build, actually. Yes. Actually not terrible. Will I make Zero to Hero Druid? I mean, the problem is I didn't stream at all last night. I was actually going to make one for each class, but now we only have today and tomorrow. And then we have Tuesday. And Tuesday, I mean, if I do it, you know, already on Tuesday, then I can't upload it anymore. So I have to do 2 runs, or I have to skip 1 class on one of the days. So I want to do Sorc today, and then I guess Barb. I think a lot of people are probably kind of questioning what's going to happen with Barb. So I should maybe do one of those, and then, okay, Druid, I will try to fit Druid. I might start Druid actually, so I kind of want to do it. I'm still torn between Druid or Sorc start. Myself. Let's get rid of more stuff here. Glass Cannon, Endless Pyre. Actually very strong emerald here. Or like a Fireball Sorc. But I mean, do I really need items on non-season? Not really. I'm not really doing much on non-season, to be fair. So I don't think I really need to like save a lot of stuff. Maybe only like the crazy items. So yeah, this is like actually finished gear and so on. So I'm probably gonna save that. Sorc will be most played class in Season 5? Likely. I remember in the past it used to be the most played anyway, even when it wasn't meta. Just because so many casuals played Sorc. To probably think about Diablo 2 times, the good old teleport. What's the season only stuff for Season 5? That's the Hellbreach dungeons. They're basically mini Infernal Hordes dungeons. Like the Millennium Tunnels from Season 1 or something like that. We don't know exactly, but something like that. We feel as though people are overreacting to what is happening with Barb. To be honest, I have not really seen any reactions to what's happening with Barb, but I can imagine the reactions. And in that case, the answer is absolutely hell yeah. People are probably overreacting the way I know people. I mean, we have multiple Barb builds in S tier after the nerfs. So it will be fine, guys. Trust me. People just like to baby rage, basically, and this is always what you have to remember. People always baby rage, but you have to, like, see through that to see the actual problems, and there's not many, I think, on Barb.
That's good salvage.
Now, that being said, though, there's definitely potential for some pretty crazy builds that are not Barb. I talked about it in my tier list video as well with the Lightning Spear Sorc. I also recorded a Lightning Spear Sorc guide that is gonna go out soon. So that has potential to be like pretty busted. I'll talk more about this as I play the Sorc later. So let's just, you know, make more space and stuff. But yeah, Lightning Spear is looking really strong depending on how it works with the Fractured Winter class. And then we have Bone Spirit that could potentially pop off really hard. Then we also have like a bunch of stuff from Rogue that could potentially pop off really hard thanks to some bugs. And to some pretty broken scaling on trigger attacks. So there's definitely some pretty crazy stuff going on in some classes. And we'll see what will happen, like how it actually works exactly and so on. What about Fireball? Fireball looking really strong actually. You got a bunch of like base buffs, and it also got 2 uniques that were heavily buffed. So Fireball is actually looking pretty strong. Dude, I also really want to play with the new Ashira's Kanjar. Make like a cold Twisting Blades build or Shadow Twisting Blades build, man. It's gonna be pumping. I'm looking forward to that. I'm probably gonna level a Twisting Blades Rook actually, or so, and then go in Ashira's Kanjar and go ham. Okay, we have a bunch of space now, and I guess the rest we can just go and throw it in the stash or so. Okay, so whatever is like maybe on some mules, you can throw it in here as well. Let's delete this. Also good here for reading out the stash. Yeah, I mean, realistically, I don't do very much on Eternal anyway, so I don't really have to think too hard. What's the plan for leveling Barrage? I think the video is out already. I made like a Zero Hero run for Rogue already, including Barrage. Okay, I have way too many of these mats, man. That's actually crazy how many I have. Look at that shit. Anti-venom elixir. We don't need those anymore, right? Kind of wasted now. You know what? I'm just gonna delete this entire inventory. Fuck it. So like maybe a double GA or so. No. Which build is the best overall? It's hard to say, but it might be Barrage. Depends on how many bugs they have fixed. Mind cage is like crazy, huh? Don't need that many, I guess, so let's just throw these. I guess these will disappear now, right? Holy Bolts and Momentum, so I can just throw these. Fortitude is nice to have. What's the other elixirs? I guess we don't care, so we just delete this. Will we play hardcore or softcore for season 5? That's a funny question. What's the plan for leveling season 5? It's similar to season 4. You go Helltide until 33, and then it's 9 dungeons. Okay, he's a lot of uniques. I guess you can just get rid of all of these. He's a Doombringer. I guess you can get rid of that as well, right? There's like no reason to keep it now. So just salvage everything for Sparks or something. They're all updating. Yeah, fuck it. That's great ethics. Rain of Arrows, cooldown, Word of Arcane here.
Need something forged? Came apart nice. Fair trade.
But I should actually salvage the Ubers at least. Actually, what do we get for just like doing this? 140 coiling ward. I get a lot of these materials actually. Maybe it's not bad to salvage them now, since in the future we need coiling wards and absurd sigils and stuff for enchanting instead of angel breath. How many sparks do I have? 10. Okay. What endgame build when I play in season 5? Many. We're starting with Lightning Spear Sorc most likely, or then start Druid. Okay, what's this? Trade character. So I actually have a lot of really strong items here. Do we care about any of them? He's like a triple. Maybe something that looks really good, gonna save, and the rest is gonna delete. Rapid Fire Glove, for example, is certainly worth keeping. It's like one of the best builds. Vulnerable damage sword. I'm victimized is kind of dead. Crashing wounds Barb. Something like this would be good for the Lightning Spear Sword. It's actually like optimal. Crit chance and crit damage. Kinda strong. And then I think the last step would be like life or attack speed or int or something. Okay, the rest is just delete. There was actually like some items, some people like actually offered me like a few 100 million gold and stuff. I was kind of surprised, even on hardcore. Like, whoa. But then that trade never happened, so yeah. Oh, it gets salvaged. Oh man, okay, there's more. Dude, I'm not gonna throw all this stuff in there, like we have so much. Just delete it. It's like the dolls, shackles. Maybe the Million Hearts or something? I don't know. Let's delete the rest. Got 600 million for a very mid amulet and early in the season. Yeah, I mean on softcore the prices are enormous. There's like insane inflation on softcore. Like even like by now you actually have a lot of items that you cannot trade anymore on softcore. You can only trade them with real money. You cannot trade them for gold anymore. Because you can only hold 100 billion gold and the items are worth way more than 100 billion gold. Like the good items, you know, like double, triple GA and stuff. So you literally have to pay, you know, money to actually trade anything at this point. It's crazy. Okay, do we delete more? We have 7 slots now. I guess we delete more. Yeah, on the high end of like item trades, you know, like if you want to do like, you know, high end pit pushing and stuff for like top ranks and the leaderboard and so on, then yeah, basically people won't buy or sell items for gold anymore. because he can't have enough gold to actually pay for a single item, because the inflation is so high. You can only have 100 billion gold. And some people even have multiple accounts and try to hold like, 300 billion gold or something with like 3 accounts. I guess I just get rid of everything here. It's just like some random leveling game, right? So.
Such poor equipment. Let me help.
Yeah, the inflation and the RMT problem and the bot problem is insane on softcore. On hardcore, it's relatively clean. Like no one really does RMT much on hardcore, so that's kind of nice. My name is Wudijo. One of the best builds for hardcore in Season 5. And there's not really a huge difference between hardcore and softcore builds, so... A good build is a good build, and a bad build is a bad build, so... We don't make a hardcore tier list and these kind of things either. I've got so many favorite items. I actually have like some 12 out of 12 masterworks here. +4 to basic skills, imposing presence. I guess the legacy items will still have imposing presence, right? I guess it will probably stay. Which is kind of interesting. Actually, a pretty nutty amulet here. Big movement, big crit, heavy-handed, rolled. This amulet is actually pretty wild. Maybe I should save that. Anything else though? Nah, that's probably fine. Just so shopping.
You need steelwork? Repairs? Good salvage.
Fake blood. Yeah, I'll do Lightning Spear build as my starter if I start with Sorc. I can make a poll. What do you guys think? Sorc or Druid? Those are the two options. I'm gonna start with a poll now. Let's do it. Sorc is busted. That's something we haven't heard in a while, huh? Sorc, of course. Everyone commented for Sorc on YouTube video. Yeah. I guess there's a lot of hype for Sorc for sure. Unlocks a new look on salvage. I actually never salvaged a shotgun, turns out. Well, got it. Okay. Actually, what's my ping from this location here? 87 latency, 84. Okay. All relatively standard. Then we see that all the Sorc multipliers are bugged and only 50% effective. I mean, this usually happens with like new stuff, but if they just like, up some numbers or so, I guess it's pretty unlikely to bug out. But who knows? Blizzard always finds a way, I guess. Have I established a Tyria? I think I have to establish a Tyria, right? My poor pulverized Druid, man. It was fun though. Pulverized was pretty cool in Season 4. That was good stuff.
What's left, you ask?
How many mats do we actually get from all this stuff that I salvaged here? Like 13k Neve Iron and so on. 12 sparks, let's go. Okay, I guess we're gonna keep one character around, just because. Let's do that. What does he have, actually? Yeah, we increase right now, so... What happened to the wall? We moved some stuff around, like this shelf is now here on this wall, and we're gonna add probably displays again on the wall. I haven't done it yet now. And we're gonna do more stuff. Oh, I have like random stuff here in my inventory. What is that? Nah, nothing crazy. So, it's fine. You don't really have to keep so many like legendaries around anymore, since like so many uniques are just so powerful that all builds can just like throw in uniques in their setups now.
You can take what's left.
We actually upgraded some powers here. 3 powers upgrade. Interesting. Is this Rapid Fire build? Yeah. And I established a Shaco for it. F. Do we have another Harlequin? Nope. Okay, I guess we don't have a helm. Fine. Okay. Just craft a new Shaco on Eternal if I have to. How much weaker will Barrage be if they fix the bugs? Significantly, but probably still like in the top 3 of all builds, so... Okay, I need to check out the patch notes again to see exactly what's happened here with the Sorcs. So I know they buffed all of the core and mastery skills by like around 15 to 20%. Let's check this out. Let's take a look here. Is Barrage that cracked? Yeah, Barrage is very cracked because of the Umbra Crux dagger. It allows you to spawn a totem, you can hit a totem, you can ricochet 2 arrows into the boss. And on top of this, the totem also deals damage, and if you hit the totem very fast, it actually deals more damage than it should. But even if the totem did no damage whatsoever, that would be a very strong combo. That's why Barrage is very powerful. Now, it's not that easy to actually hit the totem with all of your arrows. It's not that large, so I have to kind of just like get really close. But yeah, I can do that and then get all the benefits there. Let's go down to Sorcs. Just want to see a little bit, get a bit of a refresher on like some of the patch notes. I think they buffed Hydra in baseline, right? So also we get more damage from primary stat. Very nice. Okay, energy base damage increased. Wow. Charge bolts, spark. Hydra base damage increased. Summoned Hydra. Okay, I have like a lot more burn damage here, so Hydra is gonna be very powerful. It's like almost double actually, if you look at the burn at least. So that's pretty big. Fireball getting a big buff. Incinerate also getting a bit. There's like a lot of buffs here. Chain Lightning. Nice armor's being changed. Okay. Yeah, I think I will probably start something like Chain Lightning into maybe Incinerate, or like basically whatever I find. I would have to double check which of the aspects I can actually get from the Codex. 1 to 50 Fireball. Yeah, Fireball is also okay. But you have to get to like level 10 or 15 or so to even use it. And then... I don't really like leveling Fireball that much though, but they are buffing it quite a bit. From 160 to 230 base damage. So that's plus 70, okay. It's like 40% extra DPS or so, it's actually quite a lot. Combustion base burn damage increase on 20 to 60, man. That's actually crazy, man. Combustion. Incinerate is actually getting a pretty huge buff here from this and the skill itself. That also gets... This is plus 27%, so it's like roughly 30 something percent extra. And then like another, I don't know, 30% or so here. And then the Burning Instinct Paragon board. Where's that actually? Caps at 80%. So you have like more than double damage on something like Incinerate. It's pretty nice. Why stack both damage CC and damage production? I actually did explain that in the video, but I think the video is not out yet actually. Anyway, it's because at a certain point the extra multiplier you get from close quarters combat is not enough to outweigh the just flat additive damage you get from damage per Dark Shard Shadow. You have 5 Dark Shard Shadows most of the time, sometimes 4, but usually 5. And, you know, one roll of damage per Dark Shard Shadow gives you like 500 plus additive with a bit of masterworking. And you can get like, you know, weapon, two-handed weapon, you get 2000% additive. That's like way more than most typical builds actually have in total. So you can go from like, let's say 1500 additive to like 3000 additive or something like that. So you get double the damage, but the multiplier that you lose on the close quarters is maybe 30% you lose or so. So that's why. It's actually very powerful temper, this damage versus ground controlled. Okay, anything else that's like really big? Now we can't do splitting energy, but also early game this is not gonna be that crazy because you need to like really invest hard into a crit chance to really make this work. Engulfing Flames also being... Dude, everything is getting buffed to this class, it's crazy. So when you do like the test run now, it's gonna be like really weak compared to what it will be on Tuesday. Like I guess this will be like the biggest jump here for Sorcs. So I guess I can be a bit more optimistic with my, you know, imprinting and tempering and stuff like that. Since Sorc's getting so many base buffs, if I wanna like have like a bit of like a closer representation, then I guess I'm gonna just add more stuff on the blacksmith. Okay. Oh. Aha. Very cool. Okay. So this will be something like this. And then I guess you're gonna just start Incinerate. Because it's nice. Or we go straight to Chain Lightning. I'm not sure actually. Last time I did Incinerate, it was actually pretty powerful. Let me do something like this. Let me do something like this. And then we do this. And then we want to get the Hydras, burn stuff. Do like maybe 1 or 2 here. We don't do any like Ice Blades shenanigans for like early game, I guess. So our skill setup would look something like this here. And then we can go for Fireball. What level is this? Ah, wait. Okay, 16 points spent. That's actually pretty early, we can get Fireball. So we could do Fireball. Once you get the Mage's Fireball, they burn for 3 more seconds. So that's pretty good. Yeah, we can do Fireball instead of Chain Lightning if you want. Probably better for Helltide these days. Fireball clears the density way better. Chain Lightning doesn't really have like the density clear that much, but we do have Fireball then. Once we get level 15, we can get Fireball enchant. Undo this. And then once we get level 30, we have a second enchant. And that would be... What would we do, actually? Hydra, Firewall... We don't really have like a lot of blockade in early game to really make this work. You could also just like throw in a random Ice Shots enchant and a Frost Nova if you want. And then Ice Shots will just kill everything around you whenever you press Frost Nova, which is also not terrible. So there's some options like that. I wonder what Northy has in the guides. If you look at, for example, Fireball or Chain Lightning. He's going for Chain Lightning enchant, that makes sense, and then Fireball enchant. Yeah, I will not proc that often. We do have the Frost Nova. Very blue bar here. Looks cool. Okay. I'll probably just go Fireball enchant. Ice Plates probably doesn't help us too much by leveling. This is something for later, usually. For leveling, we don't really care about Ice Plates. Okay. Chain Lightning is the way to go, because you get items for CL and mana recovery from the season. Yeah, but you don't know exactly when we get them. And you level so fast these days that you're gonna be like in World Tier 3 in no time, and... Will you get the stuff until then? Who knows? So... Yeah, might do Fireball and then maybe switch to Chain Lightning depending on what I get. I guess I want to check real quick the Codex powers, because I don't know them all by heart. So what can we get from the Codex? There's an Incineration power. Incinerate power. There's Placing Cold, that's pretty good. Control is nice. Wait, what? Splintering Energy is in a Codex? Wait, is that correct? There's a new one. Where is that coming from? Wait, is this not a new one or is this reworked? Splintering Energy. Nah, this was new in Season 5, right? And now it's this. Was it actually reworked? This was a thing? Interesting, so you can get this in the Codex. Crumbling Heckma. Okay. What was it before? Was it just like... Wait, was it just like the chance to cast an extra Lightning Spear? Was it that? I think it was this, right? Wow. Okay. I didn't actually realize that this is just reworked. True. Okay, usually Prodigies is kind of nice to get. There's also recharging aspect you can get from Zenith. Efficiency is kind of nice actually. 35% from the Codex power. Resource cost reduction. You have to do like left click, right click. That's pretty good. Alright. Check on the broke. Well, I just deleted all the Sorc stuff, but I guess... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was the chance to cast Lightning Spear twice. There used to be like an aspect like that. Or something like, yeah. Will Flay be better than Bash for bosses? I'm not sure 100%, but I think Flay will still remain a better single target build. It's 50%, yeah. I know, I was looking at Codex power, specifically Marganoth. So. Best build for Sorc. Yeah, maybe it's gonna be a Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear is pretty far up. I mean, you rank the builds by top to bottom, basically. So. Fireball looking very strong, Fireball looking very strong, Chain Lightning looking very strong. I guess you'll see exactly how this will play out here with the Axial Conduit, and also here we don't know right now how it will work with the Fractured Winterglass. If we assume an optimistic scenario of Fractured Winterglass, where you can combine the new Fractured Winterglass with the Lightning Spear build, that's gonna be pretty wild. Because they buffed this. And basically you have this effect here. Conjurations cooldowns are reduced by 0.3 seconds when a frozen orb explodes. You can masterwork this up as well. You can get to like, I don't know, almost a second off or so per explosion. And every time you throw a frozen orb, it will explode 3 times. And if that also works with each of the explosions from your conjurations that throw like, 10 frozen orbs per second, you can effectively get to the point where you just spam Lightning Spear every second or multiple times per second. This is how crazy it can go when you get like, 10 frozen orb explosions per second or something. So it's going to be pretty wild. So this might actually be the combo here. And we'll see how optimistic this is actually going to work. If that is true, this is going to be completely busted. This is going to be pretty crazy build, because every time you manually cast your Lightning Spear, it will cast 3. Every time you trigger from instant recurrence, you can cast 2. So yeah, I can probably get to the point where I do like a few frozen orbs, get the ball rolling with the Fractal Winterglass, spawn all the conjurations, and then just like spam Lightning Spear, ding, 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 ding. And you're gonna have like 30 Lightning Spears flying around, giving you insane Conjuration Mastery buff and all that. There's no cap for Lightning Spears. The cap is 3 for Ice Blades for self-cast, plus Fractal Winterglass, and 3 for Ice Blades for the enchant. And 2 Hydras, 3 with the aspect. But Lightning Spear has no cap. So, pretty good. Now I think this first line here on Fractal Winterglass actually only works on the original explosion and not on the Frozen Orbit extra explosions. So with the aspect you get 3 explosions, but I think this 65% chance to spawn a conjuration only happens on the first explosion. And if that is the same for this line here with the conjuration cooldowns, then it's not going to be that insane, but it might still be good enough to use Fractal Winterglass. It's another build for epileptical issues. Yeah, probably. Frozen Orb is pretty wild. Yeah, that's exactly what I just said. So we'll see. But even if the conjuration cooldown reduction only works with the original explosion, it is still really powerful. That might still be the way then. So we'll see. Best build so far, the ones with unfixed bugs. I mean, that's usually how Diablo 4 works. I mean, all we can do is bug report it on the PTR and stuff, and either they fix it or they don't, and it's always like a bit of a question mark what happens. And even when the patch notes are out, we don't know if they fixed some stuff behind the scenes and just didn't put it in the bug fixes or something, right? So if you're talking about, for example, Umbra Crux on the Rogue, if Umbra Crux is bugged or not will actually be pretty important. This is like a difference of, I don't know, maybe 10 pit tiers or more. But yeah. Top 3 Sorc builds. 1, 2, 3. Why should it work the same? One is on cast, one is on explosion. Well, it says casting has a chance to spawn when it explodes. So when it explodes, could mean the original explosion, or it could mean the frozen orbit, and this is the same here. Like, we don't know. This is untested. We don't have no idea. So we'll see. Second PTR will be correct before releasing the season. Yeah, it depends on how much they want to kind of keep the excitement and the mystery and the craziness of the season that is mostly untested, versus how much do they want to make sure that everything is working correctly. And it seems like Blizzard is more on the side of, okay, if there's like some bugs, then so be it, we're gonna fix it later, and people are just gonna deal with it, I guess. So generally, I don't really like that we have such a buggy game, but on the other hand, I mean, it's just how the Diablo 4 works, and yeah. Ball lighting overall much weaker. No, everything got buffed on Sorc. Everything is much stronger on Sorc now. Ball lighting is also okay, I think. It's a feature. Alright. Well, I think we're gonna start our run, guys. So, let's do that. Let's open Life Split. I don't think I'm gonna fix Victimize. I think Victimize is just gonna be useless in season... Actually, it's not 100% useless. I think we're still making an updated Heartseeker. Because, you know, Shard of Merathel and whatever, even with all the Victimized bugs, it looks like it's gonna be close to what it was. Kind of funny. Is boss damage even that important in Season 5 to nerf the boss health? Well, let me show you something. Wait, where is that? Ah. So, this is the reality. Right now, I would just assume that in like high tier pits, the bosses are just like before. What? Yeah, they didn't nerf the boss HP, so they did like some weird shit in the patch notes, and then we asked them about it, and then they said this was like some internal scaling change that they did. But right now, I would not assume that bosses are squishier, and apparently they are actually tankier than before, which I assume for like high-end bosses doesn't matter at all, because they probably have like, you know, billions of HP multiplier or something. So there are a few thousand, doesn't really matter. But yeah, right now I would just assume that the bosses are as they were in the high pits. Surely this will not cause a backlash. Yeah, we'll see, I guess. I mean, in normal dungeons, the bosses are not a problem anyway, and then I was only like in like, you know, high pits or something where they start becoming a problem. Still going to level in Helltide? Heck yeah, and that's what we're doing now. Okay, let's put this up. Alright, let's start a run. So we're doing a Sorc 0 to Hero run. I've done this for Rogue and Necro already. You can find it on YouTube. And the idea is that we are doing like a season start imitation with, you know, kind of like what to expect, how to level. I'm going to be explaining a lot of stuff as we go and try to kind of just like give a lot of background knowledge and information about, you know, just to help you guys out. So I will be talking a lot. I'll be explaining all of the choices that I make. Maybe not a hair choice, but TLDR looks a bit like Nini. And we go on hardcore, skip campaign, we do seasonal, veteran, and we go. So I do this on hardcore because I have all of my materials on hardcore and my temper manuals and so on. I try to kind of keep it realistic to where I'm not like too powerful with imprinting and tempering and so on. This is supposed to be like a fresh character, first character in a season. So we are not trying to like, you know, overdo it basically. But Sorc is about to get buffed significantly in Season 5. A lot of people are hyped for Sorc. And so I also want to make this run here. Okay, let's start a timer. So first we get the kitty. And we are gonna invest into... we can do Firebolt or Arclight for the start. Both are fine. I'm gonna go with the Firebolt now because it gives you like the basically AoE potential. Take this here. And we want to start in Helltide. Which ends in 2 minutes. Now, that's unfortunate, actually. I started this run a little bit too early. But we could also go and do like a dungeon instead to get like a power or two for the codex that I can then imprint later. There's a bunch of stuff you can go for the Sorc for leveling. Incinerate is relatively decent. Chain Lightning is pretty good. And then also Fireball. So these are typical leveling builds for Sorc. And then you always combine this with like a Fireball. For some like enchantment damage. So we do this here, get some skills on a bar. Okay, let's just start and go. Yeah, we have 1 minute and 10 left in this Helltide. That's unfortunate. So Usually it would start the season and then the Hell Tide will be kind of at the start, and then one Hell Tide, like an hour or so, is usually enough to get done with everything we have to do here. In Season 5 you would also start doing the quest line probably, for example. Instead of going to Hell Tide at level 1, maybe you're gonna do the quest line until you unlock the reputation rewards at least, so you can slowly start stacking up your reputation. But yeah, first 3 levels are really fast. Use the level ups, always look at your XP bar to try to get the most out of it. And you have like the big level up explosions to kill everything around you, which is very nice. I should probably invest a bit here in our core skill. Actually, I might do the Incinerate. Let's do the Incinerate. I've done this in Season 4. Incinerate was pretty solid here, so we can do that. And we can also go for the Hydra. Hydra is a very nice thing to include here. So just put them down here and then burn them. Have like a nice AoE here. And that's the end of the Hell Tide. Okay, so now we can check which powers we want to go for. There is actually an Incinerate power that we could go for, which I have somewhere open here. Let me see. Don't get killed by the Lunatics. So you can always like search this here, for example, if you just type Codex, you can actually check a little bit. And there is the conflagration. This is in Lights, Watch, and Fracture Peaks. Let's go there. Let's get that one while we have some Incinerate here. There's also other stuff. Edge Mask is always nice. Inner Calm. If you really want to get like a lot of powers, you can do these kind of things. In fact, there's also the Splintering Energy aspect. This is the reworked Lightning Spear aspect that kind of enables this Lightning Spear build that is pretty hyped. That is also what I want to play with as soon as possible. I might start a Sorc. In fact, we did a poll. What did the poll say? My poll said 77% Sorc, 23% Druid. I gave chat the option to choose between the two classes for season start for me. Sounds like it's gonna be a Sorc start for me. And in that case, I recorded a video already for the Splintering Energy guide, for the Lightning Spear guide. It's also gonna be on max roll soon. Rolfar is writing it right now as we speak. So we can check that out. That looks to be one of the strongest Sorc builds out there. Alright, let's do this dungeon here while we wait for the Hell Tide. 5 minutes is okay. Pop down some Hydras, burn them a little bit. And our goal right now is to get to Fireball. Fireball is a relatively decent leveling setup. In Season 5 though, we're also going to get a few powers for Chain Lightning. So Chain Lightning is totally fine to level in the early game. And then you get some aspects for it very soon from the season journey. This is like a new thing that they introduced in Season 4, where you just get powers for certain builds when you level up. So you can also do that, which right now I don't have. I'm not sure what exactly we're getting. Doesn't really matter though. Just kind of like try to use your mana well, don't waste it and shoot into nowhere or so. Try to line them up here, for example. Here's a channeling, that's very nice. Okay, obviously check our weapons here. Look, I got a nice offhand, I got a nice dagger, that helps. In the early levels, you always want to check your weapons frequently. We get our Hydra burn. This is getting buffed to 100% of the base damage as burn. Right now it's 60. So we are significantly weaker than we should be on Tuesday. Something to keep in mind. We're gonna have a lot more damage come Tuesday. So this stuff will already be dead here. This entire pack will be dead, for example, and so on. Here we go. Put down 2 Hydras. The Hydras will kind of just like melt stuff. Once you're level 15, we get our class quest, giving us Fireball enchant. And that will also kind of just like melt stuff on its own. Once you kill like one guy in a pack, everything will explode. Used to be very good in the Domain Tunnel meta, but it's still really good in like Hell Tide meta as well. There's a lot of density and lots of small enemies. Okay, we are at Firewall. We can do Firewall as well if you want. You can kind of compare it right now and see. But I maybe want to get the other upgrades for it first. Firewall has an upgrade here, Mage's Firewall, where enemies burn for 3 seconds after they leave the Firewall, which is kind of like the main reason why it's so good. You just like put it down, enemies walk through it, and then just burn to death. That's kind of how it works. I do have an intuition which class and builds will lead this season. You can also check the updated tier list on Maxwell. And the answer is, every class has an S tier build, at least one. So that's pretty cool. We'll see how it will play out exactly, but in general it's looking like a fairly balanced meta, actually. With a bit of potential for broken stuff on some classes, depending on bugs. Because there were a bunch of bugs on PTR that we don't really have any indication if they were fixed. One such bug is the Umber Crux dagger on Rogue, for example, that might be pretty cracked. And there's also like other bugs that they may have fixed that make some builds better. For example, Lightning Spear Sorc looking like one of the strongest builds in the season. And it looks like there's a bug fix for it that made it not target properly on single targets. This was like a problem of the build on bosses. Some of the Lightning Spears would just like fly away and not actually hit anything. And if that is fixed, then you have significantly better single target damage. Yo, here's an adventure event. You can do that. That's okay, I guess. These events in dungeons are usually pretty valuable, and they give a lot of monster spawns, a lot of XP. So I can just do that. Seems like we're gonna hit close to level 15. Not even stepping into Altar, really. That is what it is right now. Will it be a Fireball build or will it be A or S tier? Fireball is getting a huge buff, but Fireball doesn't have that much like damage on its own. There's like a defensive aspect where you can sometimes get like a free Fireball, but it's not really useful. Because mana is not a huge problem. And in general, like, if you want to play something with Fireball, we do have a Fireball guide on Maxroll actually, but I don't think it's like really any of the top builds on Sorc. I recommend if you want to do Fireball stuff, then just play it with Firebolt. Play like the Firebolt build basically that has Fireball in it. And you still have the skill that you want. Okay, we're getting a few obos, we have to keep track of how many we're getting. And we got a nice weapon. Okay, now we get Mage's Firewall. We can try to do that instead. See how it goes. Most stuff should kind of just like die as they walk through it. Here we go. Let's put the Hydras down. That's okay. I wonder if it would be fast enough if I switch to Incinerate. Not really sure exactly how the balance is between the two. Almost got him before he disappeared. Okay. Well, we got this done, and now we can go back to Helltide. And we can spec out of Incinerate, we're just gonna go for the Fireball. Fireball is S tier on Maxroll, indeed, yeah. Fireball is also looking like a pretty good build, but they need the two uniques. There's a Staff of Endless Rage and the Gloves of Illuminator. And you wanna get those two items. Okay, I cannot refund anything just yet. So we are just gonna try to get some level ups and then respec this. We wanna go 44 Elemental Dominance, try to stay above 50 mana, get some extra damage there. Can also go Potent Warding, gives you extra res, which is pretty helpful early on. Later you don't need that res anymore, since Sorcs just get like infinite res by default from Paragons. But early game, it's very nice to stack up the res. Yeah, and stuff is melting. As a Blood Maiden, we're gonna stay away from that, since this is not something you're gonna do on season start. Okay, here are some stats that you actually wanna have. Maximum life, pretty nice early on. And also percent damage is actually the best damage stat you can have on basically any leveling build early on. Because it just like buffs all of your damage and quite a lot, so you don't really have a lot of additive damage in the early game. Now just kind of like run, Hydra, Firewall. And try to get some levels until we're 15, basically, so that's the idea. How we're going here, let's put more points into Firewall. And we can try to fix our... Let's do this when we go to the quest line. There's like a bunch of downtime at level 15 when we go for the class quest. We can fix our skill tree. Until then we just have a bunch of dead points and Incinerate, that's fine. I think with all these items with massive res values, they're preparing us for for World Tier 5. I don't know, I mean, I'm not sure if it would even make sense to give us more res penalty in World Tier 5. I think it would be okay if like you need the same res. And, you know, monsters are just harder or higher level or stuff like that, so... We don't expect like stronger items when we go to World Tier 5. If there's no stronger items, then why would it give us more rest penalty, for example? The reason why we have the rest penalty is because we have higher level items to give us more res, and so we put a penalty. These soul spy events are pretty good here. On hardcore, of course, be careful to not just get drained to death. It gets stronger and stronger. But these events here are always nice. Also these traps that there are from the Season 3 traps. They're pretty good. And let's get out of here, this is getting a bit too spicy. We're actually doing pretty good damage on these elites already. Even without the buffs that we don't have yet. That's cool. We could also go for some extra mana, I just realized. So instead of this. Not yet. Fiery Search is down here. So Fiery Search is something you want to pick up as soon as possible as well. It gives you mana when you kill burning enemies. And since we're leveling, we usually kill stuff really fast. You get a lot of unkilled procs. We basically have that all the time, which is very cool. You can also use Ice Armor. Ice Armor gives you extra mana regeneration, so just press it sometimes, even if you're not in danger. In the early levels. You're usually fine, defensively anyway. Let's get to 5 here on Fireball. So we're starting to collect Cinders right now. We're not spending them yet. We're gonna spend them when we are ready for World Tier 3. Which should be around level 25 to 30 or so usually is when you go. With buffs and stuff for the Sorc, I guess that should be totally fine. We just kind of like go into the Capstone dungeon and try to stack up our res a little bit, stack our armor a little bit. Depending on what kind of like legendary aspects you find or what temper manuals you find, you can do it earlier. For like the first character of the season, around level 30 is usually a decent time. If you know what you're doing. You can also just wait a little bit longer, go at level 35, go at 40, if you want to make it easier. Because it can be quite a struggle going to World Tier 3 that early if you're not very powerful. Especially in hardcore, you might also die. So I want to be careful of that. Okay, here's one thing. We have a staff here, and if that staff was like pretty high level, you might be tempted to kind of just like throw away both of your weapon and your focus. But you should never do that. You should actually always keep around your best weapon and your best focus, just in case you find like a really high level one of the other. Because this stuff eventually might be outclassed by, you know, let's say another one-handed weapon. And if you throw away your focus, then you might have to wait a long time until you get one. So always keep your one-handers around, even if you have a staff. While leveling, you just kind of go with whatever you find. So you try to use that. Here's a good focus, for example. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, we are almost 15. One more level. What is this build? This is a Fireball Sorc that we're leveling. A Fireball and Hydra is basically just a combo. Teleport around. Burn everything. He has level 14. A pair of gloves. True, actually. Yeah, some other good stats. The early game is also life per hit, life per second. These stats are actually really high values compared to your maximum life at the start. You have only 200 life right now. So getting something like 2 life on hit is 1% of our life. And it actually works with like any dot tick. So, you know, Fireball or like any dot takes twice per second. I think it even works with all the Hydra heads and stuff. So we probably proc our life per hit like 10 times per second or so right now, even on like only 2 targets. And this means that you have a lot of healing right now. If you just have like one of these items already going, it's really cool. So try to do that. Okay, missing jewelry. There's also some pants you can equip here. Yeah, just kind of like equip the stuff as you go. Will you make a Hydra build guide? I think Nova wants to work on it, yes. But Hydra is not looking that powerful compared to most of the other Sorc builds. So I think for now the focus is make the Lightning Spear guide, update all the other existing guides, and then Hydra will come as we go, basically. So this might be post-launch. But I guess a lot of people are excited for like a Hydra build. So we should make one for sure. Yeah, Hydra, it kind of works. We saw some people on PTR actually be quite successful with it. But it is not like as strong as the other builds. It's also like all the other stuff got a lot of buffs now. Hydra doesn't have like, you know, crazy uniques that got buffed or something like that. Like, you know, just like generic stuff. So that's also something. Okay, we actually had 200 out of 300 for the Whisper. In Season 5, actually, they're making a change to the Whispers, which is very nice. Basically, you're gonna have 10 Grim Favors in a single Helltide zone in the future. So you could actually go to that Helltide zone and try to complete the Whispers. Before you go towards the 3, for example, you can get like an extra turn in, get rid of extra XP. Okay, here we go, we have 15. It's quest time. Let's try to fix our skill tree as well while we're going. Let's teleport down a Kira shard and then we run down. You wish there was a hardcore tier list on Maxwell. Yeah, the hardcore tier list is the same as a normal tier list anyway, so there's not a huge difference. It's just like some builds are squishier than others and stuff, but this is just how it is. Okay, let's try to do respec mode and see what we can do if we just remove all this stuff. We need to put more points, so we can do this, we can do this. And we can get our teleport damage reduction. And we can get our mana, and we can get our mystical ice armor. And like this we have everything confirmed. It's actually not too hard. Kind of nice event here, we should do it real quick. Defile Ground is an event you always want to do when you see it, because with enough damage you can like instantly kill it. I might not have enough damage, but we're getting close. Ooh, almost. And we get some obols, we get some yellow items. Yo, Carver Shaman by the way, with the freeze. Gotta be careful with those guys. Wasn't really a lot of XP, but it's nice to just get the obols. You want those later when you go to World Tier 3 or World Tier 4. Usually you try to go a bit early, you can use sacred items at level 35, and you usually go a little bit before 35, get a few items. And then whatever you don't have yet at 35, you're just gonna gamble for it. And the same with Ancestors at 55. You just gamble the missing slots that you don't have yet. Here's a pretty big staff. I think I'm gonna use that. And now we're gonna do what I said earlier, save the items. You can also do this here. Thank you. You ordered KFC?
Yeah.
Oh. Very convenient.
Kind of missed.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, John.
You have to say hi, YouTube. Okay. Well, we finished the quest, guys. He doesn't want to speak with me.
Please forgive them.
But does he have to go into the Lost Archives? You don't actually have to finish the dungeon. And I'm not sure which codex power it has. I think it's Protector, no? Calimera. Save the items, he said. Smile, yeah. So now we did a mistake. We should have favorited it. So don't do that mistake. Don't salvage everything. Favorite your items. I mean, it's better to accidentally salvage a non-favorited, you know, level 10 item than it is to accidentally salvage your Shaco, which apparently some people have done in Season 4, from what I've heard, which is kind of funny. So in that case, I'm gonna go with the level 10 yellow, if I have to choose one. Yeah, currently damage is not that crazy, but it's workable. And we're gonna get the Fireball enchant after this. We wanna start investing into Fireball now as well, to make sure that we actually have the Fireball enchant. Now, if you want to play other leveling builds, or also you find certain legendary aspects, you know, at this point you can get goblins, or you can just get random legendary drops that might actually give you like certain powers and stuff. You can always like switch it up. Sorc also has a lot of uniques So while leveling a Sorc, you might find some uniques, or you might get them from like the reputation rewards, for example, or from the season journey quest, or something like that. And whatever you get, you can kind of try to work it into your build as well. If you get an Ice Heart Brace, for example, the unique pants that give you basically Frost Nova extensions, then you can also switch to, for example, Ice Shards. Play an Ice Shards build while leveling. Just walk in, press Frost Nova, and then it kind of just like spreads your Frost Novas everywhere. Everything just dies from the Ice Shards enchant. So these are some things you can always kind of adjust to on the fly. You don't have to go and stick to like a single leveling build all the time on a Sorc. It's kind of a bit like the Druids as well. Druids also have like a lot of these like drop only aspects that are really powerful for the core skills. We have the mechanical box, which we actually don't really care about. We don't really want to finish this then, so we're just trying to get the quest done. But the box is still worth picking for the movement speed. In Diablo 4 logic, you carry a huge box or a huge rock on your back and you actually are running faster. It's kind of cool, right? Okay, now we have Fiery Surge. We're gonna try to invest into that to get more mana so we can just spam our Firewall. Ice Shards leveling is fun, yeah. Ice Shards Sorc is actually the first Sorc I ever played after launch. It's really cool. I really like that build. You walk in, you press Frost Nova, everything dies. And with stuff like Ice Heart Brace, also these days you have, you know, these tempers that give you a chance to freeze enemies. So your Ice Shards can just kind of fly around everywhere, pierce enemies, and then freeze guys at the next pack, and you walk in, and then, you know, it keeps shooting the Ice Shards, as long as there's something frozen around you. Yo, we got a donation from Josh on YouTube, thanks man. But yeah, as I said, you can always work around what you find, basically. You don't have to stick to Firewall. Appreciate that, Josh. My pleasure, man. There's chance to please work a Fireball. In this game, it actually does, yeah. That's how Diablo logic works. It's a pretty long quest line, actually, the Sorc quest. People were complaining about the Druid quest, man, but I feel like the Sorc quest is more annoying. At least on Druid, you do a stronghold, you get a waypoint. The quest is not very long, you just kind of collect the stuff as you go, and that's it. Okay, we have 3 ranks in Fiery Search, 5 in Firewall. Looking pretty good here. Okay, here's a focus. This time we favored it. Here's Int and Life. Now, do we want to use this? It looks kind of nice with 25 Int and everything, right? But the thing is that Int and the main stat in general is not actually really powerful in the early game. Look at this, we have a 21% damage bonus right now. If we do this, we're gonna be 23%. So these gloves give me like 2% DPS. Versus here 5% attack speed, and the life per hit that I talked about is very powerful currently. So main stat is actually really good later, when it's like you have all the other stuff already for your build. Early game though, the values are just not really impressive. You want to try to get like some of the, you know, better stats, like just like percent damage on your weapon, for example. Mana on kill is also pretty cool, you can get it on wings as well. It's good for leveling. Mana per second later, we can get on our chest, boots, and helm. You want to try to get that stuff. Depending on the build, some are more mana hungry than others. Also, for example, Blizzard is a very, very good leveling build and speed farming build. In general, it's a good build in Season 5. Blizzard with Ice Spikes. Blue Rose is getting buffed significantly. So if you happen to find a Blue Rose or just find the Ice Spikes aspects, that alone is already pretty good. And you can kind of just like speedrun with that. So that's usually how you level a Sorc really fast once you have those aspects. You want to transition to Blizzard at some point. And Blizzard is a very mana hungry build. So having a bunch of like mana per second, mana on kill is very useful there. Especially when you want to like fight dungeon bosses and stuff in Nightmare Dungeons later. The int is going to be close to 3% extra damage with the new rework. Yeah, true. Sorcs get 1% damage per 8 int in the future. So we'd actually have a few more percent now. Alright, we go back to Helltide now. We're level 15. We want to invest into Fireball. What am I eating? Some fries and some KFC. Nearly ordered. And also, that's what I got here. I'll try to fit it in somehow. Okay, we got a better focus. Yeah, so now this is what I talked about. We have a 245 item power focus on the quest. Look at that DPS, almost the same as the staff, but I don't have a one-handed weapon now. Because I accidentally salvaged it. So that was a mistake. Okay, so we need Fireball. Let's do it. We do 1 point for now, then we get more later. Put this here. And now we're gonna start exploring packs. And maybe we can even try to do Grim Favors, yeah. I want to get to like 25 to 30, so for now it's just kind of like farming Helltide. Maybe gonna fill the Helltide meter once or twice. We are at 26 minutes right now with the quest done. It could be done faster for sure if you like really try. Maybe you would have found like a pepper recipe or two already at this point. It's kind of hard to say right now since I have them all. But you can also start tempering your stuff if you find like a decent upgrade. And if at some point you do like a little trip to town, just temper whatever you got. It's pretty cheap to do, just do like 1 or 2 attempts per item. Did Victimize not get fixed? It doesn't seem so, no. It's not season 5, guys. We're doing like a practice run, basically. Trying to upload this on YouTube later, and then, you know, a lot of people will probably start Sorc, so this might be helpful for them. You see here, just kind of like try to stack up the enemies, as long as you're not like really in danger or so early game. You see that my life goes up like crazy, right? If they hit me, this is like the power of life per hit in the early game. And also, for example, Andariel's Visage in the future has 437 life per hit, I believe, baseline. With Master working, you can do like 1,000 life per hit or more. That's gonna be wild. Even like, you know, 50k life values, 1,000 life per hit that works on like every Hydra hit, every burn tick, which is twice per second on every enemy. Like you can get like thousands and thousands of life per second from the Andariels. That is actually a pretty strong buff here. You would think, oh man, they removed lifesteal from Andariels. But the lifesteal wasn't actually that effective since it got like a penalty on higher levels or against higher level monsters. But life per hit doesn't get a penalty. Life per hit just does what it does. And it works very, very optimistically, let's say. It works with anything, you know, with any hit, with any dot tick, it's crazy. So Andariels is actually a really good item now for Sorcs as well. And in fact, Andariels is probably so good that it even enables Temerity on a lot of builds. So it's also something to consider in the future. Maybe not necessarily for Sorcs, since you have a lot of barriers kind of built in. But even if Sorcs want to use Andariels, for example, just to get an extra poison stack for the Tarasha ring. I can give you a 4th stack of Tarasha, which also got buffed. It's very powerful. Even before the buffs, Tarasha ring was used in many Sorc builds. So it's just getting even better. You can do an event while we're here. Doing some events while in Helltide is pretty good. And Call the Wicked, just like, you know, kill some enemies. It's fine. Let's go in there. Do this. We have 2 points. We can start investing more into Fireball. And then we're gonna fill up Fiery Surge again for the mana region. But our mana is already looking pretty solid here, as you can see. Fireball, you don't really have to spam it that much. You just kind of like slowly cast it. Has a long animation, so you don't spend your mana very fast. Put the other Hydras, do a left click here and there. Like here, at this point, you can also just kind of like leave the Hydras down and just run and let the Hydras finish everything down there. Put a new Hydra here, let this guy finish. There we go. So you can try to play around this to like increase your efficiency a little bit. Is that the passive sucks for Tarasha Ring? Which passive? Tarasha Ring is really powerful now. It gets 20% per element, up to 80. So you can have your 3 elements from your skills. When you have Tarasha Ring, usually you have a lightning element from your teleport. And then usually you have ice blades in most endgame builds for the cold. And then you have fire usually from like either using a fire skill or from fire bolt enchant. Oh, I messed up the teleport. You can't teleport down here. With the right aiming. Yeah, this is the power of Fireball enchant. When you have these packs spawning around here, and there's like 20 enemies stacked up, boom. So, oh, we got another Sorc fighting us, yeah. Hellborn. Gotta be a bit careful with Hellborn, at least on hardcore. Especially with mine cages stacking to 3 times now. Hellborn are real hardcore killers in Season 4. And now if you add plus 20 levels to these guys compared to before, you gotta be very careful. Even on softcore, they can wreck you probably if you're not very powerful. Later when you have like a proper like pit build, it's probably not gonna be so bad anymore. But yeah, early on this can definitely be a bit of a struggle. Okay, we got a dagger and we can use our focus now. That's the wrong one, this one here. And now we want to make sure we favorite this thing. We don't have to keep the stuff anymore, you know, the stuff is just an item that will just be deleted. But our one-handed items we want to keep around. Okay, and it's boss time here. Passive is potent warding. Yeah, potent warding is a pretty good passive to have early on as well. So I talked about this earlier, instead of elemental dominance you can also put 3 in potent warding. I might actually do this once I go to World Tier 3 or World Tier 4 just to get more res. Right now we don't need it. But yeah, for transitioning to the higher world tiers it's very nice to have the extra res. Hellborn's got it down to 5% health for the first hardcore character. Yeah, Hellborns and the Blood Maiden are by far the most dangerous enemies in outdoor content. So you gotta be prepared. Okay, so how is it looking here with our... we can do the harvest here. We can actually finish the whispers in that case. Harvest is nice. If you want to ever finish any whispers or so, harvest is always something to go for. You just kill 100 enemies, collect the modes, and then turn them in. And you can usually do this while doing like 1 or 2 other smaller whispers. So you usually get like 4 or 5 in a matter of like a minute or so. Maybe 2 minutes. That's very good. I have like half a turn in already. Also, we don't know right now if they are updating the sigil drop from the Capstone dungeons. So in Season 4 they introduced a guaranteed sigil drop from both Capstone dungeons, but the problem is that even Elias, the World Tier 4 Capstone boss, drops you a Sacred Sigil. So in the past you always had to go to the next World Tier, do like 1 Whisper run to get a Sigil, or sometimes if you got unlucky multiple runs actually, because it wasn't guaranteed. It was nearly guaranteed, but not entirely. Get the Frost Nova on the Goblin. Our first legendary! Let's go! Pants. Not very useful. But yeah, anyway, so we might have to go to World Tier 4 and do a Whisper run there. But we can also just hope that they fixed it and just didn't put it in the patch notes. What do we got here? Hectic. Not bad. Hectic is nice. It also has 2 Arclight ranks. If you were playing Arclight, which is definitely a viable option for early game, that would be cool. Could switch to Arclight if you wanted. But I like having the Firebolt as well, it's nice. And at level 25 we're gonna get Combustion. Combustion is getting a huge buff, it goes from 20% baseline to 60%. So at that point we're really gonna feel that we don't have the buffs yet once you have this, because it's a pretty huge increase. On top of the Fireball being a lot stronger, the Hydras being a lot stronger, so all this damage that you see right now, you can almost assume like double damage or so once you're level 25. It's pretty significant. Okay, we are at 6. So let's do this corpse there, and then we finish the Grim Paper there, and we have actually a turn-in ready for later. Which is kind of nice. You don't really have to go for the turn-in sort of whispers in World Tier 2, but it's nice if you kind of do it on the fly. Hey Josh, thanks again. Appreciate it, Dono. No ultimate. We can do Inferno. If you like Inferno, we can throw that in instead of like Frost Nova, for example. That's okay. We can... I guess I can't take the point out. Oh, we can actually, okay. Sure, we can do an Inferno as well. You get like the free mana, you pull everything together, it's kind of nice. So just do this. It does a bit of damage in the early game as well. And yeah, actually kill some stuff. So why not? I got an amulet finally. Let's see what else we got here. Ice shards, life, life on hit and maximum life. Yeah, we can slowly start preparing gear for Capstone as well. Also, you want to keep an eye out for sockets, especially on the jewelry. The early sockets are not that crazy yet, but getting a bit of XRS is helpful. Or even getting a bit of armor, for example, from the skulls is useful. There's a bunch of options there. Weapon sockets. Yeah, we can do damage over time sockets, for example, right now. Which is actually some of the more useful ones in the early game. Compared to most other builds where you get like Wound that you usually don't have good uptime for. Or crit, usually don't have much crit chance. But damage over time just kind of works. For Fist and the weapons. And then of course rubies. Rubies are nice. You can get like an extra 10% life or so. Usually you want to enter the Capstone with something like maybe 1,000 life or so to be somewhat safe. Or it's like really good res and good armor, but that's kind of hard to get. So depending on what kind of temper recipes you get, if you get for example like a life manual or res manual, you can try to use that and get more tankiness. You don't need a lot of damage for the Capstone. With all the base buffs that they're doing to all of the skills, you don't even need like crazy amount of aspects or something. Okay, now it's time to finish this here. And which is the aspect that we unlocked earlier? Engulfing Flames, right? I think that was an Incinerate power though. No, it wasn't this one. We unlocked a Codex power. It was Conflagration, Wild Shining, Incinerate after. Yeah, okay, so this was an Incinerate power we unlocked. It was kind of useless actually from the dungeon we did at the start. We could just say, okay, we did like another dungeon that we actually wanted. And then we can imprint one thing. I think that would maybe be fair. Because I just did this dungeon there since I had Incinerate, but then I actually didn't use it at all. Or we just go with what we find. Why not open the chests? Yeah, you do this later. Because you want the gear for the Capstone and for the entering World Tier 3. You know, just right now everything is easy, we're killing everything, we don't have any struggle. But we are slowly getting to the level where we want to prepare for the Capstone, and then we're gonna start opening. Which will probably be in like 3 levels from now or so. So at 26, let's say. And you kind of just like fight our way from chest to chest. You don't want to wait too long. Like some people wait too long and then lose their cinders. Right now they cost 100, in Season 5 they will actually cost 75, so it could actually open even more chests. But yeah, the problem is that you don't want to just like run with the horse from chest to chest. You usually want to fight your way from chest to chest, so you get XP and everything while you go. So don't wait too long, basically. Like when you have 5 minutes left on the clock, that's like the latest you should start opening a chest. Or when you're like, you know, kind of at the level where you are ready to go. You definitely want to get Combustion before you go Capstone. Combustion is going to be a pretty powerful upgrade. So we want to do that at the minimum. And we probably also want to include Flame Shield. Just so we have a bit of healing. Flame Shield has a healing effect. With Shimmering. Or you can also go for Warmth. Warmth is also getting buffed, I think, in Season 5 for more healing. But even just having 1 point in Warmth is kind of decent. It kind of gives you like this regen against like the boss and these kind of things, which is very cool. Jar of Souls, also a good event. Can always do that, it's pretty fast. Usually like 20-30 seconds maximum. Very nice. We actually got like 180 obos or something already, so we can actually go and gamble some items later. What build will I start with on Season 5? Yeah, I'll probably do something like this, or maybe the chain lightning stuff, depending on how fast we get these effects from the season journey. Since I'm leveling Fireball now, maybe I'm gonna go chain lightning into Blizzard, into Lightning Spear or something. So we'll see. Warmth is getting ×2. That's a lot of healing. We're slowly getting to the point where you could consider a non-barrier Sorc, I think. With stuff like Tyrio's Might giving you so much baseline defense. It would be interesting to try like a life-based Sorc, not a barrier-based Sorc in the future. It might be tanky enough now. They're also nerfing the pit bosses. Pit boss is only going to do 1/3 of the original damage. At least on the first attacks, and then it's going to stack up to basically what it is in Season 4 right now. So that's going to be very easy to survive the bosses, as long as you don't get too many stacks. Okay, so I can do Endless Fire as well. Pretty strong passive for burning builds. Get Combustion, next level up. Inferno is a really good skill to use for fire builds because you can just kind of dump all your mana and then use Inferno, and then whenever it's over you already have all your mana back, so it's pretty nice. And almost done here with the Well-Tied Grim Favor. Now when we finish this, we don't actually want to go and turn it in. It's similar to the chests, you just kind of wait until you're ready for Capstone and then you go turn in the Whispers. Since you're not going to do a second round of Whispers anyway in World Tier 2, it's always based on World Tier. So if you go to World Tier 3, it's going to be reset anyway to 0. So we just kind of like leave it now. Even if you can't complete anything, you know, even if there were more Whisper objectives, you would never turn it in a second time. A Season's Journey to Questline. I'm not sure how it was in Season 4. Maybe. But you want to do the questline at least to the point where you can unlock the reputation rewards. Similar to the Iron Wolf stuff, you're gonna get reputation rewards again. Oh, we have our threat meter almost filled. So we want to do that. And maybe find an event at the same time. It's a good combo to try to do the Hellborn at the same time with an event. So we can check again if there's maybe something that spawned here or here. Oh wait, this is a stronghold. But here's an event. So we can take a look around here, depending on what spawned. If you ever want to look for like event spawns, we have all of them in the max roll map, for example. Sometimes I use that tool to check it out, especially during Hell Tides. You kind of want to go from event to event a lot. And we got one. So you want to do the web thing before we spawn all this stuff around us. Let's try to do that. I kind of hate this event. It's a very long one, but we're doing it because of the synergy right now. Doing this and the Hellborn. What hardcore was very powerful in Season 5? Yeah, I mean, everything that's powerful in softcore is powerful in hardcore, so there's not a real difference. And everyone's gonna be very tanky now. They're really nerfing the pit bosses. They give us Tyrio's Might. Tyrio's Might is gonna make everyone basically invincible. And if that is not enough, you have a Doombringer or Melted Heart if you really want. So survival is gonna be very easy in Season 5 compared to Season 4 because of the pit boss nerfs. Alright, combustion time. So we would have 60% extra burning damage now. Right now it's just 20. But it's getting buffed to 60. It's crazy. Those burning builds really got a huge bump up here. And they're still not the best. But yeah. In Season 4 I saw some people doing stuff like, I don't know, 100 million plus DPS of a very squishy glass cannon by Incinerate build. Flame Scar is getting buffed, but it's still laughable. Just go Staff for Incinerate. By the way, we made the unique items tier list as well yesterday. It was very fun to discuss all the items. I went for every single unique for like 2 hours or something. Very interesting outcomes there. Some items that got buffed that actually moved down on the tier list and so on. Okay, Hellborn, let's go. Now in this case, this Hellborn actually lives quite long as you can see. You don't really have to kill a Hellborn. If they live too long, it could go. In Season 5 though, you would have the damage to kill this guy in like less than 10 seconds I think, so that would be fine. Just right now it'll be kind of weak. And he actually dropped a legendary, so that was nice. Ball lightning, we had a gravitational aspect. Nah, this could be a moment to switch to ball lightning actually. We could try it. And we can also start turning in stuff and start preparing for World Tier 3 here. Why is Amber Crux so strong? Because it gives you an extra target for lucky hits and for stuff like barrage ricochets. And on top of that, it's also buggy that seems to not be fixed. When you hit it very fast, it actually does full damage and not the reduced damage value to everything around it. So you can double hit it. You can get some extra effects like ricochets. And it's buggy, so yeah, that's what we got. We can wait until the whisper turn in actually. Let's start opening the chest. It's time to open the chest. Wait, did it actually? No, it did not establish the offhand. Okay. I wonder how good this is. Just going ball lightning without anything else might be really problematic with the mana. But I'm kind of tempted to try it. We don't have the new Veer's Mastery though. Veer's Mastery would be very nice now. But like I said, the old one also does a trick for this. Veer's Mastery is getting reworked and massively buffed as well. Okay, now we have almost 600 cinders, so you could actually open like 8 chests in Season 5. That's kind of wild. Each chest also gives you usually like 2, 3, 4 bars of XP or so. At this point, like 2. It's an upgrade I just want. Thing is that ball lightning is not really something you want to do in a Capstone dungeon. But an elixir. Let's go. Precision would actually go well with ball builds. Bunch of armor and fireball ranks. Versus life per second. Arc Lash, Hectic. I kinda like the Hectic though. Even if we don't work it that much. All the passes are hard to complete with Ancient Flame. I mean, Ancient Flame is mostly for fire crit builds though. Unless you go for the Aces aspect. That gives you 50% attack speed. But attack speed is not really something you necessarily want all that much on all the builds. Or if you really want it, you have Andariels for that now as well. And the Other Skies also has a lot of attack speed in Season 5. They added a lot of attack speed to Stardust. So attack speed is not really a problem for builds. If you have some of those mythic uniques later. Okay, I go to the other zone, open 2 more. Hey, Phantom Gorilla, thanks us up. Oh, my pleasure, man. Appreciate that. So anyway, we write things down as step by step. Well, you can watch this VOD and write it down step by step, I guess. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the TLDR is you farm Helltide to World Tier 3. And then you farm Nightmare Dungeons to upgrade. Kind of play around, you know, some of the aspects and uniques you find on the way, especially like after level 40, 50 or so, you usually have stuff to choose from. You can also play around the season journey stuff. Okay, last chest we're opening now. Then we're gonna be 27. Then we're gonna start tempering a few things. I'm gonna do like 1 imprint. I'm not sure what that would be, to be honest. Maybe is the Hydra aspect works power? I wonder. Guess we'll find out. Let me see. Hydra. No, it's not, unfortunately. So that would be kind of cool to have an extra Hydra. What else could we do? Of course, let's go with a defensive power. Okay, at this point, since we're going Capstone, we're gonna go Potent Warding. We're gonna remove this stuff. Elemental Attunement doesn't help us that much right now. Okay, what do we need? Maybe Glove. Maybe get something here. We actually got a legendary. 32% increased damage when you have no defensive skills on your action bar. So you have to... Nah, we can't do that. That's a bit optimistic for hardcore Capstone, I think. And we got an Audacity though with mana per second. That's kind of cool. Condes and Buck Shots. Thanks, man. Appreciate the subs. Align the elements. Yeah, we should definitely have a point in there. I think I have a point already. Actually, I don't. So we can do one for now. It's okay. But yeah, this is something you probably want to put 3 points later on. This goes up to 60% damage reduction in Season 5. Also pretty crazy buff that I got here. Maybe do 2 just to stack it faster and be a bit more protected. And any other upgrades you got here? I guess that's fine. We could do the 10% damage. Higher res, life press, hit. And a socket, I guess that's okay. This is fine. Here's a weapon upgrade, but it doesn't have percent damage on it. So I think I might not actually go for this. Okay. So we're gonna start tempering some stuff now. And we just basically would assume we get like any of those offensive things here, maybe get like Pyromancy Finesse, maybe you get, you know, something. I think, is there Firewall damage as well? There's Mastery damage, there's also Pyromancy, so there's that. Or there's Natural Finesse, you're gonna try to get like Distant or Percent or something like this. We also have to compensate for the lack of buffs that we currently don't have. So we're gonna do that. Maybe we can do like 1 or 2 extra items because we don't have those buffs yet. Crowd control is not really what you want though. Yes, percent damage. So you would do something like that if you have this available already. Don't waste your mats because you're gonna have more stuff later that you want to temper in World Tier 3, for example, with sacred items. Get damage to crowd control, pretty useless. Okay, let's not do anything on the boots, but here we would do something like a life temper. As I said, you want to try to hit something like around 1000 life or so if you go Capstone. So either you can get us from level ups and better gear, or maybe you get a recipe for it and then like some rubies or something. Let's add 1, I don't know, armor roll or rest roll or something. You have a bit of rest here. Dodge, yeah, whatever. So let's not overdo it. Let's go with this and see how it goes. Now we could do 1 power from the codex, from the dungeon I completed earlier, so which one would we do here? We can do the Edge Masters, Control is also kind of nice to have. Apparently Stormswell is even in the codex, I didn't know that, that's kind of cool as well. So I think I was gonna throw in like an Edge Masters aspect. That is kind of nice, it's like Old Stones in Scosglen. So just throw that in here as like a codex power to compensate for the dungeon we've done earlier. Let's do a gem. You want to put rubies, 3 of them. And we're gonna do, let's just do a diamond, I suppose. Get some auras here, and we have no other sockets. So this is what I got. Yeah, not looking too great. We have not really a good combo of powers. Audacity could save our lives though. And we have this on the codex. So basically full yellow plus Edge Masters. So this is kind of what we're looking at here right now. And we can also maybe try 1 or 2 rolls on our gear. Maybe get some rest, get some armor. Or some extra life rolls or something. So this is very cheap here to do like 1 roll, not more than 1. Just do like 1 roll. Try to get something. Here's life, for example. Life per second probably not too great here. There's life as well. So just try to stack this up a little bit. We do no change here. Arc Lash, for example, not very useful. That's also life. This is fine. We don't have to waste our mats. Crit doesn't help us currently. But nothing helps us really, so 2% resource cost is not very good. More life. Can do more life. And more life. And we actually went up like almost 200 life here or something, so that's kind of nice. With just like 10 rare crystals and I don't know, 100k gold or so that we got from the turn-in for the Whispers anyway. That's it. Now, any stuff we want to adjust here? I think we're going to take out some of these points to maybe invest more into some damage here. We also don't really freeze anything currently, so we can do this. We can take out here, get our Hydra a bit beefed up, and we want to get a point in warmth. So we do that. We have 4 points here. Okay, you might be wondering why did I take out the damage reduction from teleport. It's just because I kind of want to keep my teleport ready for the most part and not really press it much. Okay. So that's what it looks like. We have like 20 something res. The Curator does mostly cold damage actually, so if you have a lot of cold res, that actually makes it also much easier to do this Capstone dungeon. Yo, Jay Harrison, thank you, man. Is Cold Clip going to be in a lot of builds? Yeah. Cold Clip is a pretty cracked aspect, and then goes into a lot of rogue builds. Especially those that don't really have like a lot of like build specific powers, like Dario's rogue for example, Aerostorm's rogue, I put it. Each chill everything easily and stuff. Okay, we could go for Frost Nova if we wanted to be a bit safer. That can kind of like save us here as well. But our damage seems okay actually, looking at this here. Keep in mind we are much stronger than before because of the tempers now and these kind of things. Actually I think I might go Flame Shield, just to be on the safe side here, instead of this Inferno stuff. We do 1, 2... Maybe not even 1, 2, 3. We could go for a heal, but we have warmth. So you could go for something else here. You can go Glass Cannon if you want, for a bit more damage. Take only 4% more damage, would do 12% more. That's pretty strong, Glass Cannon. Maybe get a level up here. Yep. Boom. Glass Cannon pretty powerful. And let's take Flame Shield. Okay, these guys here, they have Teleport and Lightning Enchanted. So they always have this combo, and I think they also have the Summoning every time. So I think they're always the same. And then you want to be careful to not stand in all these like lightning blocks here. Where's the light? Can you turn it on? Can you turn it on again? Well. Okay, press your Flame Shield, press your Potion. Yeah, these guys hurt quite a lot. So you gotta be careful. Especially once you teleport. Also don't get stabbed by this. You wanna sidestep this stab attack. It will CC you and probably kill you. I'm spending a lot of my health potions here, so pick them up. I'm gonna take a short break and eat after this dungeon. Gonna cut that out from the video, that's fine. Damn, man. He does a lot of damage. Gotta be careful here. Also with the crossbows later, you gotta be careful. Okay. We can probably go to the other side. We have over half already. So we might actually finish on the other side. I'm not gonna do this corner now because there's probably nothing. Let's go here. Is this leveling path worth going on a Barb? Yeah, you kind of do the same leveling path. You do a Helltide, get to like level 25, 30 or something. Maybe if you don't feel that confident to do Capstone that early, then you can do it later, just keep 2 more Helltides. Like the general strategy is the same on any class and any build. Helltide into Nightmare Dungeons. It's just kind of like comes down to like the details of when do you go for it, and when you go next to tier and so on. So right now I do feel kind of squishy, since we're liking some of the defensive buffs from, for example, Line the Elements that we're gonna have next patch. And I think they're also buffing the The healing on warmth. And they're also buffing the base the barrier of ice armor. So you can no longer stack up ice armor. Doing damage, but right now we don't actually get that much out of this. So the extra base would probably be stronger. Some items here. Get the items because at level 28 to 32 we can actually equip them. We might get lucky with like a nice weapon. Okay, we have 4 potions. You might be wondering why I'm not upgrading my potions. They're not really important to upgrade. Most of the healing from potion is actually the percent healing. That's always the same. It's always 45 over 3 seconds. And then you have a tiny bit of flat healing when you press it, instant healing. But it's really kind of minor. So most of the time you don't really care. Oh. Yeah, definitely feel a bit squishy currently. But we got this guy. And look, we didn't have to go up there. So let's go this way now. And there will be a potion refill before the boss. So we can just use that. Did I put a second enchant? I wish I could, but unfortunately we have to wait until 30 for that. I got an 84 life chest. Kinda nice. Okay, here we don't actually have to kill anything, so don't struggle your way through this. Just kind of like run. If you have potions left, just press the potion. Do a teleport. Keep like teleport or evade ready, one of the two. To make sure you don't get stuck somewhere. And just kind of run to the boss. Click the healing well, and then go in. There's no reason to kill anything here. It's kind of like low DPS, slow kills. Just put a sticky note over level 30. Easy, yeah. Okay, for this boss fight, you wanna dodge the Lord Commander, the big guys' slams. They do the most damage here. And you wanna kill the Sacred Physician first, because he will res the other guys. So focus on this guy. Don't stand in one straight line from the Lord Commander. And we got the first dude. The voted champion is pretty tanky. He has like the barrier all the time with the shield. But that's fine, I guess. Lord Commander actually just melted from the Hydras. So that's kind of cool. And we got him. This fight is usually pretty easy. Curator is also not too hard, I will show you later. But people like to complain about, for example, crossbows. Now in part 2 we have crossbows everywhere. So this can be dangerous. Especially when you don't have much armor. Usually at this point for like level 50 enemies, you actually want to have something like 4 or 5k armor. Or so. Yeah, around 4k I think is probably what you would need to be armor capped. So we're very far away from that. We have almost no damage reduction here. Got a dagger for 34, that's a bit high. 29 though. We can use that weapon soon. Get a nice wand there. Look, it's like more than double DPS. Unfortunately, not a two-handed weapon. A two-handed weapon would be ideal. These are 31 staff. Okay, now here we're mostly going to be careful with the crossbows. And also the big knight dudes. They can slam us. We don't want to get hit by that. One trick here with the slay our objective that we have. As long as you engage all of the enemies once, they will eventually teleport to you when you just kind of like keep moving forward. So here, just hit the guys once. You don't have to clean up like every single monster. So try to get what you can, and then depending on the build, you know, sometimes you can just clean up everything easily, but other builds, they might have like a cooldown, or, you know, you have like some very costly attack that hits like most of the enemies, and then a few guys live. Yeah, that will just teleport to you later, as long as you engage them once. So you can kind of just walk forward here. Get slammed. And we're almost 29, and we can equip the weapon. We have Edge Master on us, but it's probably still an upgrade, even without imprinting it. Our attack bar is probably gonna go to like nearly 2k or something with that new weapon. $6,890 armor for level 70 cap. Okay. Sounds about right, yeah. And here it should be like around 4.5 maybe, I don't know. Oh, 5,200 actually, okay. A bit more than I thought. I mean, 5,000 is hard to reach, and you don't necessarily need to be capped, you know. Capped is something that you want to be in late game. Once you're like approaching the 100, that's fine to go for the cap then. You don't need to be capped while, you know, level 30 or something. But having more armor is definitely nice. I got a point here. Could do warmth just to have more healing. And then we take damage so we don't have to spam our potions that much. Yeah, our health just goes up. Cool. Okay, evade the call spurs. Put the hiders on call spurs to kind of deal with them easily. So the main objective is, for now, live through this capstone and then get to level 35. That will usually take like around one nightmare dungeon, depending on which one you get, how short it is, if you get an event or something. So usually it's like one nightmare dungeon and then you're like 35, you have a bunch of sacred loot and you're gonna be way more powerful. Then you go temporary items and you basically go world tier 4. Or again, you wait a little bit if you're not that comfortable. You know, get a few more levels, maybe get to 50 even. You get the big power spike from Paragons and all these skill points and better gear and all that. But yeah, the speedrunners, they usually go like world tier 4 around level 35. Or maybe at level 50. You know, as I said, with the Paragons, it's a nice boost. On the first character of the season, when you don't really have like all the imprints and all the temper manuals and stuff, it can be really rough to go at level 35, to be fair. For Twinks, it's pretty easy though. You know, if you just go in and you temper like 500% additive damage, you imprint, you know, all the stuff, get a bunch of defense on the imprints as well. You don't have any defensive powers right now. There could be Might Aspect, could be Disobedience or Juggernaut. A lot of stuff that would help us here. Concentration Aspect for the Hydra spawns. Seraph, appreciate the sub, man. Thanks. And here we go, here comes the Horde. Don't get surprised by this. So these are all the remaining enemies now, all at once. And it also spawns some new ones sometimes. So it's a combination of existing monsters and new monsters. Codex. Oh, I wanted to equip that thing actually. Let's see our attack power. Goes to 1600. Also has 40% damage on it. Okay, I think that is an upgrade. I forgot to equip that weapon actually, almost 30 now. Anything else? Lots of life on this thing. This power doesn't do anything for us anyway, so we can just do it. Now we could go out and then print again or something. We also have this here almost. So you have two really good high level weapons. After level 30 at least, so we can go in and print temper this again, and then we try to get to 30. Okay, we don't have a Scroll of Escape yet. On Hardcore you can find Scrolls of Escape starting at level 20. Now it's not very unlucky to not have one yet, but if you hit like level 70 or so and don't have one, then that's a bit of a struggle. It's nice to have one ready just in case something goes really wrong in this fight. And I also forgot to refill my potions, so I have to do it with 7. I should have gone to town here to refill. There's actually no healing well, unfortunately. Okay, but he burns. Just try to deal with the call spurs and maybe the skeleton archers as soon as you can. Kind of wanted to try to stay at like a mid-range distance, and you know, you can dodge these projectiles here or get hit by 1 or 2, that's not too bad. As you can see here. Okay, here we go. That's our flame shield maybe. Don't get blasted. Do a bit of circle around him. He will explode these walls soon. Actually, he will die soon. Ah, this is the explosion. So you don't want to stand in those extra walls when they start glowing like this. And we got a ring. We rotate 3. There we go. 1 hour 11. Pretty decent. Oh, hey, Gert, hello. I have to check. I don't remember it right now. Wait, is that classic or... No, retail, right? I was on Twisting Nether on retail. Wow. Okay, world tier 3, guys. And do we have any upgrades? Here's a lot of life. It's actually a decent weapon. Now, if this is a twink, guys, you can go and at the Alchemist, you could have done this before the Capstone as well. You can craft legendaries at the Alchemist. But this only works for twinks, because it's pretty costly. You need like a bunch of gold and materials and stuff to do this. Man, we get really terrible luck with our legendary powers, to be fair. So far we have not really gotten anything, man. We're just gonna imprint another Edge Masters here on our weapon. We do this. And we do our tempers again to compensate for the lack of buffs and stuff. So let's just do not weapon. You could have also gone for Elemental Surge if you have that as a twink. But only the legendary one is really worth it. You kind of kill stuff with that super fast. Like this boss here, you just get a few Elemental Surge procs, that's it. For example, it kind of carries you all the way to like 50 very easily. Let me get close. And... is there something else we replaced? No, it was just this thing, right? Can we get something better? Yeah, terrible. So we do this one as well, I guess. Okay. Now we want to see if there's like any other items that we would care about. This is technically an upgrade. Maybe we're gonna go for it, but we don't also want to make sure we don't waste our materials too much. So if there's like a season start run, you just don't have that many materials. Oh, I just realized I actually tempered the wrong item. I want to do this one. So let's see if we get a percent damage. Yeah. It's a stuff actually. Setup works as well. Two-handed, just temper one thing. We're gonna save this one, we're gonna equip it. This is also fine. I think I would give up the Audacity just to get these stats. And we do this, we do this. Get rid of some stuff. We have to focus here that we're actually not going to use anymore. There's another stuff actually. We have a level 31. We don't need that anymore. We got 3 curses. Very good for Fireball. Fireball is very good build.
Need something for
Will be nice to have already. Okay. So now we are good to go for World Tier 3. And now you might think, okay, I'm going back to Helltide. But this is not what you're gonna do. If you go to Helltide in World Tier 3 at level 29, you're gonna get obliterated. On hardcore, you're gonna insta-die most likely. So you don't want to do that. Instead, you use the sigil that we just got and you go into the Nightmare Dungeons. So that's what you're gonna do, and then we're gonna try to hit 35. But before that, short break, guys. So I'm gonna pause the timer. Need to finish this here. Why don't you use jewelry aspects? Because I haven't gotten anything. So you can go and do some dungeons now, for example. But it just kind of slows you down, you know. Each dungeon takes like, let's say, 5 minutes or so to get your codex power unlock, and you might not even have many materials to actually print anything. So at this point on your first character in your season, you can't imprint that much. You do like 1, 2, 3 items here and there, and that's about it, and some tempers. Ketchup for fries. Yeah, apparently this is what the Greek KFC gives you. I also like Mayo a lot more. Are the overall costs for gambling different in World Tier? In lower World Tier? No, they're not. They're the same. So there's no point to gamble anything in World Tier 2. You go to World Tier 3, get to 35, see what sacreds you have, and whatever you don't have, you're gonna gamble. You can't get mayo at all in McDonald's in UK, holy. Using WSD to move? No, I don't actually, Fred. Sometimes I do it while in town or something. So it's like, you know, you have your inventory open and then you have your skill tree open. But this is what I do. But for like typical fights, I don't do WC. I have lived in Greece already for like 2 years. You're a mayo enjoyer and everything. I also like mayonnaise a lot. Is Rogue okay? Rogue is pretty okay. Far at the top. Hi, Minin. You think you should keep some sashes on you for pocket mayo? Oh man. Ice armor aspect where he adopts the ice spikes would help with some of the clutter to clear. True, there is like this ice armor, ice spikes aspect. I've never tried this actually. It is not required for the build, right? Let me see that. Wait, where is it an offensive power? Ice spike. Okay, yeah, ice spikes deal 15% increased damage to frozen enemies. That's not very powerful. And it's also not in the codex. So that doesn't help us. You can only get the stuff that you can get from the codex. So they made so the Glacial now doesn't have a damage buff anymore. I think they swapped this around for something, right? So deep freezing was always used for the radius. And now the 15% increased damage is gone here, I think. Then it's on this one. But they wouldn't use this anyway. Right? Would you? Oh, maybe actually. I mean, you still get more ice spikes, but I'm not sure how many more you get. Usually it was not used, I think, for the build. But it does have this 15% damage bonus, which is okay. So if, let's say if you get like, you know, 10 or 20% more ice spikes out of this by just having permanent ice armor running, it might be okay, but I guess it's not good enough for that. How do I find the weather? It's good for the beach. Unfortunately, there's no beach here right now. You're gonna hard stack uniques, not sure if you're gonna have slots for 15% damage. Yeah, 15% damage against frozen targets. You know? You have to freeze them first of all. Well, yeah. It's still not a good aspect. I don't think this would make the cut for a Blizzard build. Like, your rings are gonna be like Tarasha, Starless. Then you have Glacial aspect probably on the neck. And then you have the deep freeze thing somewhere here. And then you have only 2 more offensive slots. So this is probably gonna be like Shredding Blades and Storm Swell or something. It's 1 or 2 ice spikes per second while moving. Yeah, that seems pretty terrible. Oh wait, we also need blue rose here actually. So you're gonna go blue rose and Starless, I guess. And then you have like 1 extra power at the end. You can be like conceded, you don't need to make enemies vulnerable. Although, you need vulnerable anyway for Fidget Fate, right? Chain Lightning Gang. Yeah, Chain Lightning is gonna be interesting to try. Yeah, you need vulnerable for Fidget Fate anyway. Yeah, I mean, you can fix resources without Stardust. You don't need Stardust to fix resources on Blizzard. But Stardust is so good, man. Like, yeah, Tarasha gives you like this 60% buff, but Stardust also gives you a 50% buff anyway. And half the resource cost. And Blizzard is a very hungry build. So... where's the new one? Look at this, man. 17.5 base attack speed, 12.5 base crit. All skills kind of useless, lucky hit. Also not great, but those two stats, man. You master it up a bit, you have like 30% attack speed, 20% plus crit, 50% damage, 50% RCR. I mean, insane. And Tarasha does have pretty good stats too. Let's see. Okay, now the big advantage is on Blizzard builds, you can actually get the full stack very easily, right? There's like no weapon tempo you care about. As far as I know. There's no Ice Spikes tempo or something. This is weird Blizzard size that you don't actually want to use. So you actually get the 80% bonus from Tarasha. Has cooldown, has non-fizz. And he's the third ring. That's a lot of Ice Spike damage, man. 350. Damn. And cold. So that cold actually gives you the non-physical damage you need, right? Usually you want to try to stack non-physical damage to get the Frigid Fate board, but you have cold here anyway, so it doesn't matter. This gives you like all the Frigid Fate opponents you need, basically. Yeah, okay. So, greater affix, triple masterwork to get 94% chance for Ice Spikes to explode twice. Aspect of Frozen Wake. Oh, wait a minute. And just search for Ice Spikes, I guess. Wait, this was already the case though. This is PDR stuff. This is what we have in the planner already. This is not red text. So we already have these in the planner. Everything that's not red, we have in the planner. Yeah, I mean, Tarasha is good enough to be close to Starless, but the problem is that if you don't have Starless guys, and you have two unique rings, how are you going to solve the resources? You're going to put a resource power on your neck? Or you're just going to try to, I don't know, get like double or triple mana regen somewhere on your chest and helm or whatever. But then you also can't use like unique helms and stuff, right? If you want to get resources, they actually removed a lot of these resource powers from all of these uniques. Most uniques do not give you resources, really. So you really have to like invest into resources some other way. The only one that really does it well is Stardust, guys. A good problem to have. Yeah. I guess he's gonna try to get a Terrasha ring early on because it's from Marshan, it's easy to get. Blue Rose is on Duriel, so that we'll have to wait a little bit. And then you go Blue Rose plus Stardust later, once you have Stardust. And once you have Stardust, you probably have enough mana. With like 1 mana roll on the boots or something. Flavor better for speed farming than Whirlwind. Yeah, it's like Flay slash Rupture. You kind of like leap around, Rupture stuff, everything dies. Could have also Flay. I mean, the Whirlwind build got one of the biggest hits of all builds, basically. If you're talking about the Whirlwind, you know, Berserk Ripping, Terrorist Might thing. In fact, they did not actually break the synergy between Berserk Ripping and blood damage effects, which I find to be quite problematic. But okay. Does it push builds and using 3-4 uniques like they wanted? If they would limit maximum 1 mythic unique per item, per character, then this would actually be kind of accurate, I think, for most builds, yeah. But since the mythic uniques are so powerful, you know, basically everyone is going to go either for Andariel or Shaco or something. Everyone is going to have Tyrius. Almost everyone is going to have Stardust. A lot of builds on Barb will run Grandfather or Doombringer or both. Some stuff from Rogue can do Doombringer as well if you want, and these kind of things. So the mythic uniques are kind of like the problem here. And I think something like a limit 1 mythic unique would kind of make sense. So you actually have a bit of like a choice to make. Christ, it Meteor Helm. Yeah, they could have definitely buffed the Meteor Helm a bit more. Maximum is already being updated for Season 5. The healers are out and some of the builds up. Probably published also already. It's like over the next 1 or 2 days. Okay. I'll be 1 minute and then we continue the run. Let's do it. Okay, turn on his light now.
One more light.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Mother miss. Still standing here. About to pray. What am I eating? This is a wrap. Nini got some KFC earlier. Surprisingly. Dark leisure. Yeah. I do have 2 little lights here, but I don't want to turn it up too much because they will blind me. I'd like to have like maybe another light coming from this side or so that I can turn up a bit more. And then there's more illumination in the room. I have like a big light here, but it kind of looks awful as well. But we'll see. We're just building up the room right now. They should move the Starfall Corona to offhand so we can use Mega CDR from Shaka for medium build. That would be kind of cool. Maybe you're gonna get other cooldown reduction tools though. Oh, there's light diffusers for photography. I'm not sure exactly what I mean right now. Investing in Elgato. I know Elgato, I actually had some hardware from them. Okay, almost done, guys. Here's the update for Season 5, yeah? Why does Maxwell Planner not update for the Season 5 stuff or make it possible to choose seasons like the 4 builds? You can choose seasons in the planner, but I mean, right now there is no season theme anyway. At least nothing that impacts the builds. But you can choose the seasons here. You know, I can do like Season 3, Season 2, whatever. But right now everything's just eternal anyway. And the updates are not there because we data mine the game for the updates. So we have everything that was on a PTR, but we don't have the updated patch notes. So this will be all on Tuesday, basically. As soon as the preload starts, 1 hour before the season start, we're gonna data mine the game, and like, you know, a few minutes later, basically, we're gonna have the planner updated. Until then, I mean, you know, you can check what the uniques do anyway, make your builds, and there you go. The aspect of inevitable fate. This is the one that gives you like this damage every 7 seconds when they're below 35% with a dot or something, right? Honestly, I don't believe in that aspect at all. It sounds like a scuffed X-Files ring to me. We like a Shred, by the way. Yeah, Shred is probably one of the weakest Druid builds out there. In fact, we are archiving the Shred guide for Season 5. Maybe we will bring it back over time, but right now we're kind of like not very well situated with our Druid riders. We have like Boiler, who's like doing most of the stuff on Druid, and we have Panda Glassjaw that we recruited recently, who's also doing some of the Druid guides. If we had more people, that would be good. Also, why do I have 150 latency right now? I have pretty bad latency right now. Are we lagging? No. 130. Let's go to a relog. That helm transfer, man, what is that? I've never seen that. Which class the most fun to play? That's objectively Rogue. Source, trust me, bro. Okay, it's finally time to continue the run, guys. So, let's start a timer. We are in World Tier 3. And the objective is to do a Sarah's Lair, apparently. Unfortunately, we don't have any pots. If we had some flowers now, which you can collect during the Hell Tides, I guess you can craft maybe a pot. Just try to have like a pot running every time you go out. 10 bundled herbs, 35. You probably have that as well at this point, just on doing Helltide. Yeah, this costs 5 bundled herbs. So definitely just like, you know, try to get a few. You're also gonna start finding them. Just have to have like any potion running. Spiritborn looks so good, gotta wait 3 months. Let me tell you a secret, it's actually 2 months. And we also have Spiritborn in the Maxwell planner now. So I can go start making your builds now. Alright, we are level 29, so we gotta be a bit careful here. Also, we have like a new weapon and an offhand at level 30, I think. Our rest is not really good. It's probably like negative. Okay, not quite, but not really good. And we are 30. So just kind of like slowly progress, get your XP. You see how fast the XP goes up. In Nightmare Dungeons, most people probably don't know this, but Nightmare Dungeons have an extra XP bonus. In Nightmare difficulty, it's 30%, and in Torment, it's 80%. The same bonus also applies in the Pit, actually, in World Tier 4, which is kind of cool. So technically, it's a lot of XP to go there. Okay, we can do Fireball here. Fireball enchant actually very good. Fireball, sorry. And we wanted to equip our staff, right? I did not imprint it now, so F. But it's a lot of power, so we're gonna do it anyway. No imprint, we have no offensive power. In fact, we have no power at all. That actually helps us. Hectic, Audacity, I guess tiny bit of defense there, tiny bit of cooldown, but I wouldn't really count it. But yeah, actually this is going okay. That machine is fine. It's kind of like slowly progress. When I click these chests, they can drop loot. They can also sometimes spawn elites, which is kind of cool. There's like some dungeons where they used to have objectives, something like, you know, release the prisoners or something. And those objectives have been removed over time, but the prisoners are still there. I can still click them, and then every time you do that, they spawn like 3 elites. It's kind of like a hidden little extra. Get an elixir of holy bolts. We can use it for 2 more days. I'm not gonna pop it now, we already have one running, so let's just go with that. Holy bolts would be very powerful though now if you found this. But that's not gonna be in Season 5. There's gonna be maybe a new elixir. I wonder if they're gonna make a new elixir actually. Or 2, like they did in Season 4 with the holy bolts and the momentum. These are supposed to be seasonal elixirs. Okay, one sad part about suppressors is the dots don't actually keep ticking while you're out of the bubble. So you can apply the dot in the bubble and then run out, and the dot will stop doing damage. Pretty annoying. And we have a suppressor map right now, so you always have to be close. Okay, this is going okay though. Start to be careful. We have 1500 life, which is okay. Let me see, like 2 Hydras, 2 Firewalls. That's it. Bit of Fireball spam, that's it. So we're actually doing fine here right now. This is okay. We could go for the 3rd point in 90 elements. Could also go maybe 1 or 2 points in protection. So whenever we press our teleport, we get a barrier. Whenever we press our flame shield, we have a bit of like a leftover barrier after the flame shield. Our ice armor is basically stronger. So it's nice to pick it up early as well. Okay, try to loot everything. Get the red crystals, get the materials. Early on you want everything you can get. In Season 5, enchanting will now cost these legendary salvage materials that you find sometimes. You also get them from events a lot. So whenever you use these dungeon events, you want to do them every time. They're usually very good XP. There's a few exceptions, like Potent Blood, for example, is probably the worst one. It's like the one where you have to help a hunter and then like, he drains the beasts or something. That's a kind of bad event, but almost everything else is just kind of really good. Also, if you get like cursed shrines, they're very powerful. Cursed chests are very good. All this stuff is very nice. You always want to do them. And you get Angel Breath meanwhile, you get materials, you get lots of XP, obols. Very good. Even at level 100, when you're just like farming your glyphs, it's kind of nice. Oh, look. Okay. Let's try to use it. Let's see how much XP we get. We have 33.5. We have 50 seconds. I predict we're gonna get to 35 easily here. The curse events also like intensify, like the curse chest in particular towards the end. Most events get a bit more intense later, even if there's not that many monsters at the start. Here's 34. Okay, I'm not sure about easily, but we're getting there. 35. Have we found a weapon yet is the question. You definitely want to have like a weapon upgrade here. Sacred. Yeah, here's 35. Boom. 2 seconds left. Yeah, this is the power of cursed events. Very good dungeon for it as well, with all the spiders. It's a nice dungeon. Oh, look at all the sacred items. And here. Plus 292 DPS. Which I think we want to temper it first though, or we want to maybe do something like this here. Here's an offhand. That's also pretty good. This might be worth it. We can look at our attack power in that case. Usually I always say don't look at attack power, but in that case when you do like very simple comparisons like this, like we have percent damage here, we mostly have like percent damage on our items anyway. We don't really have like a lot of like special stats or aspects or something that kind of like change how our build functions. So in that case, attack power is actually telling you a little bit what's going on. I guess we're gonna wait until we're back in town. Now, this is Star's lair. I guess we're just gonna get a bit more XP over here. It goes pretty well. We could also just go to the boss now. But this has been a pretty smooth run. At 5 levels. Oh, got a legendary. And another weapon, a glove. We have a lot of stuff now, so when we go to town, we have gathered 340 obols already, I think, since the start. We don't want to waste all of them, since we're gonna go to World Tier 4 and gamble a few things there. But I can definitely like just fill in the gaps. Here's some res, very cool. We're also not very good against bosses currently, so we don't really want to go for the bosses. We don't really want to finish the dungeon necessarily, since you can't even upgrade any glyphs. Only at level 50 you can have glyphs and then upgrade those. So before that the glyph XP is just wasted. Not like we get much in a tier 1. Yeah, I can't even press this thing. And we got another sigil. Forgotten Ruins. So now we have the choice to go World Tier 4. Or get a few more levels. That's a good neck. We have some res. More res, life, int. This is perfect. We have disobedience as well for some armor. This is a very good chest there. When your core skills overpower, blood boiling aspect. Very funny. Okay. Got some pretty good stuff here. Int and res. He has lots of armor, that's good. Maybe we can try to do a roll on this to get something better. He has fire res. Now we have a chest. He has a plus 476 armor as well, just baseline. And a good. Okay, we actually got a good bunch of stuff here. Mana per second, int, and res. That's very good. And eluding aspect to kind of keep us alive. He's also plus 3 to firewall. This is tempting. Life and firewall, pretty good combo. 3 ranks of firewall would be kind of noticeable currently. Okay, I guess we go to town. Second enchant. Oh, true, I actually didn't have one all this time. To be honest, the second enchant doesn't do that much currently. I would be kind of tempted to just go ice armor for that, actually. When you get hit, you have a chance to trigger ice armor. Because there is fireball enchant, you can do that. But it barely triggers at this point. 25% chance of dealing burning damage to spawn 2 fireballs for 3 seconds. We'll see how often it triggers. But yeah, you can do that. You can do ice blades maybe if we have points for that. We also want to spend our points here. So it will be time to go Endless Pyre maybe. There's also Inner Flames. So let's get that. We have 12% damage here, 10% damage there. So that's actually a pretty powerful boost since we're mostly doing burning. You have the Glass Cannon already. So yeah, we have a lot of the good damage passives now. And now we imprint again, I guess. You could actually put like Edge Masters on a neck or something, because why not? I've got a Girdling Head. Nice. Do a few Tempers. Costs 4 Way Crystals, 7 Iron Chunks. That's not really a problem. We just put like damage again on all of our stuff. Or distant damage is fine, even close is probably okay in most cases. Here maybe we could do a defensive. At this point you probably have like a res recipe, so you want to try to up our resistances a little bit since we want to go World Tier 4. So this would be the time now to start putting some res. We also need a bit of extra life. We don't even have a lot of life. So in that case you want to probably do life here. We actually have almost full Sacred. Just need 2 rings, that's it. Having something like 3k plus life, I would say, is recommended when you go World Tier 4. And good res and a bit of armor. So you kind of want to have like all that. You got an armor temper there. Mobility or something. We're not going to waste our materials now, it's fine. So we can go with this. Maybe upgrade this here to something better. 50% damage if we can. Nope, this was actually a downgrade. Okay, now we're missing 2 rings and we have full Sacred, so let's do it. Ring, ring. Got 2 yellows. This one has res. Here we go. We're actually very capped on fire res now. Want a bit of lightning and then we're good actually, look. Maybe we can change this fire res to something else. Let's redo this. What's the question, Prosperous? Okay, I got distant, and let's roll a few things. So, overpower, pretty useless. Can do int or 15% damage. At this point it would maybe be okay to go int, it also gives us res. So that's kind of okay actually. 1 mana on kill is not that impressive. He has 200 life, that's pretty good. Just try to do like 1 roll everywhere where you don't have a good stat. So here's something like all res, int, mana, this is fine, we're gonna keep that. We can keep that. Charge bolts is useless. I guess we can do a lucky hit here. I'm gonna keep that. And here, maybe we're gonna try to get an armor roll or something. Like a bit more armor would be helpful. We have 4.6k and disobedience for 28%. We're gonna have like 5.5 or so. But we need something like 7k for armor cap against level 70 monsters. So we're not quite there. But it is what it is. And now we also put lightning res. We don't really have lightning res at all. But this is what we got. So try to even it out a bit. The jeweler. At level 40, we could go to 40 to get the topaz. Maybe I would do like 1 more dungeon real quick, get to 40, all we added. And then get the stronger gems. We can do 3 rubies. Let's gonna craft those already, and then we're gonna do 1 topaz that we're gonna throw in, and then I guess it's capstone time. It's got a few levels here. Starting Barbs or Sorc better for leveling early next season? Yeah, Sorcs are very good in the early levels. Chain Lightning, Firewall, Fireball, Enchant, like you're kind of just flying. But Barbs are pretty solid as well. Okay, we should be really strong now already, let's see. And look, our Hydra is burning. Very nice. We had kind of low life, but otherwise we're actually looking pretty good. I'm just gonna try to go to 40. Look at the XP bar flying now. If you could stuff at this pace, you could easily just farm a bunch of more levels now in World Tier 3. If you don't want to go World Tier 4 just yet, you could even get to 50 relatively fast, you see. This is like 1 minute level up maybe. Or less even. And it's not even a good dungeon. Forgotten Ruins is a pretty terrible dungeon. So, if that was Sauron's Lair, or Blind Burrows or something, Spider Dungeons, very good. And it's Season 5 in 46 hours, actually. I forgot to salvage my items, so we might actually fill up our inventory here. Oh, I saw the Fireball enchant proc there. It does happen sometimes, it seems. Since you also spam more fireballs, sometimes you can proc it maybe. Hey, Patton, thank you for the sub. Where can you find this build? Well, you look at the Fireball leveling guide on Maxwell, it should be pretty similar to this, I guess. We're just putting this together here as we go, basically. I didn't really check it out. It's just kind of like, you know, we're building this. And depending on what you find, you might probably want to adjust some stuff anyway, you know. As I said earlier, if you find some aspects, if you find some uniques, especially uniques, there's a lot of stuff now that's really powerful. On the Sorc, there's a lot of like kind of build-altering uniques that may make you change your build and stuff. Got 3 points again, man, it's going fast. So we probably don't even need the boar that much anymore. Let's take out 1 maybe. I could do the lucky hit now to start getting, for example, more fireball procs on the enchant. Could also do the teleport thing here. Can do also the ice armor, so you get the shorter cooldown, since you are actually spending a lot of mana. While ice armor is active, reduce the cooldown by 1 second every 50 mana you spend. That's actually really good power for Frozen Orb, because Frozen Orb you have like so much Conjuration Mastery ranks and Conjuration Mastery stacks that you just have like basically infinite mana and you just like spam your Frozen Orbs. You spend like 100 mana per second or so and you actually reduce your ice armor to 0 really quick while it's active. You can just have perma ice armor. For something like Frozen Orb, that's really strong. We have 40. We could actually just leave this dungeon now. It's not really a reason to finish it. So, why not? We go Capstone. Level 40. Now, there would be a reason to finish it, which is that you get a sigil at the end that you can salvage. But worst case, if you're on road to 4 and you don't have a sigil, you do 1 round of Whispers. And you have a sigil most likely. So, we just do that. We do want to salvage though, so before we start, I guess we do a salvage. And my starting class is gonna be Sorc, Fred. And build, I mean, we're gonna do something similar for this here for the early leveling, and then we're gonna transition to Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear is a really cool build in Season 5. Actually, I realized I never imprinted Edge Masters again, right? So we have no power right now. I could do it. Let's do it. I have a question about Fist of Fate and definition of attack. Would a lucky hit proc be an attack? That's actually a very good question. And apparently Fist of Fate does not work for procs, at least not for most procs. Apparently it does work for some. And that's a bit of a struggle. Because you probably have to test every single one. Apparently it works for Elemental Surge, I heard. And I actually put Fist of Fate in, for example, my Aerostone's Rogue, and apparently it doesn't work. I don't have one to test it right now. That would be good to confirm before the season start though. Because then I have to just replace it with like a normal glove. It's not like the end of the world, but Fist of Fate would be really nice to have. Alright, we're going to Fallen Temple, level 40. And since we are going that early, we're going to level 40, and we have to do probably like 2 nightmare dungeons or so to actually get to 55. Maybe even more, maybe even 3, depending on how many events you get and stuff. So we're gonna get a bunch of ancestral loot, and we don't actually have to use our obels. Keep reading about Lightning Spear build, but I haven't seen it. I played it on PTR, and in fact I've recorded a guide for it already. That will go live soon, if it's not already. Very cool build. The pants and chain lightning drop, where? All of the new uniques will drop Infernal Hordes. On the PTR there was also like Grigor that dropped one of the new uniques for all the classes, but I'm not sure if that was just a weird PTR thing or what. Okay, we're gonna do Align the Elements free, and we're gonna do Mana Shield now. Mana Shield is a pretty good defensive passive as well. Kinda similar to the first Capstone dungeon, we don't really care about killing stuff here. This is just the Capstone dungeon. Relatively high level monsters, we're gonna kill stuff pretty slow, and we don't get an XP bonus like we do in Nightmare Dungeons. So we don't really want to do anything here, just kind of like walk through it. Keep one of your evade charges ready, or your teleport, so we can not get stuck. Now the main dangerous enemies here are the big marauder guys, like the cannibals. They do like a big cold wave attack. The Animus Carriers later, for example, do that in this dungeon. These are like the hardest enemies here. You want to have a bunch of cold res at least. And for Elias, you want to have a bunch of fire and shadow res. He does fire and shadow. Okay, we go in there, start the event. Here you can just run circles, this doesn't give any XP. You just wait until close to the end and kill everything. It's kind of like the survival events in some other dungeons. You probably have a good chance on Helltide chests for the uniques. Nah, you can get uniques from Helltide, but Helltide is not a way to target farm uniques. If you want to get a specific unique, you go and kill that boss that drops that unique. Or in that case, you go and do Infernal Hordes, because Infernal Hordes has like all of the new uniques. So this is how you do it. You don't just go Helltide and hope for the best. I mean, you can farm Helltide, you know, there are reasons to do Helltide. But uniques are not the reason. Okay, let's fill up our potions if we can. We got the stone. There we go. Are you guys putting out the Cataclysm build for Druid? Yeah, guys, I mean, we had the patch notes 2 nights ago. Chill out. You're gonna get your guides in time. But give the people some time to actually write the guide. That'll be good. So before season start, everything is gonna be updated on Maxwell. Yeah, I mean, you know, these guides, they take hours, you know, each of them. And many of our writers have like, you know, 4, 5, 6 guides or whatever. So they literally sit there like all day right now and write updates. So what rope is the best for boss killing? Barrage or Rapid Fire. They're both gonna just delete so many bosses basically. Maybe even without stagger when you have Umber Crux. You might actually be strong enough to just kill 4 man-to-man dead bosses without stagger. Or worst case, you just stagger them real quick and kapow. Okay, this Capstone is actually going pretty well. Now we can just like start filling up some more of these passives here, so Mana Shield, Protection, this is like 3 more points, then we're gonna be 44, and we have 5 more to go. Devouring Blaze is not something we need right now. Could do Soul Fire, gives us a bit of damage and mana cost reduction. Can do Precision Magic for a lucky hit. Can also go back to Elemental Dominance here for Fireball spam. There's a bunch of options now that you can just kind of use to fill up the last points. You can also go for Teleport, gives us a shorter cooldown. Okay, here gotta be a bit careful, the Animus carries are no joke. And here's the first one. So you kind of wanna clean this up here. And then go for the Animus carriers and maybe not overpull. So here, I'm gonna try to show off this attack that he does, this one here. This is the cold attack. He stomps, and then he does the cone. And that cone hurts a lot. If you don't have like really good cold res, it's gonna smash you. I think the base damage of it is like probably like 3,000-4,000 or something. So even with like 50% cold res, I could get nearly one shot. Time to let AI write the guides for you. That sounds like a wonderful idea, yeah. I'm sure that people actually will enjoy reading those guides as well. Why do you prefer hardcore? Because it's much more meaningful when you make your build choices. It's way more interesting to play when there's actually something on the line. And the community and the economy is 1,000 times better there as well, I think. It's a, you know, way fewer people. You know most of these people, like, you know, I know like basically everyone who's like me blasting hardcore. And I do like boss runs with them or whatever. You know, there's no RMT going on, there's no botting going on. Maybe there's, you know, but to like 99% less degree. So it's pretty cool as well. Ooh. So he did hit me there, but we did have cold res. Yeah, this is what I mean here. You have two of these Animus carriers right now, and they can be very dangerous. So I want to be careful with those. Let's do mana shield. When you go over to 4, we want to have the protection, I guess. Oh, damage is okay actually. This looks okay. We have a bunch of percent damage rolls tempered right now that are currently still doing double the value of what they should for dots. So what do we have? There's like one here, one more there. Okay, not that crazy. But again, at this point you would probably have decent recipes for tempering. And we have none of the buffs from next patch, so it's fine. Level 43. We're actually getting quite a lot of XP here still. In fact, we would actually have a lot more XP next season as well. Because they are raising the maximum monster level offset where you get XP. So basically, right now, you can only get, I think, +6 monster level XP. So when I kill a level 70 monster like now, I get XP like if it was a 49 monster. But in next patch, I will actually get the full XP of the level 70 monster. Which is probably 50% more or so, if I had to guess, of what this guy gives me right now. So I would actually get a lot more XP in this Capstone. And also when you go to Torment, everything is going to be level 75. So we can probably do like one dungeon and we're going to be level 55 or something. So leveling is going to be much faster, especially during those world tier transitions where you're severely under-leveled. And then also, previously the meta was always to farm monsters that are like 10 levels above you, because that was the maximum cap for extra bonus XP. And now it's 30, so you also want to go higher in IP dungeons now. So as soon as you're strong enough, and you can kind of just like blast through plus 30 level monsters, you want to do that. Or, you know, if you're not strong enough, you go plus 20, you go plus 15, whatever you can. You always want to prioritize speed over higher level monsters. It's not worth it to go to like World Tier 4 and then, you know, immediately craft the Tier 30 sigil just to stay at this like plus 30 levels range or something. Like if you struggle and you clear the dungeon in 10 minutes instead of, you know, 4 minutes, it's not worth it. You want to try to stay at least close to the same speed. But if you can stay close to the same speed, then that's pretty good. Okay, Elias time. We have Cap Shadow and Cap Fire Rest, so this should be pretty chill. You just kind of like dance around him. We put the Hydras here. 1, 2, and we go. Here, this is the same as the pit boss. You can kind of just like, yeah, run circles, dodge this. Now here he does this frontal cone, and then later he does the same in behind him as well in 2 different areas to kind of cover an entire circle. So you want to try to stay kind of close to him while he's not casting these fire projectiles. So you can easily just jump behind him, basically. I mean, you also have Flame Shield. You can use Flame Shield, for example, and stuff like that. Gonna use Teleport as well. But yeah, you should do it now, probably. Not yet. So that's what I mean, you go behind him and then immediately go in front of him into the first area. Even while the area is still there, as soon as the explosion has happened, you're just gonna go straight into the frontal cone. It will not do damage to you anymore. And like this you can easily survive. And we got Elias. Easy peasy. Alright, and roll to 4. Go to Kyowa shot. So now, depending on if they fix this or not, we got a Sacred Sigil, I talked about this. If we get an Ancestor, we can go straight into Nightmare Dungeons. If we don't get one, I'm not sure if they fix it. You have to go do 1 round of Whispers now in roll tier 4 and try to get a Sigil that way. I'm just gonna craft a Sigil now and we're gonna go straight to Nightmare Dungeons. Stronghold Sigil, yeah, it can happen. But it's a roll tier 3 Sigil, so this doesn't really matter right now. If it's a Stronghold Sigil, then it is what it is. You just go and do it. That's kind of nice. That's also kind of nice. Movement speed in life, very good. And it attacks reduce rate cooldown. This is actually kind of GG here. We didn't actually temper anything or so, but if we want the res right now, I think, when we go to vote 4, look, our res is very bad. We don't really want to remove the res there right now. Got a better neck that has a res and int. You could try to take this. Okay, we do a Sigil. 23 Condor Temple. That's okay. Alright, so let's do like 1 quick upgrade here. We do Temper. Try to hit like a res on this. We hit Fire Res, which we already had capped actually. So we're gonna do another one. Using Lightning. Okay, perfect. I think Condor Temple has Moon Clan, or is it the other clan? Goats, I'm not sure. So it would be good to have Lightning Res. Poison can be a bit low, Shadow. You kind of want to prioritize resistances from top to bottom, roughly. So Fire, Lightning, Cold is actually kind of like the top 3, and then those 2 are not that important. So it's kind of like a rule of thumb there. Okay, he's gonna do the imprint again. And he's gonna save the boots for later. What about this weapon? A lot more DPS. Maybe we can try to get a temper on it again. So this will kind of carry us to Ancestral Loot. Okay, let's do that. The power, unfortunately, is useless. And we get rid of these. And now we would have obos, like 200-ish, but we're not using them yet. Gonna pop out Precision Elixir, and we go. Can I open it? Oh wait, we forgot 1 Shadow Rest gem. We're gonna have a little bit of rest. Keep in mind, as a Sorc, we don't actually have to be Rescat because of potent warding. So later on, we're going to take these points out. We don't really need them anymore at some point. We can put them back into Element of Dominance. For now, this is good to have, though, 9% res. So we could be at, for example, 61 everywhere. We are a bit overcapped here. How comparable is Lightning Spear and Chain Lightning Sorc? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, really, since Chain Lightning is, like, massively changed. I think Nova has done some math on this. Okay, this is Moon Clan Shaman. Yeah, so this is actually not fine, I just realized. It's like the most dangerous dungeon I can get almost. Moon Clan Shamans are by far the most dangerous enemies in the game. And their lightning may potentially one-tap me. Or 2-tap or so. So we gotta be very careful with those Moon Clan Shamans and try and get out of this dungeon as soon as possible. At least for hardcore, this would be a very scary run now. So we're gonna play this a bit safe here. Let's get protection up. Oh, I'm back. Fuck. So I have to play around the ice armor and flame shields now. You see, this is kind of tanky monsters. They are plus 33 levels, so it's kind of expected. We don't have any legendary powers that really help us. If you had found anything that gives you, like, you know, extra burning damage, or I don't know what, conceited aspect even. You know, there's a bunch of, like, useful powers that we could use now. We have nothing. We have only edge masters I got from the codex. That's it. So that's the stuff we could go for right now. Our armor is looking alright with 5.8k. Should be like around 7 at this point. So we still want to invest more into armor once we have ancestral loot. We're gonna try to hit like 7, 8k, maybe a bit more actually, since we, as I said, want to farm like high level monsters. By the time we're level 55, the goal would be to farm level 85 monsters if you can. Which means you need, probably like 8.5k armor or so at that point. Okay, get rid of the shaman. Yeah, that lightning that I do, insta-death. Stay away from it. So I just have to, like, very carefully clear this dungeon. It's a very bad dungeon to have here for the start. At least the leads live a long time. Collect all the loot. That's the Soulfire, I guess. That was nice, yeah, look. Life, res. Aha. Yeah, I have 2.4k in life right now, so I gotta be kind of careful. First chest event is really good though. Like, as we had earlier, we got kind of lucky with the events so far, I think, on this character. On some of the other test runs I've been doing, it was really bad. When we had like no events whatsoever, I had to do like 3 dungeons and something to get to like level 55. Here it looks like it's gonna be much smoother. Banshees, kind of careful. Kind of dangerous, you gotta be careful. Oh look, we got a blood boiling orbs there from the oil power. 3% chance. Fireball is a core skill, so actually... How does it actually work? I thought this only works with core skills. I thought it should not proc, but apparently we do proc it. Yeah, when your core skills overpower an enemy. How does that work, since Fireball is only a dot? It's our only core skill we have on the bar. I don't have another core skill. That's a bit strange, I'm not sure why this works. It might be the Fireball actually, true. We have Fireball, the enchant. So that's actually triggering it. I can overpower. That's funny. Yeah, problem is a little bit like if we had more defense, we could kind of just like keep these guys in the hydras and in the firewalls and just tank them. You can try to do this anyway with like, you know, flame shield. Keep them in the firewall. Like here we got the extra proc now, for example, try to like kite him around in it. The auto attacks we can tank, it's fine. That's squishy. Alright, soon 50. I'm gonna get a pretty huge power spike there. Unlocking the paragons. That's usually when this starts becoming a lot easier. This guy's pumping us. What's the next step after Fallen Temple? You go Nightmare Dungeons again in Rotate 4. If you don't have a sigil, we don't know if they fix it, then you have to do one round of Whispers and then you go Nightmare Dungeons again. And then basically Nightmare Dungeons all the way to 100. Now of course you don't have to do Nightmare Dungeons to 100. You can break it up with other stuff, you know, you might want to try out the Infernal Hordes. You might want to go do some Hell Tides, maybe get some items there, or maybe work on your reputation from the season journey, or from the season theme. So you can obviously do other stuff, but the most efficient XP route is stay in Nightmare Dungeons and at least try to get to like kind of like, you know, level 80, 90 or so, where you start finding 925 loot. Now you do have Profane Mind Cages that stack 3 times in the future. So even fresh into Torment difficulty, you can actually stack 3 Nightmare Dungeons, 3 Mind Cages and get level... Actually, level 105 monsters, right? So, yeah, in that case you would actually get 925 loot no matter what. And you can also just do like Hell Tides, for example. It's gonna be way more dangerous and less XP. You just get so much XP in Nightmare Dungeons, but you can do some Hell Tides if you want to farm some Hell Tides, get your, you know, flowers, get your materials and so on. Get some living steel, for example, for later. You could then do Grigar and Duriel runs. And then you can later come back to Nightmare Dungeons and finish your glyphs there, for example. But one advantage of farming Nightmare Dungeons to 100 is also that you get your glyphs up slowly. And it's gonna kind of get more powerful as you go. Especially if you want to farm these plus 30 level monsters. Having the extra power from the glyphs is pretty good. In some cases you can't even activate the glyph that you want to activate. These kind of things, so you have to like, you know, move stuff around, which is a bit annoying. I think I'll put like a point back here. It's gonna reset, he was almost dead. Are they bringing the death potions back? Hell no. 49, almost there. I do feel surprisingly tanky though on the Sorc for only 2.5k life, I gotta say. But yeah, we shouldn't rejoice too soon with those Moonclan Shamans all around here. As much as you want to start Sorc, you have to play Necro. I know, I feel like Necros are actually not really looking too bright for the next season. They have like this Bone Spirit build, I'm definitely gonna make that and see how far we can push that and stuff. And I guess Bloodlands. Bloodlands is kinda back. I like Bloodlands a lot, I've played it a bit in Season 2. Might wanna do that. I guess that's what's on the radar for me for next season for Necro. Maybe some Bone Spear, I haven't played that in a while. I think last time was also like Season 1 or something. Bone Spear was really cool then. You wanna see the slide tech? You mean like the blood mist, evade stuff? Been so long in this dungeon, we got like the first guy very early. Now we're still looking for the other two all this time. Kind of want to get out of this dungeon and do another one. We won't get level 55 here anyway. No, that's the lightning damage here. Maybe Curse Shrine. Oh, it's a Conduit, very nice. And it is a Curse Conduit actually. Alright, let's go. And we have 50. Let's get it. You just kind of click everything here, get a life, get a damage, get a res. So we have that already when you come out. And here's one of the dudes. Let's pull him. Yeah, now we're gonna be a lot more protected. We have extra life. We got like 400 life from this. Get a bunch more damage. So level 50 is a huge power spike. Also, it makes the XP slow down. There's like a kind of like a break point at 50 and at 70, where you need a lot more XP for the next levels from then on. So if you think that, oh man, okay, I went like level 44 to 50 in the first half of the dungeon, you're not gonna reach 55 in the second half. Probably more like 53 or something. Getting a lot of ancestral loot though. Very good. Has the stuff as well. I'm basically just trying to collect one full set of good ancestral gear. And then here's our first glyph as well, a flame feeder. Not too useful. Flame feeder gives us direct damage to burning enemies. Increased damage to burning targets though, so I guess I can do that. Usually I don't bother even putting like a magic glyph, I just wait for some glyph that does something to put there. So flame feeder I guess is more than nothing at least. Of course for a burning build you wouldn't want to go for some other stuff. You want to have elementalist glyph, it's usually pretty good here in the Sorc starter board. Buffs all of these like non-physical and res nodes. Or maybe all of these like rare buffing nodes as well. There's like tactician glyph. Reinforced. For the barrier damage reduction, since you always have barriers. So these are some nice glyphs to have. Forge is something you could consider for like a burning build like this. But yeah, in the end, always just kind of like check the planner, or if you have like a guide you're following. Let's see what you find. I'm actually just gonna do this priest and get out of here and go to the next dungeon. And then we can get to 55 there. This guy just healed with Vampiric. Very cool. A dead glove. Oh, that is actually something. Master skills have increased area. We can try to fit that in. Here's an int. And here's an int. Boom. Get the knife. I forgot this one actually. Oh, we have 3.1k. Not 100% sure if the increased area actually works for the fireball. Never tested that, but it does seem bigger. Yeah, I will put this on YouTube as well, just like the other runs. We have Rogue and Necro. And we're gonna do one for the Sorc as well. We're actually slowly nearing the end of the run. Level 51, so the other runs are ended at like 62 and 64. So basically it is we're just gonna go to the point where we are set up you know, ready to blast to 100 in World Tier 4. So right now we're not there yet. We are in World Tier 4, but we are very slow and weak. So I also want to show off, you know, the last few steps basically to the point where we just have kind of like a build that works and you one-shot everything. So this is like the last few things you have to do. It's like one more dungeon now, and then we'll see where we are at. So here, one thing to remember, never level magic glyphs. Just level like the glyphs that you actually want to use maybe. So right now, for example, you have adapt, just level this up, that's okay. Because if you level the magic glyphs up, then they will show as high level, like further ahead of the other glyphs. And they're gonna clutter your inventory there with the glyphs, so you don't want to level those. I've been begging Blizzard to delete those magic glyphs, man, but they never do it. Okay, we have... Let's just make a bit of space here. It's gonna throw everything in there, so you have space. In the first season, of course, you would have space anyway. So it's gonna throw this in here. We're doing another dungeon. Forgotten Ruins, wonderful. Lots of crossbows. No density, no XP. We might not even hit 55. Let's see. You just read that the devs changed some patch notes for the worse. Yeah, they put like some wrong numbers on some of the aspects and stuff like that. And they fixed it now, so that's probably what they mean. So like the new aspects, some of them were like off with ooh. Yeah, that's what I mean here, this dungeon. Crossbows. Got hit by like 2 of them at the same time. And we lived. So that's kinda cool. But yeah, I'm not sure if I had like my align the elements up or if I had my barriers up or something, so yeah. These guys are pumping us, you see. Just one circle around him. Get our mana shield up. Okay. Yeah, I have to be a bit careful, yeah, I guess, in this. Now, we want to pick up maybe this rest here as well. This helps us out. We are actually slowly overcutting some of them, but we want to make sure we get to 70 everywhere. Then get a bit more armor. Once you have ancestral items, this should be not a problem. Okay, just focus down on the crossbows. Maybe try to keep an ice armor ready or something when you go around the corner. Nice, water. Wait, did he just shoot through the water? The crossbow? It looked like he went through the water. Nasty dungeon, actually. And we can go to the next board now. One board that basically every single Sorc build in existence picks up is Frigid Fate, so you can always just add that and go for Frigid Fate. Try to stack a bunch of cold damage or non-physical damage to get the multiplier. Right now though, we don't have any vulnerable in our setup, so this wouldn't help us too much currently, but later on every Sorc build will have vulnerable one way or another. Frost Nova can do it, Ice Blades can do it. Some builds do by default, like Chain Lightning, Charge Bolts. They have a legendary note to get vulnerable. And so on. Sorc is definitely a class that wants to have vulnerable everywhere. In worst case, you have like chance to make enemies vulnerable on your rings, for example, or something. Is it worth doing this? Isn't it quicker to go World Tier 3? It is worth it if you can do it. Now, I talked about this. If you feel like you're not confident enough to go into World Tier 4 at like level 40 or something, you don't have to. You can stay in World Tier 3, yeah. You can definitely get decent okay XP there and just level there much more comfortably and then wait until later. But the thing is that now I'm gonna hit 55, I'm gonna have, you know, an entire inventory of ancestral loot, and I will temper a few things and I start blasting, you know. Like by the time that you go World Tier 4 at level 50 or something, let's say, right, because you get the Paragons, you're still not gonna be very fast because you don't have ancestral gear. you're not really gonna have much more of a power spike than I currently, experience or something. You're just gonna be a bit higher level, but you still have to start your way through the first dungeons in World Tier 4. That's just how it is. Unless you just, farm events, try to get legendaries or gamble for like aspects or maybe do some codex unlocks. So of course you can go do some dungeons, get some codex powers, and these kind of things as well. But that's gonna be just very slow. I usually don't really want to go for many codex powers. Maybe 1, 2, like really important ones. For example, in our max out leveling guides, we also only put like, maybe 2, 3, 4 codex powers or so, just kind of like some stuff that helps you, but it's pretty optional in the end in most cases. For example, I would actually like to have like a might aspect. Just for the 20% DR, like I would feel a lot safer if I had might aspect. That's something you can unlock from the codex. Dude, we actually got very little XP here. Like, we started at 51, we're still just only 52 at the start. That's crazy. So we probably have to do another dungeon. Although, I think in Season 5 you would probably easily be 55 now. Since the maximum difference in monster XP is now changing. You'll probably be 55 now, I think. And we can equip our ancestral stuff. Lightning Spear Sorcerer will be up before the season, yeah? Just like all the other guys. Last season you bought the ancestral gear of Obos from Helltide leveling. You're not gonna get Obos anymore from Helltide chests, I think, in next season, no? I think they removed the Obos. So you have to get them from the events and stuff. So yeah, I mean, you can do events in Helltide to get Obos there. I was actually spamming a core skill that would overpower sometimes, even if you don't have any other overpower synergies. If I was spamming like Chain Lightning, for example, you get this blood boiling effect sometimes. It's actually very powerful for like Polarize or these kind of builds that can overpower, like Blood Surge as well. It's crazy how good this aspect is for leveling. Like you get an overpower and everything that's not dead, you just walk through those blood orbs and that's it, everything just dies. This is a bit annoying here with the crossbow in the back. I'll try to clean this up. That's a goblin. It's gonna be a bit tough, but let's try. He's in the corner. Maybe I can try to clean this up a little bit here first. Okay, he's going into this room. Sorry to keep it in the room. That should be fine. Good dungeon for this. Just like cut off his path so he doesn't run through the door. There we go. Yeah, keep running for the firewall, easy. Yo, 1 GA. 817 item power, 1 GA. Life on hit, wow. And look, Frozen Orbit. This will be almost the moment to maybe switch to Frozen Orb. With that power. It's pretty good power. Now, Frozen Orb is actually a build. I actually made a video about this recently. The Fractured Winterglass is probably one of the most transformative, like, most impactful items for any build. Outside of, completely build enabling items, let's say. Let's say Isadora's, I mean, Isadora's Crackling Energy build is probably pretty terrible. But technically it's a build enabling item for a build that otherwise does not exist. And Frozen Orb, Fractured Winterglass is kind of just like you play the same build, but it gets a lot better with the Fractured Winterglass, but Fractured Winterglass is such a powerful item. Playing Frozen Orb with it and without it is like, you know, a world difference. But this aspect, Frozen Orbit, is already a good start if you want to do something with Frozen Orb. Nah, we definitely have to go for another dungeon here. You could go Burning Instinct right now, since we are doing Burning builds. Usually when you start doing Paragon boards, maybe you're following a build guide, but maybe not. If you're following a build guide, I guess most of them will probably just kind of show you the endgame setup. In some cases we also have leveling setups, for example on the Maxwell guides for the endgame builds. We usually have like step by step the leveling Paragon progression. Including like level 1 glyphs and then later level 15 glyphs and stuff like that. But, you know, not everyone does that, I guess, when you follow build guides. So in that case, you usually just follow like kind of like a suboptimal leveling path that is only good at level 100 once you have everything. Because you want to try to take the shortest path and like everything's optimized and stuff like that. But for leveling, actually what matters the most is just rush legendary nodes. So in this case, Burning Instinct, go next board. Frigid Fate, go next board. And these kind of things. And you don't really care about glyphs unless they're kind of like on the way or you can pick them up for a few points. Depending on the board, they all have different layouts. But usually what you really care about are these legendary nodes early on. Because they give you like big multipliers. And you don't really get much out of the glyphs most of the time by leveling. And you don't really want to pick up these random nodes all over the place. But if you don't want to do like a massive respec at level 100, you can also just kind of like build an endgame setup right from the start. Now, I think I'm actually going to go for Frigid Fate here. Because we probably also want to switch to like a Blizzard at some point. So I could actually kind of just like, you know, show that off a little bit how Blizzard would work, because Blizzard is such a good speed leveling build and speed farming build for Sorcs. Especially when you don't really care about picking up only items. Which at some point you won't. You just kind of pick the legendaries and that's it. August 6th, the new season, like the whole new season. Now it's only half new, actually. They changed it from 4 to 5. And they didn't revamp all the items in the game again, they only revamped half of the items in the game. All of the uniques. And also made 50 new aspects in the uniques. So I'd say this is like half a season, right? If you go by season 4 standards. Man, that minion crossbow in the back here. Really. Ah, 53. We're actually not gonna finish here. Edge. So in this case, I know I talked about rushing the legendary boards. But this is actually one of those boards where you pick the glyph and then you go here. It's like a few points, right? And then you go out there, for example. But on other layouts, let's say Burning Instinct, this would be one of those cases. Like here, you would attach this, get Burning Instinct, and go out, and don't care about going like 20 points to go over to the glyph there that you can't level up yet, or you might not even have to glyph yet or something. So this is like how you make kind of like an optimal leveling board, but I guess most people don't really bother since leveling is kind of fast and easy these days. For speedrunning though, this is like some text you can try to follow. If you know your way around the Paragon boards pretty well. Okay. Finally got one of the boxes, man. You see how much slower level 53 to 50... Sorry, 50 to 53 was compared to, you know, 44 to 50. It's a lot slower now. You need a lot more XP. Starting at 50. Once you get unlock Paragons. Oh man. These guys are really been pushing. Oh, might die here. Yeah. Damn. The freeze. Was that cold enchanted? Yeah, the cold enchanted I think froze me or something. Or they stunned me in the frozen. Kind of nasty. They are nerfing monster crowd control though. Oh, there's reinforced. That's a good one. Well, we don't need the other box right now. We need to deliver this one. Oh, just one staff. Thank you. Just watch the Aerostone build. Looks fun. Yeah, I think a lot of people were kind of waiting for something like that. Some people tried to make this in Season 4 already, and I was kind of like mocking it. Because it was pretty weak in Season 4, to be fair. And then people tried to do some stuff like Heartseeker, Victimize, Aerostorms. And either they didn't understand, or they willingly ignored that the Aerostorms did absolutely nothing in those setups, and it was completely carried by Heartseeker. But now you can actually make a real Aerostorms rogue, where Aerostorms is your damage. That's kind of cool, because they buffed it quite a lot in Season 5. The aspects are way stronger, you can have more Aerostorms, you have more synergies for it. So there's actually an Aerostorms build now that makes sense, and I made a video on it. Okay, we're finally at the boss. And we need only one more level, then we can equip all of the ancestral stuff. The good thing about ancestral items is also that once you have them ready already, you can actually temper 2 stats on it. So you can get your, resource tempers on the ring. Always click the shrine, the wells, by the way, before the boss, even if you have full potions, because it might be a cursed one. Oh man. Lots of minions here and stuff in elites. Minions and elites are the most valuable enemies you can fight. So here, for example, this is 4 minions, 2 elites, 3 elites, or something. This is actually, look at my XP bar now. An elite gives you roughly double the XP of like a really big monster, like the bears or the tusk chargers or something. And a minion gives you 60% of an elite, and a champion also gives you 60% of an elite. So all of these are pretty valuable targets. You always want to kill all the elites and minions that you find. Yeah, boss damage is probably not the greatest currently. You still have like a lot of sacred gear and stuff, noble powers. If you had like any kind of legendary aspects, there's certainly a few good ones for burning synergies. We could have easily double, maybe triple damage if you had like 3-4 aspects now that help us. But the boss would be long dead actually at this point. 15 seconds maximum or so. If you had a bunch of these aspects. Plus potentially like the buffs that we get from next patch and so on, we're probably looking at more like quintuple damage. We got pretty unlucky here, that's what I'd say. I got nothing so far. This is useless, everything's useless here. We had no legendary powers, we're basically full yellow with an Ash Masters. But yeah, once you get the ancestral items, that won't really matter. Yeah, we can level reinforce or something. So one trick also that I like to do is I just like level all the glyphs I would potentially use to 2, because then it will show as like the top glyphs here, ahead of the level 1 glyphs. It's also the reason why I don't want to level the magic ones, for example. Maxwell guy, I think after the last video is broken. Yeah. We put the link already, but the guide is not published. After the stream I will publish a guide, so don't worry. I'll finish the last few things, now that we have the Season 5 planner and stuff. Okay, we throw a few more things in here. We have like almost 2 full inventories now of ancestral items. We do like Bastion of Faith. if you have leftover sigil powder, you can kind of just like TP out as soon as you're level 55, get your gear ready. Or, for example, now we are almost 55, we could actually prepare all of our gear before we go in, and then start the run, and then as soon as we hit 55, we just equip everything, and there we go. I'll get a rock here though. Rock is kind of dangerous, but we have capped lightning rest. It does lightning damage. Yeah, I think at this point would probably be also the time when we already have a few of the seasonal powers unlocked from basically the Helix Gift. So you would have like a few like chain lightning synergies, depending on what you get exactly. You can like switch chain lightning, it's pretty solid now, especially now that we're not in Helltide anymore. There's like lower density than Helltide here. So something like chain lightning is totally fine when you don't have like 200 targets on the screen like in Helltide. Fireball is way better in Helltide than it is in these dungeons, for example. And who knows, maybe you start finding some uniques. Okay, here's the big cannibal dudes again. Don't let them knock you down. They have like this attack where they walk at you with both their hands raised. This is something you want to avoid, this one. If he smacks you, that's probably the end. So, don't get hit by that. Yeah, you can evade out of it, you can do the flame shield, you can teleport out of it. But he also follows up, he knocks you down and he follows up with multiple swings. These knights are usually not very dangerous besides the big dudes. So if you have a pack like this, you can kind of just tank it. That's not one of our songs right now. In YouTube bot though, I put them. So what you hear in the YouTube bot is actually our own music. You can also find the links to that in the Spotify link in the description. For the YouTube folks. Should be thinking game every time I talk about this mob. Well, I mean, there's like a lot of these like little nuances that these monster types have, and I think a lot of people are pretty oblivious to that. So I can just kind of share that, you know, like when I started preparing for like the original like world first race and stuff, you know, I was paying very close attention to what each of the monster types do, how much damage they do, what kind of special attacks they have. There's also like different. Here he stunned me. Look. I pressed ice armor and actually didn't go for the ice armor, so I would have just lived through it. But I don't want to stand there and tank it. But either way, like, you know, knowing these little details about the monsters can actually be very helpful. Because you just know how to outplay them, you know how to kite them, you know what to kind of watch out for, what makes it dangerous. Like, a lot of people always complain about crowd controls, right? In fact, so much so that for, I think, the 5th time now, since the game is out, in 5 seasons, by the way, we're getting crowd control nerfs for monsters, right? They just keep nerfing monster crowd control every single season, pretty much. And I think this is in great parts thanks to people just not understanding what the monsters do. Because if you know what the monsters do, you can outplay them. So this is definitely something I should be sharing, I think. Because else you wouldn't get all these nerfs all the time. If people actually knew what to do. Making the game too easy in your opinion? Well, luckily there's a pit level 200 for you. And I mean, the meta is just shifting, right? I would definitely agree with you in like season 4, you know, leveling with like, you know, you're capped at plus 10 monster levels to level up, for example, and stuff like that. Yeah, you know, there's no reason to actually do any hard content really. You know, the only really interesting part is going to tier 3 and going to tier 4. In the leveling process, and then everything else is just like one-shot everything, right? But now, you know, you actually have to fight level 30 plus monsters. like 30 levels above you, right? And that is not that easy to do for many builds or class players. So that is gonna be quite challenging now. And that's pretty cool. You know, if you want to be efficient. Like the thing is about RPGs, they're usually not hard if you just want to get through it, right? Even PoE is not necessarily hard, even though it's like a rather unforgiving game. But if you like over-level the zones, you do like exploration, you farm your gear, craft some gear, you take more time to, take a look at your items and like optimize them and whatever, then it's not gonna be hard to get through a campaign. It's similar here. It's all about the efficiency, how fast you get through the campaign, right? RPGs are kind of like inherently a genre about efficiency and speedrunning, basically. Even if you're not like a competitive speedrunner, you always try to be faster, you always try to make a better build, and so on. And you try to do more with less. This is like how RPGs work and what makes them interesting. So in that case, you can always kind of choose to go and do difficult stuff, at least when you get rewarded for it. The problem is that, at least before, we didn't really get rewarded for it, right? You couldn't go and, farm level 100 monsters on your level 60 character. But now you can kind of do that, actually. You get 925 loot, you get really good XP. If you're strong enough to do the build, if you have a build that is good enough for that, and you can outplay the monsters well enough, then you are getting rewarded in Season 5. So that was kind of missing, and now it's back. And it's kind of the same now with the Hell Tides, right? Hell is going to be very dangerous when you eat 3 mine cages, for example, and stuff like that. A lot of people will have trouble surviving Hell Tides in next season when they just go, ding ding ding, mine cage. They're gonna get wrecked. So, as long as there are ways to kind of juice it up, make it more rewarding but more difficult, then it's always fine to make the game baseline very easy and very accessible. It's just that we were kind of lacking some of those, juicing up mechanics, basically. And now we're slowly getting some of them. Almost 55. I think I'm just gonna finish this dungeon, because if you teleport out now at 55 immediately, then this dungeon might just close, which is kind of bad. And then you don't have a sigil anymore. You might not have sigil powder, so you have to go back to Whispers. So in that case, it would be worth probably just finishing this dungeon. We're pretty close to the end anyway, let's just do it. Kind of just run to the end now. Yeah, 925 is the item power cap. No, that actually worked out pretty well with the level 55. Let's do it. Might actually have to go back and clear some of these. Okay, here kill the clerics that heal. We give them like a heal or like a shield or something, or damage reduction. I'm not sure exactly what they do. They make everything very tanky. Unfortunately, nothing here gives XP because it's an event. There's this rock in the middle, man. Not cool. I wonder how much XP we get for finishing this event, actually. We're missing like 10%. And we did not get enough, actually. I think this was just the dungeon completion XP and nothing else. So this entire event, like, just no XP, man. But there's always this pack here and a big chest at the end. So we're gonna do that. That should be it. Cool, here we go. Alright, we made it to 55. Unfortunately, we have none of the powers I really care about. But I think we're gonna ignore that, and it's gonna kind of show what it looks like. Maybe like one run without any powers, then you're gonna respec to something like Wizard, and then we're gonna show off something like a Wizard Sorc. That you would slowly start getting the powers for, at least at this point. If you don't have a few drops. You can also then like start investing all of your obols just to like gamble, for example, focuses. If you want to get any kind of offensive powers, usually go for offense classes, or for like one-handed weapons, cost like 40 or 50 obols. You can get offensive aspects that are usually like the most build defining. Alright, let's get out of here. I don't have a macro, this is the mouse wheel. No. Spamming right click wouldn't really help you with Fireball. Get a greater affix. Very good stats, but it says 794, unfortunately. Oh man. Although it's a greater affix life, and the funny part about greater affix life is it actually is the maximum value, like a 925 piece. There are a lot of stats that actually don't don't have the maximum value at this power, even if it's ancestral. So like a life roll, an ancestral item right now is like way lower. Here, this is 475, for example. But on a 925 item, this would be 873, almost double. But the greater affix is greater anyway. It's 1310, this is a greater affix value. So that's kind of cool about this. Okay, we get all of the... Wait, these are the wrong ones. Yeah, this is the stuff that we want. Get our items, and we check what we got. Lots of yellows. Let's take the legendaries here. Okay, do we have like a really good weapon or something? I think we just... we can't salvage from our equipped items. That's funny. And we can't put it in the stash from our equipped items either. Oh man. The quality of life. Let's just do this. So we can kind of get everything into one inventory by just equipping some random stuff, and we can like have an easier comparison. It's gonna equip whatever. This thing is level 80. I think I accidentally put like the wrong thing here. Okay. Is it enough? I guess something like a 780 stuff is probably nothing we really care about. These don't seem really great here. So, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Life, int, attacks reduce away cooldown, very nice. There's also the free firewall thing. Now, you probably want to go for this. If you stick to firewall, you'll probably go for these boots. Even though they have much worse stats. We're going to be way more powerful now, and then we're going to get more damage. We kind of want to scale our damage now more than the defense. These are pretty good stuff. 834, good stats. Here's a neck with damage, mana on kill, resource cost. Has control aspect, so that's kind of cool to have. We can like start using Frost Nova, for example, or start tempering Worldly Fortune recipe to get some freezes. These are 817. Yeah, you could also go one hand offhand if you wanted, so I guess it doesn't matter. Here's Lightning Rest versus Cold Rest, otherwise pretty similar. I guess more armor, more life. What is this? Encased while Deep Freeze is active. Huge powers, man, we got here. What is this actually? Frozen Orbit, Piercing Static, Battle Caster, and an Expectant. Very unlucky with all these legendary powers, to be fair. Okay. We wanna save a good one-hander and a good offhand. It's just like earlier for now. Okay, this has poison, crit, chance to make mono wall. What about a ring? We don't have a ring. Okay. What about pants? They're fine. So where were these other boots that we had? This one here. The good thing is as a Sorc, we don't really have to go that much for res. We have all these individual reses here. And early on they might still be important, just to get cap out easily. But later on, you don't need any resistances on any gear as a Sorc, so it's kind of good. It's kind of like the same story here, I guess. Poison rest is too high anyway, so we can do this. Okay. Get a ring, and we're kind of done.
Father bless. What do you need?
We'll probably pick this stuff up as well, get more red crystals, so we can temper.
Came apart nicely.
Very nice. But could be better.
Let's just do this. And now we would have a few gambles. So I could try to get a power or two. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got absolutely nothing.
Until next time.
Pretty good item power though. So we could keep that. And use this as our offhand in case you want to do that. Okay, now we temper. So you're probably still gonna just go for like percent damage, but depending on what build you're doing now, you would actually change this up a little bit. So for example, there's mastery damage here, really good for a bunch of these mastery builds. Cold damage if you want to do something like Frigid Fate board very early on, which you are actually going for right now. So if you had like, let's say, Blizzard build, you'd probably do cold damage there to also scale the Frigid Fate. So this is kind of the stuff that you can go for. There might also be some new temper manuals now, so depending on what you get, you just try to make do. I'm just gonna put natural finesse for now, just like before. So we have the option to like switch it up a little bit. We can also do resource now. You probably have something like vertical stability. It's always just nice to have more resources. You can also start going for like some of these cooldown effects here. If, for example, if you play Lightning Spear, or the ultimate efficiency for unstable occurrence cooldown if you're playing like a lightning build. That's a very powerful temper. So depending on what you're doing there. We're just gonna do this here, resource generation. Just take any of those and it's fine. We don't really want to waste our materials still. We probably don't have that many of these legendary materials, for example, at this point. I want to try to hit like a fire res here or a shadow res. Let's try to do that. Here's fire. Maybe we still want to get a shadow anyway, because probably the gem is not enough. We only have one socket. Oh, I got minimum fire and minimum shadow. Very cool. And now I can do like a Worldly Fortune. Let's try. Control works if immobilized, stunned, and frozen, so that's okay. Worldly Fortune, just pick that everywhere. Here's chance to freeze, for example. Worldly Fortune. More immobilize, I guess. Sorcerer motion only has 3 options. Let's do that. Try to get some movement speed. Teleport cooldown is also not terrible. Can keep that. Let's do another sorcerer. Or it's more immobilized. We keep getting immobilized. Can do a slow. We can also do a stun, maybe. There's a stun. And here another natural finesse. Percent damage. So now at this point you would probably have kind of similar gear, maybe better aspects, and probably similar tempers or comparable tempers. So I'm actually way weaker again than we would be in Season 5 with the buffs. So keep that in mind. We're quite weak still compared to what we would be. Maybe I should compensate with like an aspect or two to see what I can do. Let's do like a burning aspect. Let's do like one burning aspect. So for example, we have Engulfing Flames. I'm just gonna throw that on here. And we have the control that we found, and here we're gonna put the Archmasters again. So we have like 3 aspects that kind of do something. Only 4.2k armor, really bad. So we'll try to get that up a little bit. With we had a Disobedience earlier, we can imprint that. Crowded Stage doesn't help us anyway. So this goes into the build, and maybe we're gonna try to hit like an armor roll or something. So currently we need Angel Breath, which we don't need next patch. Here's mana per second, we're gonna take that. That's a very good roll to have, especially once you go Blizzard, for example. You want to have a lot of mana per second. If you hit that, or if you find items that have mana per second, very good. So keep in mind, it's quite costly to roll your items. both the gold and the materials. You wanna maybe roll once or twice and that's about it, and not overdo it. So here, crit damage is something that works on Burning Instinct board, but otherwise doesn't help us currently. You can go live. You can keep that. You can keep that. Wound damage also doesn't help us right now. We go percent damage. This is fine. 1 mana on kill is not very impressive. Here's res. All res is okay. Here's 4.5 resource generation. Resource cost reduction, also not very impressive. Here's attack speed on life. Could go either way. We have only 5.3k life. I would probably go for the attack speed anyway though. We should be okay. Our armor is not looking great. So if you had a Juggernaut, you would just throw that in and you're gonna be chilling. Maybe we could YOLO like 1 or 2 rolls and try to get something here. I'm gonna roll off the cold res. And yeah, we don't really want to waste more, so this is what it is. We don't really have a lot of armor now, which is a bit sad. And we're gonna do a cold res gem. At 60, we're gonna get the bigger ones here. Now we can just do the sapphire. Okay, let me go with this. And now we're gonna see quite a difference already. We have another Condo Temple. Our lightning res is capped. Quite a lot actually. Can we roll off a lightning res? We are overcapped on lightning. We have lightning here and there. Okay, let's do it. Also a little pro tip. Try to roll the items before you make them legendary, because they cost more materials when you make them legendaries. Okay, we only got 5 on dodge chance. Doesn't help us much. Best row for pits and solo? Interesting question. Barrage Rogue is the best, yes. Does tempering recipes or legendary affix carry over to the next season? No, they don't. New season is everything new. I actually forgot to put Amethyst now for some PR there. So we have very low physical damage reduction, unfortunately, but otherwise we are fine. We should now see the fruits of our labor. This will probably be the time to also remove Fireball from our bar, since we have mana per second now, and burning. What is the Fiery Surge? Okay. Yeah, okay. We are killing stuff. Not too impressive just yet, but it works. And it's just like with ancestral items, a bunch of tempers, and we have like Edgemasters aspect that we had before. A control that barely triggers. And engulfing flames. Actually, maybe I should just go for a Frost Nova. We just invest in the Frost Nova there. Instead of the Firebolt, for example. Can walk in, freeze everything, get the control aspect unlocked. We can also put something here now. Not sure we can activate any of this. Damage 2 burning enemies. Now you see here, they're actually doing some damage now. Maybe try to get like another point or two. For example, we can take these out now. Since you have the 5 ranks there, we do this. And we make them vulnerable there. So if I get a nice combo. Okay. Yeah, our resistance are not perfect just yet. Frost Nova is also very good because it just kind of keeps the enemies in the firewall. So it's nice to have for like these slow fights. Maybe I should have gone with it earlier already. Not really Firebolt very much anymore. Just Frost Nova them. Maybe it's 5 out of 5. Fireball. It's enchant. We use Fireball enchant right now. For leveling, Fireball enchant is pretty good. So I usually want to go with that because it just kind of kills everything. Here's an event. Let's see how we do. You can see the XP bar move pretty fast. We can probably get an entire level up here in an event like this. Even though we don't really have the best setup now to blast down these waves. We're still lacking a bunch of damage. Missing buffs. But it works. Fireball is also getting buffed, I think, by 10% baseline. Not as much as most of the other core skills. I guess I didn't want to buff the Fireball enchant more than it already is. Like, it's pretty powerful. At least for like speed farming, leveling and stuff, Fireball. It does fall off later in the pit. The Fireball enchant doesn't really cut it anymore. But yeah, for something like here, this is very good still. It just kind of cleans up all the small stuff. My physical damage reduction is not good. 5.8. Okay, one more. Angel breath. The second enchant right now is Fireball. Okay, so we got one priest here already, which means you can turn around. They're never in the same part of the dungeon. So I go to the other part now, basically. I just stayed there for the event. Now the second enchant will probably change depending on what you are doing. So for example, if you play Chain Lightning Sorc, you're gonna have Chain Lightning enchant instead of Fireball. By Ball Lightning, you put Ball Lightning. So most of the time it's just kind of like your core skill or whatever you're spamming. You can also go with Ice Blades at some point to get the cooldown stuff, but usually this is something that kind of starts popping off later in the game when you have a lot of cooldown already from your gear. But we have ancestral items now. If you go with Focus Offhand, you can roll cooldown. You might get lucky with cooldown on your helm or your neck. And suddenly you're running around with like 20-30% cooldown. And this is where Ice Blades kind of starts to scale already. And you can go with an Ice Blades enchant, just get more cooldown reduction on all of your stuff, do more teleports and more flame shields, and so on. Got a freeze proc there, and a Vuln proc. And this guy takes down. So now we can see a bit of a difference. We just did that dungeon earlier, and now we're doing it again. Let's see how long the boss takes. Would it be easier if I had the Chain Lightning with the things on Season Journey? It would probably be better than this, yes. I don't really have much synergies here for this Fireball stuff. And if you have like, there's like 2 Chain Lightning aspects, there's also like some mana stuff I think they're gonna give you. So maybe like the recharging aspect, for example, and these kind of things. So if you have these things, then Chain Lightning is kind of just online and you just like spam Chain Lightning, it would probably be stronger than this. So he has Torch, you can know that. And I guess I keep going with this here. So now about the gear that you're finding. We just like, you know, spend a bunch of time and materials to kind of just like go all in with the items that we had when we hit level 55. And now it's kind of like, okay, try to get stronger, but it will be mostly for aspects or for uniques you find or something like that. You don't really care about like, these random yellows anymore. So I think at this point I was just kind of like salvage all of these yellows. And just kind of like start piling up some of these legendaries here, you know, just throw them in your stash. Somewhere where you have space, boom. And then, you know, maybe in like 10, 15 levels, 20 levels from now, whenever you feel like you're kind of like slowing down, then you're gonna go and upgrade your stuff again. Let's do another potion here. Don't wanna like always run back to a blacksmith and to the occultist every time you find an upgrade, unless it's like a really big jump in power. If, you know, you go from like a crappy yellow with like 1 good stat to like a 3 out of 3 legendary that has like also 100 more item power, yeah, sure. In that case, I would probably go and do like a quick, crafting session. But as long as it's still going smooth, like it kind of does now. You see here. Actually, I wanted to like see like how this would look like if we like add more power to this. Right, we still have 2 more powers we can add here. Let's just see what happens if we do like a conceited, and maybe like another like burning power or something like that, and see the difference. And then we're probably gonna do like a switch to, for example, Blizzard, and I can show how that looks. Oh, I went to the old spot of the occultist, but he's not there anymore. We have to go down here now. So let's just see how this looks when we have a bit more power. Or like another run. We're cheating now a little bit. Let's do conceited.
Splendid result.
And what is another offensive power we can put here? Elements is something that always kind of works. Not really something you usually put on a Sorc, but if you just want to have anything, that's okay. Anything else that I'm missing here right now that would be kind of good? Serpentine, maybe? Get the third Hydra, which is not terrible. I might do that. We can also do Stormswell because we have a bit vulnerable now. But let's just do the other Hydra, let's say. And maybe also let's do the Juggernaut so we can actually see like what it feels like when you have armor that is not like a negative. And we go in again. Exploit glyph. Very good glyph. And as I said earlier, like basically every Sorc build eventually will have vulnerable. So exploit glyph is always something to kind of put into a build. At some point at least. You see here now stuff kind of just melts, you put the Hydras down, Hydras kill stuff, everything explodes with a fireball. So it's kind of like slowly getting to the pace where you wanna be. And these monsters are still 24 levels ahead of us. So we're almost at the maximum cap of what he can do for extra XP. You get a lot of XP here now. What mats do you take with you in Season 5? Absolutely nothing. Crusader's Cathedral. It's actually one of my favorite dungeons. I really like Crusader's Cathedral. Yeah, I mean, what do you actually carry over? You carry over the Renown. So if you have Renown, you get that. And the Exploration, the Altars, and these kind of things. That's all part of the Renown system, basically. So that carries over. And, well, that's it, actually. I don't think there's anything else. What build is this? This is just like a Fireball build right now for leveling. We have a Fireball leveling guide on Maxwell as well, you can check that. Transmogs, true, we carry those over. Very good. What do you see here? Stuff is kind of just dying. And let's see the difference to, for example, Blizzard after this run. I'm gonna respec to Blizzard. I don't really have to change very much, just like a few points, and then a few aspects. So we don't really have like an optimal setup for what you would want to have for Blizzard right now, with like, you know, the right tempers and everything. But yeah. That seems okay though. We don't even have the Ice Spikes glyph yet, I think. Which is actually very powerful for Blizzard Sorc as well. Which class is going to be the best at pushing pits? Overall, probably the Rogue. Oh, I got a better weapon here. And I actually forgot to temper my weapon, I just realized, so we can try to put like a bit of cold damage there. Blizzard damage is not what we want for the Blizzard Sorc. We want Ice Spikes damage would help us. But since we want to scale our Frigid Fate board, I wanna try that. Yeah, Mountain Cold, very nice. So I'm just gonna keep this weapon on. Even though this is 270 boost, 270 more DPS. We should have maybe tried to temper this one, I just realized.
What will it be?
You can see if you get it. That was a kind of a mistake here. Pretty much too frozen. Probably not gonna get it anyway. Oh, there's cold. Now, what do we do here? There's like nothing, right? Blizzard size is actually not what you want. You want neither blizzard damage nor blizzard size for Blizzard Sorc. Kind of funny how that works, huh? So I guess there's nothing here. You probably just go Elemental Surge, and then the cool part about Elemental Surge is if you have a Tarasha ring at some point, if you have a Shadow or a Poison, you can get a 4th element for a Tarasha. Physical, I think, does not work, if I'm not mistaken. But if you hit Poison or Shadow, then you can get the 4th stack there. Of course, you roll double physical. So I got that. When I put like a life roll on this, for example, life roll on a weapon is just how weapons work. Like this. I mean, in the case of 200 weapons, maybe a resource roll even. But yeah, anyway. So in this case, we put like Glacial Aspect. This is the most important one. You cast Blizzard, you spawn Ice Spikes. Now this is a bit optimistic, this has the perfect roll, but I guess it's getting buffed anyway. Engulfing Flames is no longer useful. So let's see what this looks like when we have the Frozen Tundra for the extra AoE, and then we have Serpentine that we also don't really care about anymore. I guess at this point I would probably do like a resource power. So one really strong resource power you can put into a Blizzard build is Umbral. Now it doesn't work on the boss, so the boss fights might be a bit scuffed, but other than that you're gonna have full resources all the time. You can also do something like Prodigies. Starlight probably doesn't help us much. I'm not sure if Starlight will actually trigger from Warmth. Maybe it does, even when you're at full life. I haven't tried that yet. But yeah, Prodigies would also be an option, I guess. But let's do Umbral. If you get that. I've conceded, control. So this is okay. Now we can see what happens when we go with some Blizzard action. So in that case, we can unspec all of this. Just need 1 point. And then we have the 20% mana cost. And now we can go, for example, back to Potent Warding. We can put some points in, maybe one here in Elemental Attunement. And we can do Hoarfrost now as well, actually. We don't need this Pyromancy stuff anymore. Not anymore, we don't need this anymore. Get a lot of points. Cold damage to vulnerable enemies. We can do Icy Whale for the barrier duration. And now we could actually also go for the Ice Blades at this point. And no longer go for Fireball. We don't want the Fireball enchant anymore anyway. So maybe we do this, or we do Teleport enchant. Maybe Teleport enchant even. Or maybe Ice Blades and Teleport. Just to get it back faster. It's an option too. I also don't care about the Hydra very much anymore. We probably want to do Fire Bolt. So we get our Devouring Blaze. And then we have kind of like a setup here. Okay, what do we got? Let's see. So we move this. We do Blizzard. Ice Armor, Flame Shield, Teleport. Yeah, I guess we would just put the Ice Blades here anyway, so we get more cooldown reduction. Let's do that. 1, 2, 3. We do that. Now we could go something like Inferno if you want, or Deep Freeze if you want. But you can also keep the Frost Nova. That's okay. We have one more point. Just do one here in Conjuration Mastery. We don't really have many conjurations, but it is what it is. Yeah, I might have forgotten like 1 or 2 little things, but it's probably okay. We got Frigid Fate online, only 16%. That is actually doubled. Now this would be a 30% bonus already in Season 5. Or if you like, for example, start tempering more cold damage instead of this percent damage that we have here on some of these. Actually, this neck doesn't have anything. We can try to put cold damage.
Need something forged?
Let's see. Yep. And it was okay here. We can try to go for mobility. More teleport cooldown reduction. Sure, I guess. Okay. So let's see what happens. Ah, look, we found a glacial here. It's an 874 as well. We actually got it. So now we could actually play the Blizzard Sorc. I just realized we found it. These are concussive strikes. This has actually it's nice because it gives us more stagger for the boss. And when the boss is staggered, we're gonna get extra damage. He's also armor. So at that point we could remove the Juggernaut at some point. Maybe we could do it now, I wonder. What if I just like change this to like some other defensive power? Can do something like Protector or Protecting is also kind of cool. Hit while not healthy, I kind of like that. 5.7k armor, not that great, but it's getting better. It's not crit. Yeah, crit chance is very low, unfortunately.
Can I help you?
So you'd probably go for something like vulnerable damage gems. And then later, for example, swap it to crit once you have better crit values. So this will be Sapphires. Actually, X60 would get the next
Father bless. What do you
gems. Movement speed, we got some. A chance to freeze. Probably not be that crazy go chance to freeze, to be honest. But okay.
come back if you need?
Could also put something like a bounding cornet there. Nice mobility aspect. Gives you a shorter cooldown for your teleport, so especially when you have this like as a combo with
Good omen.
teleport enchant, we can try. Maybe we're strong enough to go without this. Ah, can't take out the last point. So it is what it is, I guess. We do this. More teleport cooldown reduction. Let's see. Cordogan Barracks. Snow Guard for 30 DR. That is like the ice armor aspect, right? But I think this is only in Season 5. It's okay. You can actually reset the ice armor relatively quick now with the ice blades. And all the mana we spent. I'm not sure if I have enough mana, but we have Umbral aspect. Let's see. Let's see what the damage looks like. Yeah, okay. These ice spikes are just kind of like one-tapping. Looks kind of funny, man. So now, yeah, this is what a Blizzard Sorc looks like, and this is like not optimizing anywhere, right? We're lacking so much stuff. We don't have any crit chance whatsoever, no Devouring Blaze synergies and stuff. You see also our mana with the Umbral aspect is just instantly jumps to full. Because all the crowd controls that we apply, the chill continuously from the Blizzard, then the chance to freeze, the chance to stun or mobilize, whatever we got. Also one cool thing about Sorcs is you can kind of just like walk into a room like this, place Flame Shield and do the objective. Yeah. Now you see we have our teleport enchant, we have our attacks we do this evade cooldown. This works for the teleport enchant. So you see our evade right now, just going shorter and shorter. So this is usually the combo you're going for. Attacks reduce evade cooldown. In fact, you can push it as far as you equip the new Flicker Step. The Flicker Step got buffed to 2.5 seconds evade cooldown reduction per attack. So some Sorc builds could actually run with that. just because you reduce your evade cooldown faster. Hi, so Squisher, by the way. Let me read the wall of text. Okay. Seems like you have some very interesting experience already, says Squisher. .5 CDR is the same as 40% evade CDR on boots, temper fully critted. Yeah, basically. So, I mean, you don't have to go for the figure stuff, but it also has, I think, a bit of damage reduction. And it also has like this movement speed, which might be helpful. Oh, here's a last stand event. This is like a very good one to do. Okay, what monster level are we actually fighting here? These are level 82, so they are plus 23 levels. So I would actually like to go a little bit higher now. And we can. You know, most of the stuff is kind of just dying pretty instantly. Unfortunately, I can't really show off the Lightning Spear build now. That would be cool. But at this point, you would probably start investing as much as you can into crit chance. Just try to get crit chance rolls on every piece, basically. Try to get the Asus Heirloom as soon as possible, and then you can go Lightning Spear. And then a blasting. So I think I'm gonna try to switch to Lightning Spear as soon as I can when the season goes live, because I really want to play that build. Yo, Cam of Life, thanks so much for the 7 rounds, by the way. I see our XP is flying again now. These events, very good. Entire room covered in Blizzard. Yeah, I just like spam right click. It's very simple now. You don't have to do any hydros anymore. Just like press your ice blades here and there or something. Press your ice armor. Spam right click. Blizzard just kills everything. Blizzard is very good. And he's also getting a bunch of buffs, especially once you get Blue Rose. Very strong. Blue Rose actually used to not be played, I think, in Blizzard for the most part, but now it will be. They made it strong enough. And you just kind of like, you know, cast 1 or 2 Blizzards into these rooms, and you go. It's a bit inconsistent with like, you know, how long you have to wait sometimes, so I don't really like Blizzard build that much. For like a speedrun to 100 is okay, but beyond that, I kind of feel like the flow of the build is not really what I enjoy. Because of this like waiting time. It's not like a dot where, you know, I apply the dot and I know what I got. It's kind of like, okay, I cast a Blizzard and then hope for the best. So this is like something you have to kind of learn to deal with. I did make Blizzard still finicky and weird. I don't know, maybe eventually we're gonna get like a real Blizzard build. Who knows, right? Maybe that's gonna be a thing at some point. They have like Blizzard size tempers and Blizzard damage tempers and whatnot. Maybe eventually we're gonna get like some Blizzard unique that actually makes it like, I don't know, super crazy. It's a new season just for wudijo, exactly. You still have Adept. It's actually a downside. I have a extra radius on my Blizzard and that actually is bad. You don't want to run out anymore. So I can do Flame Feeder Glyph now. You have to remove that other glyph here. This is actually a downside. So, do you have any int glyph? Charged. Can we activate willpower here? Yeah, 5, there's 1, 2. Oh, we can do dex, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's like certain glyphs you can activate, so we can do a dex glyph. So there's winter. That actually works. Cool. Okay, so we do that. And then we'll just kind of rush the next board here. And this would probably be Icefall. And then the rest is basically just like stack up glyphs, I guess, for a build like this. So I can do that. Yeah. Fireball and Ice Dance will get the next uniques to power them up. Probably. Charge Bolts also. Charge Bolts has never really been played. It's kind of like terrible from the start until now. Like, nothing ever really happened with that. Got an off in here.
Need something for it?
You can try to go a bit higher and see what happens. What if you do like an 80... Sorry, a 30... I don't know, something here. 33? It's like +5. That's behind the strongholds. $35 Sauron's lair. So this would be level 89 monsters, plus 29 levels. So that's almost perfect. Fireball is pretty much non-existent. It is actually non-existent. I can prove it. Can you put the gems in the weapons? I have gems in the weapons here. Look. That fireball, man. Now, in a dungeon like this, fireball enchant would still be popping off, even against plus 30 level monsters. And if you have like enough generic damage multipliers in your setup, you know, Frigid Fate, Conceited, Edge Masters, or whatever, you know, these kind of things, then yeah, fireball enchant will still pop off. But we don't really need fireball enchant anymore at this point. The Blizzard will just kind of take care of like all the small stuff. Yeah, and I think we are pretty much at the end of this CO2 Hero run, I think. So this is kind of like just, yeah, the setup now. Again, it doesn't have to be Blizzard, there's a bunch of really good stuff. Chain Lightning, you can stick to Fireball, you can even do Incinerate. Ball Lightning will be fine for sure for leveling. I'm not sure about Arc Lash or something like that. And then, you know, whenever you get enough crit chance, you can start working on the Lightning Spear builds. Frozen Orb, if you have a Fractured Winter Glass. So maybe you get lucky with that, or you do like a Xeran or something. You can get it there. I think Frozen Orb would probably be okay. We can do like a quick test and see what happens when I do Frozen Orb with Frozen Orbit instead of this Blizzard stuff. Just to see how it feels. Maybe we can do like, you know, a quick run of, you know, this build, that build, and so on. Because I'm not 100% sure how powerful they will feel at this stage. You can get Blizzard Size on Tempers, but it's actually a downside. Because it spreads out your ice spikes in a bigger area and you don't actually overlap them. You don't want to do that. Same with Blizzard Damage, completely pointless. Ah, Stalagmite. Wait, this is the right glyph that I want. This is the plus 20... Is it 20 crit? Yeah, 20 crit chance, man. Crazy. I need an int. Yeah. At this point we actually have a bunch of glyphs now, we could actually start rushing glyphs as well. So here we can maybe get the Winter Glyph again or something. Okay, let's see the mana against the boss. Not great, but we have enough damage. So we buffed that. Little tip here. You can spam right click to skip the glyph animation and just apply multiple levels really fast. You don't have to wait like 5 seconds every time. Now I just equipped the glyph. I guess we're about to remove it again. I wanna see what happens if I do like Frozen Orb, for example. Let's do Frozen Orbit. So we can like, you know, just kind of go through a few builds real quick while we are at it. So here we'll probably do something like a Storm Swell. Or What's the other one? Maybe keep Umbral. Umbral is probably just kind of nice to have, yeah. So with this. With this. Here we have a lot of vulnerable. There's also mana restoration, but it's to the vulnerable, so we have perma vulnerable and everything. Boom. Probably don't really have to change very much. That's kind of the cool part about some of these Sorc builds. Kind of don't care about changing too much stuff here. We do Frozen Orb enchant. Can keep the 5 ranks and teleport. We can also go for elemental dominance if you want more damage. And here we go. Yeah, so this this is kind of pointless. You have the stalagmite. I switched to this. This is only for the ice spikes build. So we probably go for like winter again, for example. Get a bunch of decks. Yeah. Okay. So I got that. And let's do another Faceless Shrine. Let's do Carrion Fields. I'm not in the mood for Faceless Shrine. Protector aspect is kind of nice to have. Look, we're getting 925 loot here actually for some of these monsters. Kind of nice. We're actually getting pretty good items. So now you would actually try to get to like, let's say, level 70, 75. And once you have a good bunch of like, you know, around 900 or so items, decent stats on them, then you're just gonna go for it. Look at this. This is plus 900 base life on this pair of boots. And then we can maybe even get lucky with a movement speed roll or something like that. So these kind of items, you want to just throw them in the stash, and at some point he's gonna take them out, temper everything once you have a few mats. He's a 924 weapon, look, that's plus 700 DPS. You can try to get this. So this is kind of also one of the advantages of farming these high level monsters. You're gonna get these pretty high level items from the start, and then you can also get greater affixes on them. And if you get like a, let's say, 900 power chest or something that has all the right stats, then this is fine. You can just go with it. It doesn't have to be 925 on anything that's not a weapon. 900 or so is totally fine. We did Elemental Surge, but actually what you want to do is probably something like a... Let's try to hit the Frozen Offcast twice, if you get lucky. Frostbolt. Frostbolt, a third time. Frozen Orb, let's go. Yeah, it's actually a 925 weapon. Wait, did I temper the wrong one? Which one did I temper? Ah, yeah, 924. He's a 925. So we could do like another build of that if you wanted. So there you go. Kinda cool. We have no sockets whatsoever. Crazy. So we actually have pretty low life and stuff. This should be probably something like bone damage or so. Let's go with that. And then really do the Frozen Orbit. Okay, let's try this dungeon. Let's see what happens with our Frozen Orb. I guess the boss damage might not be great, but let's see. Do you get anything special for completing Wolf's Honor? Nothing that helps you in Season 5. Oh, there's actually a destroying, man. Look. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, this two-handed Frozen Orbit explodes for 120% 2 more times. Yeah, they really buffed this aspect, man. This used to be, I don't know, what... I think 20% or 30% or so, and then like doubled 60 maybe. And now I think it's just like straight up double the numbers on this thing or something. Crazy. Like we shoot like one Frozen Orb into a pack and that's it. Pretty good actually. Wonder how the boss damage is. Yeah, I'm planning to do a 0 to hero on every class, but I didn't stream yesterday because we had like 5.5 hours maximum meeting. The tier lists and everything. So a bit unfortunate. I lost one of the days, and I also need to do like more planners, more theory crafting and stuff like that I want to do. I've been streaming for 5 hours now. I had a break earlier, and you know I was cleaning my stash. So I need to do some stuff there. I have a lot of planners I need to fix still. What build guides I want to make. 0 to hero on Barb. Yeah, unluck for the... He was there too. Was a very long meeting. On the other hand, very interesting as well, with all of the discussions. So I like that when, you know, we sit down together and we just talk about, you know, the builds and the items and what happened, and you know, also I just learn a lot, right? Because it's obviously very difficult to understand like the full picture of like every change all at once. But the maximum meetings are really good for that. Dude, I do like one frozen one between elite pack, and if I get lucky, the pack is dead. It's crazy. Actually pretty good. Let's see the boss. This is pre-buff. Okay, mana is a bit of an issue. And we have less boss damage than before, I think. Although the spider is also squishy at the moment, I think. But it's okay. It's okay. It's like 20 seconds or something. Got some ads here. Give you mana. Cool. Which other build could we try now? That would be maybe chain lightning. Let's start chain lightning with the aspects and stuff and see what happens. Just out of curiosity. Fracture Winter Glass was buffed. Yeah, that is interesting, right? There's so much untested. Yeah, I mean, of course, the tier list, you know, is we do what we can. We don't know about bugs. We don't know what Blizzard has fixed behind the scenes or whatever. So, yeah, it is what it is.
That's good stuff.
Okay, so we do... There was this other stuff I had here. Let's take this one. I can do a shock augment, cast the chain lightning twice. Let's see how that goes. Probably want to go for unstable currents now as well. Let's see if we hit it actually. Yes, chain lightning. What else will we do here now? We might want to keep the cold damage anyway, just so we stack the Frigid Fate up. Wait, is lightning damage quite a lot of it? Shock crit, also not terrible. But I think we want the percent damage right now if you can. Got lightning damage. Not really good for our Frigid Fate, unfortunately. And the rest, we just keep the same items. It's fine. So, Chain Lightning, we don't have the new Chain Lightning aspect for it now, right? So we can just go with Unbroken Tether, which is not that crazy, but it's an 80% chance to jump 500 times. And there's a new one now for Chain Lightning that I don't have. So we have Conceded, Storm Swell, we can do that. I don't really have good vulnerable uptime now though. So maybe I want to do something else for offense. You can also do recharging aspect. This is probably something you're also going to get from the Season Journey. So it kind of like solves all your mana issues by default. On the Chain Lightning build. And then we can do... Could just do an Edge Masters for now or so, that's okay. Or Elementalists actually. 40% crit chance. Let's try that one. We can keep control, consider this is okay stuff. Let's see what happens. Let's do respec. We have the 5% increased damage. We don't need this stuff. No, wait, we don't need this stuff anymore. We probably want to do this. Don't need that. Oh, I just realized I was running combustion on both the Blizzard Sorc. I forgot to change the key passive on Blizzard and on Frozen Orb, so we should have gone for Avalanche there. This would have solved our mana issues completely. Shatters would be okay as well. So that was kind of pointless. We can do Veer's Mastery now, which will be buffed to be really powerful. Right now it's not as useful. Okay, what else we change? There's like this Relatively powerful lightning passes. I really like the conduction and the electrocution here. Well, for the R, I guess we don't need the DR currently. Let's do this one. Get some speed. Let's see. Confirm. And Chain Lightning enchant. Firebolt enchant. We have Unstable Currents. Now, if you want, we can also go Overflowing. Get some Crackle. Critical Strikes with Shock Skulls, let's see that. How much mana do we have? We have 103 mana. If we get all the mana back from our recharging, then we stay above 100. Make it a 40% crit chance. I'm not sure how consistent this will be, but we can try. Vault of the Forsaken, let's do that. Here's a Precision Elixir, let's do that. And let's do a gem. Flawless Emerald. At level 60 you get the Flawless. So you could also start putting like Flawless Rubies and stuff. I have not decided to go Sorc for the season start, my chat has decided. I gave them the option to Sorc or Druid and everyone wanted to see Sorc almost, so do it another time I guess. Okay, let's see how this goes. Actually, seems alright. Maybe we would like to have the Fireball enchant as well here, but maybe not necessarily at this point. Yeah. Problem is the double cast chain lightnings kind of fly off into nowhere sometimes. If you're like far away from the enemy, they go a bit at an angle and fly to the side. And these big packs here, we don't really eat through them well enough, you see. But yeah, with the next chain lightning aspect, then this will be fine. And the Axel Conduit build later that we're gonna have, like the new build basically for chain lightning in season 5. That's gonna be a bit different because you have like this constant like spinning thing around you. And then you gotta try to like just like invest heavily into mana regeneration, mana recovery, and so on. And you actually mostly do damage with the Axel Conduit explosion, not so much with the chain lightning itself. I'm not sure if it would even like spec into 5 out of 5 chain lightning, but probably it would. It probably still does enough damage to warrant those skill points. But most of it will probably just be the explosions from the Axel Conduit. That should be very powerful too. Kinda works though. Here comes a Cursed Shrine, let's see. It's even fluting, thanks to the Prime by the way, appreciate that. New season max level is 100. 60 is gonna be expansion stuff. To confirm the Immortal Fire Shield stuff is dead now? Yes, that's gone. They can't overlap immunity effects anymore. You can get pretty close to perma, but you can't overlap them anymore. The old myths though. Thanks for the Prime, by the way. Have there been many changes for Barrage builds? I mean, the Umber Crux is a pretty big change. Everything else is kind of similar. Trick attacks and Call of the Nameless is now a thing. Very powerful passive. We have to wait for the Olis to despawn. Okay, but looking at this here, with recharging aspects, and then, you know, a bunch of these other powers, it's looking fine. The Frozen Orb actually felt surprisingly good compared to this, but Chain Lightning with the upgrades will be okay. These are still, what are these, level 90? Yeah, they're level 90 monsters. So keep that in mind, they're pretty high. Okay, I think that's also the last run. If you have any last questions for me, guys, then I can answer them now, and then we're gonna conclude this run here. That's a lot of caps lock there, chat. Why you no rogue? Dude, I've done like world first race on rogue so many times. Someone actually found the Ring of Misfortune. I know that item, it's in data mine. It has like 13 of a bunch of stats. And then like a hit effect to remove all of your resources. And then some funny flavor text. It's like some death item or some fun item or something they put in the data. They found it in the Wishing Well. Oh, is it actually like a secret thing that anyone can get? Or was it just like a bug drop or what? Oh, that was actually a really good wave event here.
I'd be dead.
Going to be leveling hordes and I'm in dungeon. I don't expect Infernal Hordes to be good XP in any way. It's not something that I would recommend to go for right now. At least knowing what I know. I don't know, maybe they buffed it, or you know, maybe the density is crazy now. I also think it doesn't get the 80% extra bonus XP that damages have. So right now, maybe I'll try like 1 or 2 runs in Infernal Hordes just to see. But realistically, I don't think I will do anything in Infernal Hordes until 100. There's also like no uniques I necessarily want there or something. For the start at least. Pendulum is going position now, yes. Victimize is pretty much dead in Season 5. Well, single target pretty good there. The hack is pretty tanky. We staggered her even. Okay. So that was it, guys. So we showed off a few of the builds now. Seems like, you know, once you have the setup for whatever you can get, you're gonna go with it. Fireball, I would say, you're probably gonna wait until you have at least Velocity Illuminator before you play that. Meteor, I would just not recommend at all. Meteor is something that is kind of like a for fun build in the late game when you have like a lot of really good gear, especially those of cooldown reduction, because otherwise Meteor is just not gonna feel great, and it's even then it's not a strong build. It's kind of okay. Ball Lightning would probably be fine actually. We could do like one more attempt now quick with Ball Lightning and see how that feels. If we do like the gravitational aspect, we actually found this. This was like the first aspect I found today. Ball Lightning always around us. I guess we're gonna go something like Umbral again. Just out of curiosity how this would feel. Let's go with the same stuff. Switch this. I'm kind of curious. So we got Crackle there. But we actually don't really need for anything, so... Can do that. Just out of curiosity, let's see how this will look like. It's kind of like the same setup again. We don't have the chance to cast twice now. Actually, I forgot to roll this, so we have damage over time, which is completely pointless. User's cost reduction might actually help us, yeah. Let's see. Okay, Marina's Refuge. The fix Scoundrel's Kiss. What's there to fix? I'm starting Sorc. So we just do like Ball Lightning here. Critical Strikes have a chance to spawn more Ball Lightning, so I think this is not really gonna help us right now that much. Ball Lightning has a bit of like a longer progression curve. Like also the mana is a bit of a problem. You see how my mana goes down like crazy. There is a way to kind of solve this, which is like with the cracking energy synergies. So that's probably what I want to do here. But it doesn't seem as good as like the chain lightning stuff I was just doing. You need like a bit more stuff here to make Ball Lightning kind of work better. So mana hungry, this build. It's like really good once it gets started skies and these kind of things. Then you can just kind of spam it and you're fine. We have to go for Crackle. Let's do Crackle. Let's take this out. So here, this has crackling energy. Let's see how this is. So you can kind of just pick this crackling up, and then you have mana. It kind of works. But yeah, Ball Lightning is probably something you want to wait with until a bit later, I would say. I'm not gonna click the shrine now just to see the build more. Also, another problem is you have to kind of like walk right in the middle of everything. And if you don't like insta-kill it, then it's not very safe. Okay. Kind of pesty. I mean, we are lacking the chance to cast twice now, for example, and some other stuff. This could be a lot better. If you had like plus 40% damage from the extra chance to cast twice, we'd also have a bit more crackles, for example, and a bit more like, you know, we apply our freezes more to chance to cast twice and get our control aspect and so on. So I did make a new weapon now. That would also be noticeable. Adapt. Yeah, to which we also go adapt now. Which I currently don't have in the setup. Then we hit a lot more. That's like one of the glyphs. Yeah, I definitely forgot a few things here. Or didn't have like, you know, the weapon now to make it. But maybe you can like sneak in the adapt glyph. And it's at 20. And then we need 1, 2, 3. Can we get 1, 2, 3? If we take this. So we have to adapt there. Should help. How much do you pay attention to the 9% ranking for XP? I mean, to be honest, not too much. And there are dungeons that I know that are kind of just like terrible, or that I just don't like, and I don't really want to run them, or I know they're very dangerous, and you know, especially when you're like underleveled and stuff like that, then you don't really want to do them much. Like Condor Temple, for example, I had this earlier twice. It's a very dangerous dungeon because it's full of Moon Clan Shaman and stuff. So this is like something that plays a bigger role for me. Like, at this point, I kind of like know a lot of these dungeons by heart, and I don't really have to go and like look up the tier list every single time or so. And the thing is that you kind of have to like reliably, you know, you do a dungeon, you get a, oh, I got an achievement here. Kill 50 enemies with ball lightning in 5 seconds. Kick. Very cool. Anyway. You get 1 sigil every time you do a dungeon. And it goes up and up and up, and then at some point you kind of like outpace the sigils usually with your levels. You get more than 1 level per run, at least in the early runs. Which means that you want to maybe craft higher sigils at some point, and then you can like, you know, sometimes just craft a new sigil and get a better dungeon or something. Usually you get enough glyph XP, sigil powder to you know, craft a bunch. That is like really nice, man. These events here with ball lightning is actually really smooth. So that's cool about this build. You just stand in the middle, everything just rotates around you. Let's see the boss when we go there. All these things. Am I going infinite class sets in before? Hell nah. These may be more fun than the other ones. Surely. Oh, we got our first unique. Wow! Oh my god, man. Luck spent. Oh no. Fractured Winter Glass, that's insane. Okay. Yeah, it's over now, guys. My luck is spent for the season start. That's it. Okay, she's actually kind of melting. So we want to try to like get basically right on top of her here, so that the ball lightning constantly rotates around here. Can like try to evade or teleport. But we also need the crackles for the mana, so. Bloop. Okay. Okay, so ball lightning also okay, but it's a bit harder to solve the mana and stuff. Just pick up the legendaries here. Okay, and I think with that, we're gonna end this run, guys. We did like a bunch of different builds. So kind of like showing off at the end, like all the different things that kind of work, and now we can just blast 100. As I said, you don't have to do just Nightmare Dungeons, especially like the early Nightmare Dungeons, you don't get that much Glyph XP. So you're usually closer to 100, let's say 90 to 100 or so. You usually want to start farming Nightmare Dungeons a lot more to make sure that you get those Glyph XP and get your Glyphs all to 15 at least, and then 21 later. And before that, for example, from this point, we are strong enough, you can go into Helltide now, even with Profane Mind Cages up, and just blast everything. You just gotta be careful maybe with the Hellborn, if you have triple Mind Cage and stuff. Blood Maiden will also wreck you probably if you go triple Mind Cage. But outside of that, you're probably fine in Helltide now. And you can go farm that, get some Living Steel, do some Whispers while you're doing Helltide. You can also like try to rotate it, right? So you're gonna have these Whispers, just do them in Helltide and then go back to Nightmare Dungeons. So you can do that as well if you wanna like break up the monotony of the leveling a little bit. But yeah, from here on out, level 66. At 70 there's like another XP breakpoint where it goes slower, but we'll probably be 3-4 hours away from 100 now if you just like mega blast, clear dungeons in like 2-3 minutes or something, you know, teleport enchant, you kill everything instantly, then you'll probably get to that point where, yeah, we're at like 3 hours 47 now. Let's say 4 hours level 70 or something, and then like maybe another 3-4 hours from there. Legion events, yeah, I can do some Legion events as well for the Zir Blood. To, for example, farm the Fractured Winter Glass, let's drop some Zir. Yeah, this will be absolutely wild now, going Fractured Winter Glass, Frozen Orb. If you get this, I mean, GG. Or again, if you get closer to the Illuminator, you can go Fireball. If you get Staff of Another Asen, you will completely ignore Charged Bolts. So, you get Axial Conduit, that's gonna be really good as well. So if you get any of those like really build-defining items, you can usually do a swap if you want. Because most of the Sorc stuff is pretty similar. The skill tree stays pretty similar in most builds. The Paragon stays pretty similar in most builds, at least for like leveling purposes. You know, you do something like Frigid Fate, and then kind of like stack glyphs, and then there are some builds where, okay, maybe on a cold build you go Icefall, or on a fire build you go Searing Heat or Burning Instinct. And then you have, for example, for Chain Lightning would go Static Charge, pretty good, gives you mana, vulnerable. But yeah, depending on what you play, you're just gonna like attach another board there or something. Or like here, for example, you can just go out, attach another board for whatever you're playing. And then if you want to do a respec, just remove that board. And keep going here. It's the same as new free, get a unique of power and bam, plus 400% more damage. Yeah, we're not there yet. But something like Fractured Winter Glass is definitely pretty dangerous territory. I think about the new blue rose. Yeah, new blue rose is nutty for sure. Yeah, Infernal Hordes, I don't think it's gonna be good for leveling. I don't know, I don't trust it. Like the Hellbreach dungeons, it looks like you straight up just get like almost no XP at all from what they've shown on the preview and the campfire chat, so I would probably ignore Hellbreach dungeons entirely for leveling. And then Infernal Hordes, maybe it could try. I don't think it's gonna be great though. If it doesn't have the 80% XP bonus, then it's probably not really good. Didn't you say that Infernals aren't for leveling? Yeah, I'm not sure what they said about it exactly, but you definitely can do Infernals starting in Road Tier 3. They want you to be able to engage with it early on. I just don't think it's going to be very efficient. But if you want to try it, maybe get lucky with one of the new aspects or something, or one of the new uniques that you want. So yeah, why not? Alright, so that was the run, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. I have a Rogue run and a Necro run already on YouTube. See that as well. And I'm planning to at least do Barb as well, and maybe the Druid as well, if I still have time tomorrow. I guess today we're not going to start a new run, so maybe tomorrow. Then we'll see. Actually, I did not get a single scroll of escape this entire time. Kind of unlucky. But yeah, let me know how I like it. 0 to hero runs. Maybe I'm going to do this like every season or so, because there's always going to be like new stuff and, you know, new metas and so on. That was fun. Kind of excited for Tuesday. Flame is 500%. Yeah. What build will be the strongest? Barrage Rogue and Daria Rogue? Probably Barrage. What strongest do I recommend doing World Tier 3? Yeah, I mean, there's like some of the dungeons, you know, like maybe you're just gonna find a sigil and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna do that stronghold now. So if you don't want to constantly recraft sigils, then it's fine to do a few strongholds. What rogue build will I transition for endgame? Barrage or Andy? I mean, I played a lot of Andariel's rogue in season 4. I don't think I really want to do much more of it. I'd rather experiment with like the new stuff. I'm gonna do some arrow storms, and then gonna do some barrage, and then maybe we're gonna do some rain of arrows just because for the fun of it. A link to a trample slide video. It's not trample slide anymore. It's just like landslide casting, and I did make the planner for it, but I haven't recorded the video yet. But I will do that for tomorrow probably. Yeah, I just deleted all the other characters. Can I say 2 words but will make Spear Sorc S tier? Yes. Ridiculous buffs. How come in the code shadow to be built as a common weapon? Is it because an aspect is missing? This might be because it's like a planner from before PTR. So that's probably Amber Crux that you want to put there. Any chance there might be season 5 elixirs we haven't seen? Yes. So we had the seasonal elixirs in season 4, and I haven't said anything about season 5 elixirs yet. We haven't seen them anywhere, so it's probably going to be something that we're going to find there. And we can look at a few planners now, since we're done with this run. So someone was just asking about the call to be. It's probably like a pre-PTR planner. That's why. Yeah, Cold Shadow, Twisting Blades. Yeah, this should be Amber Cracks. So, we do this. Boom. Harlequin. That is probably not a Harlequin anymore. This is probably a cowl at this point. So we can update this here real quick while we're at it. And then you'll probably have like a Stardust, Tyrios. Any other changes you want to make? This would probably be a momentum build now, to be honest. We had close quarters here. But now that I think about it, I would probably play this as momentum. Momentum got buffed now with 50% extra damage. I think we're gonna do momentum here. We're gonna be very tanky. No puncture. You could even do like inner sight if you want. And probably no generator. And then we can do, I don't know, poison trap. We can do shadow step. You have trigger attacks there. Stable, weapon mastery. What about Ashira's? Ashira's also really powerful now. You have expectant here, so this would probably be deleted. This is probably like something I would do here for this build. Ashira's Kanjan gives you like lots of attack speed now, 40%, and then you get weapon mastery ranks. Weapon Mastery is a very powerful passive for any non-poison melee build. They buffed it now as well. It's gonna be crazy. We have Blade Dancer, Edge Master, Elements, Accelerating, Inner Calm. It's gonna be like Retribution or something. So something like this. Just need to solve the resources somehow. So maybe before you get Stardust, you might have to do Puncture just to get a bunch of resources, or you have to do like maybe something like Invigorating. Gives you like a hit chance. 30% energy regen. So you have 30% energy regen there and 30% there. Kinda nice, to be fair. And then you have the Golden Imbue. Golden Imbue. This will be damage per Dark Shroud, Shadow everywhere. So something like that. Yeah, so this is like this kind of put together. We have, how many casts actually? 10? 13? We have 15 casts of Cold Imbue TB. That's a lot. And cooldown no longer exists on Counter Nameless, unfortunately. So you have like no cooldown, I think, anywhere, unfortunately, on this build. So if you have full 13 seconds Cold Imbue with cooldown, it's a bit of a struggle. What's our energy regen? 9 per second. So you probably want to do something like energy here. Damage 17, and then we get plus 30%, and then we get plus 30% again. How much is that? 29 energy per second when you have Invigorating Strike running. So it gives us an entire Twisting Blades per second. You probably need more though. Get Innovation. Okay, it might be fine actually with Innovation there. Second Wind there. Okay. Might have to do like a little bit of attacking. I mean, you get Inner Sight there as well. So it's probably fine. So I think this is how I would play this now, after the patch. Inner Sight, no combo points, spam it. Invest a bit more into the Cold Imbue charges. Free stuff, get lots of extra damage. Insane damage for bursts. You can do the same thing with Shadow Imbue if you want. You can do Shadow Imbue. That works too. How important will be Caltrops be in Season 5? Well, you need one trap. It can be Caltrops, or it can be Poison Trap. Or it can be smoke grenade with explosive verve aspect. But yeah. But you need one of them because of deadly ambush. Deadly ambush has not been fixed to my awareness. So every build needs deadly ambush. And it works for every build. Because it's bugged and works for all of your damage, not just crit damage. So you always need to have either cow drops or poison traps. So you can do one of the other. If you don't like to do the jumping stuff with cow drops, it's fine to go without this. You have Card Restoration here. Is there like any other like good? Nah, there's nothing there for weapon. So we'll probably just do Card Restoration anyway. And then 2 unique weapons. Yeah. Maybe here we'd probably do something like Retribution. You have chance to stun there, freeze there. Nothing here for some reason. So I guess you do slow. And you have freeze there. Sorc did not rip. I got deleted. I think Hydra can be viable builds. Hydra is definitely like on the lower end of Sorc builds. But it's playable, you know, you can do it. Okay, we can do like an Uber version of this. So something with Tyrio's Might, I guess. So this. And this would be... yeah, probably a Starless anyway, even though we lose the extra imbuements. Starless is just very powerful, turns out. So I do something like that. Also because it's lots of resources, so I can just kind of spam away. Even though we don't always have Gold Imbue now, it is what it is. Lost Enshrouding aspect, which is totally fine. Umber's there. Doombringer doesn't really fit. Yeah, so that's probably it anyway. Now, instead of Retribution or something, or Accelerating, we could also do... That's actually kind of interesting. We can do Cold Clip aspect instead of Accelerating. Basic skills are always cold imbued until I think it's going to be 35% and damage to chilled or frozen enemies. Kinda wild. That ring. Maybe we'll even do Edge Masters on the ring and then Cold Clip on the neck. Which is kinda crazy. But yeah, it's 35 times 1.5. It's gonna be pretty good. Yeah, there's random elements there. Is there nothing better? Yeah, Stolen Vigor actually. 35% damage, become unstoppable every 3 seconds. Yeah, we should actually do that. So this is also really good now. So we do this. And then we put Cold Clip here. So this is actually the setup. And we keep the Retribution with the stun. Could be Edge Masters if you want, but Retribution with the stun is probably nice. I think it still double dips. Yeah. We can probably do some adjustments here. With the Paragons, with resistances. Let me see, resist. We're going for the left side with the res. But we can't really remove this anywhere anyway, so this will just be put skulls everywhere. Because Tyrio's Might gives you infinite res. And then we have lots of armor. So we could change this. Something like that. We probably don't need the res here anymore either. This can be changed. You can do maximum life while Dark Shroud is active. You can do dodge chance. There's actually second wind, man. You can do extra ranks to second wind. That's wild. So we have rest. That's going to be replaced with tutorials. There we go. Yeah, and this Invigorating Strike could also be changed. If you have enough resources with Starless Skies, you can actually remove the Invigorating Strike. And then go Shadow Step or something. We don't have any poison stuff, any alchemical advantage, but we also don't really need it. We don't have the points for it either. We already have this here, all of it. Okay. I like the setup. I might play this actually. Cold TB, see how it goes. Gonna be pretty fun with all this like extra crit synergies. Like for farming, man, this is gonna be pumping. Might wanna even remove the caltrops and go Shadow Step. Or just remove the Invigorating Strike at some point, go Shadow Step, and just fly. Double immobility. Gonna be insane. Also good movement speed there. We are already like kind of capped here movement speed, right? We have so much movement speed. Move Shadow Step. Okay. Yeah, this momentum kind of solves everything. Condemnation buffed. Condemnation, actually put it in S tier for a unique tier list, yes. Condemnation, very powerful effect now. Again. You're hoping to kill Lilith in Season 5 in hardcore. Yeah, I should probably play Sorc, because you have Flame Shield, you can kind of cheese all of the parts of the fight. Teleport and Flame Shield, very strong for the fight. So just, I don't know, take any of the good Sorc builds. Firebolt. Is it still unclear if Victimize will be okay to use? I would assume that Victimize is not gonna work properly. Deadly Venom skill point for Rogue overrides your poison damage. What do you mean overrides? Is there a link to these planners? Yeah, all of my planners are in the Discord. So grenades, I think I have updated actually. Let me check that. Which one is this? No, this is still the smoke grenade stuff, right? So we have to do grenade TB. This one. Grenade rogue. Yeah, I have to check that out again. So clone. Actually, before we clone, we're not gonna do a Harlequin. This is gonna be a Call of the Nameless Angle again. Here. We have trick attacks. Twisting. Inner sight. Starless. Momentum. Warcrux. So it actually works kind of similar to what we just saw here. We don't want to weapon mastery though. We only have one rank Twisting Blade since it's like a grenade build. We should do this here. Explosive Worth here. The question is, do we want to keep Explosive Worth? We don't need it that badly. Is Heartseeker Rogue build still alive? Kind of, thanks to like insane buffs to like Shard of Erathiel and Crown of Lucian and these kind of things. Huh? Dude, what? Okay, so this, I guess. But yeah, anyway, Heartseeker will not be as good as it was in Season 4, most likely, because there's some bugs. Damage production out, damage production out, damage production out. Lots of crit. Yeah, this looks fine. The Paragon should already be done. Probably no changes needed. We don't really have any resistances out of the ordinary besides the Imrana's Instinct. This is actually something we don't need. We could do another board if we wanted. We have Stardust Guys already there, actually. What do we do without materials, actually? We need resources for sure. So, empty slots. Retribution is here. That has stun grenade size. Wait a minute. Do we have stun grenade size? I think the new Saboteur Signet will have stun grenade size, right? %45 of it. You can hit 100% extra stun grenade size. Even without a grenade affix. Or close to 100%. So quick get away with just this thing here, then grenade damage is fine, we don't really update that one. Energy when a stun grenade explodes. Might actually go to 2 anyway, but just by masterworking it. And then you're fine. So I think we don't actually put like stun grenade size anywhere. But maybe early on you would maybe do it anyway, just like a little bit like this. And then the rest is just like, I don't know, get some crit. Then we need resources. Resource generation, that's a lot. And then probably here as well, resource. Do this. And then we do energy per second. And we're probably okay then. We can spam away with the, you know, grenades giving us energy and stuff. Might be fine. And freeze, immobilize, freeze, slow. Should maybe be a stun in that case. Oh no, we don't need that, we have stun from grenades. Safe. So here we have to start the first skills, and here we don't. So I have to take out 1 point somewhere. I guess we do this. Maybe we can get the knockdown, to be honest. I'd like to get second wind in there. We are spending a lot. Get barriers, kinda cool. So maybe we can do this. This might be better. Instead of the DR. Which doesn't necessarily apply to everything. Can we get one more? Just 2 points there. Let me take out one here from Sturdy. I'm gonna be tanking with materials, it's fine. I wonder if we can change this Iranas here, because we're gonna have insane amounts of rest anyway. Also we can do clone. It's like the same story. Always go clone, put skull everywhere once you have the materials. Now we have lots of armor. I can't really do much else with it, so we can do just decks. I want to see if we can do another variant here on Paragons. What does a dex glyph look like here, for example? And we have Cunning Stratagem still. We can also check this. Here's a dex glyph. So this could be done in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. How many is this right now? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. It's the same number actually. Kind of funny. This has armor, which I also don't need. And here, I guess we path 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's like -1. We save 1 point, but we don't gain like any other random stuff or something. So probably not really worth doing that. I mean, we don't even lose like any important like stuff. So it's just kind of like we ignore this. It's fine. Got everything that we need here. Got everything that we need here. Yeah. Okay. I would say this is like the grenade rogue. I'm gonna do a Sorc start Misty Iron. It's not a rapid fire build. Actually, I should check the rapid fire build, right? That's gonna be very powerful. Do I have one here actually? Arrow storms? No, I actually don't have. So I guess you're gonna take the season 4. Here's rapid fire. So you have to make this now. Let me just double check. Yeah, we didn't make any planner. I mean, it kind of stays very similar to before, but there is some changes. Season 5 rapid fire. Let's go. So we start with Card of the Nameless. Yeah, let's do this. I mean, we don't really change much anyway with bossing and speed farming and so on, right? So this is just kind of like all the same. So here we have rugged, and here we don't. There's like more points in starter step and stuff. It's like very similar stuff here anyway. So let's just delete all of these. Let's check the Paragon if that's alright. Gotta diminish. Control, Kenny. Conic Starter Gem is important. Fluidity is here. Got Eldritch Bounty. Got Turf. Is there any other glyph that you would like? Funny enough, we don't have Combat Glyph. But that's okay. We don't have Ranger. We could do Ranger if we wanted. But you need like a buffing glyph here. But not necessarily here. We have fluidity there. Let me try to adjust this a little bit. Could put fluidity here. Oh, it's a Ranger glyph. I guess you can have the same setup. Okay, we had 20 decks. You have to get 1 point if I want to do this. Let's see where we can get a point. Uh-oh. Damn. Not easy to get a point, turns out. Is there any other glyph I would like to swap? Here's Turf, for example. I mean, Turf is something you're probably gonna keep. On the other hand, we probably don't need that much defense anymore. Like, this Paragon board is relatively defensive. 40k life as well. We probably don't really need that anymore. Can do something like Ambush, for example, these days. Instead of Turf. That's fine. But I still need to figure something out for Ranger. 1 point. All the other glyphs don't really work anyway. I could only check if there's like another path I can choose. So for example here, this is 5 points. 2, 4, 6. Could try to remove something there and go a 5-point path. Yeah, it doesn't seem so though anyway. So I think the only options we have to remove a 2% life node, which I don't like doing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't really do anything here. Did not use the new aspect of inner sight on a sword. The new aspect, are you talking about the true sight aspect? It's not what you're gonna use for like any build. True sight aspect is not a good aspect. It's like a very, very, very niche aspect for like something like you walk around in stealth in the PvP zone and then one-shot people from stealth or something like that. This is where true sight aspect helps you. You can play inner sight barrage build if you want, but that's usually gonna be less effective than common points. On the other hand, I mean, with the Umbercrux totem, you might actually get to the point where you can bug it out. The more you hit it, the faster you hit it, the more you can bug it out and do more damage with the Umbercrux. So this might actually be the strat anyway, to just play Inner Sight and spam into the totem. But we have to wait and see exactly how it looks, because we don't know if they fix those bugs. Okay, we do a Heartseeker now, and we do definitely not Edge Masters. It's a Sky Hunter angle. Lots of crit there. Sky Hunter pretty OP. Sky Hunter also has 45% chance to cast twice, right? So even without a greater affix, with a good roll, you can get 99%. Have the 100% chance to cast twice. So pretty wild. So we can do Caltrops duration or Caltrops size here. You can honestly just like throw in a Caltrops size, because why not? It's not really that crucial anymore to have all this Caltrops duration as it was before. Freeze, stun, daze, immobilize. We don't need the freeze. You can just slow there. Hi, Jummy. You hate common points place of Barrage. Yeah, I mean, at some point you can definitely go and play Inner Sight Barrage. It might be not that far off. It's just kind of like, you know, it takes longer to really come online. You probably need Starless Skies to really make it work and these kind of things. But yeah. We do Umbrus and we do Might here. Okay, I think we got a base setup down. Let me just like see. We need trigger attacks actually. This and Asable probably. We need this. And we take one out there. We do this. Maybe no starter step at all. Second wind, not really great for this. Innovation probably not really needed, since you're doing common points. Let's do like 2 points there maybe. Can probably do rugged anyway. Also wanna do methodical dash. The shadow step there. Move this. No poison, but that's okay. We need something to trigger Umber Crux though, I just realized. This means we need smoke grenades. So what do we do? I think we have to go smoke grenade here. Because else we don't trigger Umber Crux. And we also need that here. So that's a bit of a problem. Else we don't. This only works if start the first skills, right? Don't need any innovation there. Can do this. Can do this. We get a 10 crit there, which is fine. We have enough crit chance. Yeah, actually I've got a 50% crit chance or so. Precision, very easy to stack it. Gonna have like 60% crit chance. Double cast. Yeah, easy peasy. Okay. Yeah, like too much crit, I would say, or even. Probably want to do cold clip aspect instead of accelerating. I also have Moonrise. I'm not sure about that one. Maybe just go rapid. Umbra Crux, Retribution. Actually, I'd say we go Masters. Keep Retribution there. Keep Expectant. What else is there? Okay, that's it. Tabs for the skill planner in Maxwell, like basic, core, key, so he skips scrolling. What do you mean, like here? I mean, we just made this so that it like looks the same to what it is in-game, right? So you can like navigate it just like in-game. Or what do you mean exactly, Orthodoxo? Hello, Marcin. Maxwell, part of Echo's WoW team. Oh, is it out actually? I know I've been working on the WoW branch a while. I like the Endwin in the back. Brawl, very cool. Yeah, there we go. What would I place Condemnation in the inner side version? I mean, right now I don't even have Condemnation in this setup, but I don't know, there's like a bunch of aspects you can do. Accelerating, Retribution, Cold Clip, Edge Masters, there's a bunch of stuff. EU Guild Mage. Well, I mean, Echo is the best, no? Yeah, Pinchot is alright for season 5. Actually, pretty good. Yeah, I think it's a Condemnation angle. I want to see the Condemnation though. Again. Here we go. Lots of basic attack speed, damage for combat spent, make enemies vulnerable, 40%. Yeah, okay. We're gonna put that. Triple unique weapon, man. Kinda wild, to be honest. But that's the thing. So yeah, I'm expectant. Guys. Now, do we go expectant or do we just try to hit the Condemnation? 50% chance. You can do like 1, 2, shoot. 1, 2, shoot. But you have to double crit if you do this. But it is pretty good. Now, okay, what's our expected damage output if we do like 1, 2, fire? You basically have 3 out of 4 chances to get 3 common points. You should also be kind of good on the crit with the precision. So you can probably do like a 2-1 rotation and get away with it. And then 1 out of 4 times it will be only 2 common points. If it's only 2 common points, it will be 8 arrows. That will be 7 arrows. Instead of 10. And it will do stuff like 10% less damage. So, and then they also don't get the elimination buff. So with 2 common points, I'll roughly do half damage. So this means we do like 1 plus 1 plus 1, 0.45. So in 4 rotations, my expected damage output is something like 3.45 instead of 4 if I go for 2-1 rotation, but we do it much faster. So how's the time spent? 1, 2, 3, rapid fire. I guess a rapid fire, let's say, it takes like 1.5 times as long as a Heartseeker. So let's say 3 plus 6. This would be 18 attack time, basically. And if I only do a 2-1 recycle, it will be 2, 6, 14 attack time. Not that much faster, actually. But okay. What's the difference? 0.77. So it seems like when you have Condemnation, you could probably expect something like an average DPS benefit of something like 10 to 15%, if I had to guess that right now. If you do 2-to-1 cycles instead of 3-to-1 cycles with your generators. So it is a benefit. Now the question is, do you run out of cold imbue charges if you do that? And if you do, it's not worth it. Or at the very least, you would have to time it so that you don't run out. So maybe do like some 2-to-1 cycles, but some 3-to-1 cycles. You also have the problem that you need quite a bit more crit chance in order to get our precision for only 2 shots. So even with the chance to cast twice, you're gonna get 2 Heartseekers. And one of them has a crit. And then you have to shoot another one, and then another one has a crit. And even 50% crit chance, this might not actually be that consistent. So I think realistically, most of the time you still do like a 3-to-1 cycle. Because the benefit is not that large. But once you have really good gear, lots of crit chance, lots of cold imbuement casts, then you can do a 2-to-1 cycle, and you're probably gonna be okay. So that's kind of my guess. Now the question is, what about expectant aspect? Expectant will just be better. It's basically a straight upgrade over Edge Masters. I think we'll keep Retribution there. Stunned or knockdown. And we keep the cold clip there. We keep the frostbitten there. Okay, so this is probably the setup here. No Shadow Step, Sedge. Now for speed farming, I guess you can get away without the Caltrops there and just go ham with Shadow Step. I just don't have Deadly Ambush. Just take out these 5 points or something, put something else. Just keep it full boss. Now let's put Ubers. So this means, again, Materials. And probably nothing else, actually. No Doom, no Starless. That's literally it, actually. It's just Materials. No, nothing else. So to Skull. To Skull. Skull. More than enough armor. We could actually go subterfuge ranks here, since we now have smoke grenade. Here we just have nothing. Just 1 point. Kind of long cooldown on the smoke grenade, but it is what it is. Bit of a struggle. Maybe I would even go Tyrios. Maybe you're tanky enough. Just get away like this. It gives you like all the rest, gives you the armor. You get a bit of an offensive benefit, but not very much. And we can do less smoke grenades. Those 7 ranks on smoke grenade is actually pretty nice. And gives you more Umber Crux totem. It lasts 8 seconds. But the boss might move and these kind of things. Here we have 13 seconds cooldown. We have like no cooldown reduction whatsoever in the entire build. So minus 5 seconds on this. Puts it exactly to 8 seconds. You might actually want to go for just the normal chest with starter fusion ranks. My Heartseeker over Puncture, because you can do it on range, which is nice. You have a large enough radius that you don't really necessarily want to go exactly melee range. Also, you get the crit buff, you get the attack speed buff that makes it pretty close in attack speed to Puncture. And yeah, chance to cast twice now kind of makes it really nice. You also get 15% crit damage buff, so it's just like a nice damage buff here. You don't actually need Puncture for the vulnerable, since we have Cold Clip aspect, imbuing our Heartseeker with cold. And that gives us the enhanced cold implement for the vulnerable. So there's not really any upside to Puncture currently. And you also can use the Ranger Glyph, which gives you 10 DR. It's a pretty nice glyph. So you just throw that in there. I could use Shaco for CD, but then you use Call of the Nameless. And we don't want cooldown reduction just for the smoke grenade. So Call of the Nameless is too good. It beats the Shaco any day for rogues, especially for precision builds because of trick attacks. Trick attacks is insanely cracked, and it's going to be on a new Call of the Nameless. You want to have that on basically any rogue build that crits. So anything that's not like Andario rogue or something, you want trick attacks. That's pretty insane. Why is it better than a Shaco? Yeah, because of this, it has trick attack ranks. Trick attacks is probably like triple the value or something of a typical passive, probably more. In the case of precision builds, it also double dips with the crit damage. So it's probably more like the quintuple or sextuple value of a normal passive. So getting like any ranks to just a passive is pretty cracked. And you can get 3, even 4 ranks with like a greater affix or something. Or even 5, I'm sure. It starts at 2. Yeah, with a greater affix, you could even get 5 ranks extra on the Call of the Nameless. If you get a greater affix, trick attacks, Call of the Nameless, you're gonna be rich in Season 5. So, that's for sure. Yo, D Golden, thanks for Timasan. What's the laziest build of rogue builds? Probably Bash, Barb. We have movement speed here, 177%. Stutter step. We actually have too much movement speed as well as. Can we get more? Hopefully like greater movement. I'm not sure if there's like any rogue build I would say that has a kind of like low APM. Maybe, but yeah. So like unstable elixirs. Got a bunch more ranks there. We have 162% movement speed, so you get plus 25 here. That's 187, 192. Can we get like 1 extra? Boom, 197. We also don't need res here. Into this. We actually have extra movement speed on the boots here, right? So probably don't need to go that ham. How much does the Tears might have? $16.5. Oops. So that's 24% move speed. Holy. That's a lot of move speed actually. Did it actually account for this? It might be like super overcapped. %24%. So this is like 180, 190. We actually capped when we have this here. So step is already there. Okay. Kind of wild. My fire res is not capped. But that's an easy solution. Is Necro RIP in Season 5? Nah, Necro probably has one of the top 3 builds in the game, but generally kind of average otherwise. The new Pen and Graves, they are pretty good, but I don't think they necessarily beat normal boots. Because normal boots, at least for rogues for example, give you kind of like a similar damage modifier. Now you do have the advantage that on Pen and Graves you have the chill all the time, which actually gives you another source of stagger. Because you have like, you know, freeze temper, stun temper, immobilize temper, slow from a puncture or something. Days. But you don't have chill most of the time. Now, with Cold Immunement you will have chill, but most builds actually don't have Cold Immunement. In that case, you can get an extra source of CC in the form of chill to stagger bosses faster. And who knows, maybe this chill potency or whatever the Enquiries has might also apply more stagger on top of it. But yeah, outside of that, they're relatively like average boots. Not really much better or worse than normal boots, I guess. Just you can't get the double movement speed on them. And they also have, I think, evade grants movement speed and not attacks reduce evade cooldown, which I just find to be a better implicit for most purposes. Because you usually movement speed capped anyway in late game. But pen and grease are otherwise pretty good. You know, they're gonna be like a good like early game item. If you find them, you just put them on. They kind of work on any build. So did they only make Golem more aggressive? I think they generally overhauled the AI a little bit, and then they gave the Golem this jump as well. Okay, are we done here? What about the movement speed again? So the Materials gives us 24%, right? So this is 186. So we are overcapped if we do this. What about this? 153 plus 25 is 180, 178, and then plus 24. Yeah, so we are fine like this. Just do. Who does energy per second? I don't think we need energy per second. Even here, I think we don't need that. No, wait. Wait, that's the wrong planner. What? This is cold in Shadow DB. But we still have to adjust for the materials, yeah, so I guess that's fine. Okay. Oops. That's the one we were working on. Yeah, materials might have way too much move speed. So we move that and we do unstable elixirs. Rigid weapon, unstable 162, plus 24 is 186. Instead of 10% too much. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. We can have as little as 151% movement speed and be capped. We don't need stellar step. So you get a point. What do we do with a point? You can throw it in a smoke grenade. In fact, maybe even gonna throw in the rug there so we have like shorter cooldown. I think that's okay. 27% DR. So I think this is fine. Okay. Yes, yeah, late for the Sorc hero build. Yeah, we just leveled it. Well, it's gonna go on YouTube soon. Is Flurry Rogue good leveling build? It's gonna be alright. You're also gonna get like a bunch of the powers of Flurry and from the season journey, I think. Flurry is okay. I did my rogue run mostly with Barrage and Penshot. Generally, the range builds are gonna be better than the melee builds, but Flurry is gonna be fine for leveling in particular as well. Yeah, Omanic, he did Sorc. Sorc is not really changing too much, I think. So everything is getting buffed a lot on the Sorc, and Sorc is not really getting buffed, so you can still play it, and it might be slightly improved even, but not that much. You get like better value from Frigid Fate now, and you know, you're tankier with like align the elements and these kind of things. So there is some stuff that makes it a bit better, but not that much. Tarashas, I guess. Yeah, Wax, I don't think that Victimize will be fixed. You watch the Lightning Spear video, now you're also starting a Sorc. Easy. That will be a leveling build? For what? Right, so... For Rogue. Yeah, Penshot and Barrage is what I would suggest. But yeah, you can also do DB, you can do Flurry, you can do Arrow Storms if you want. Arrow Storms, you can just play that basically from level 1 if you want. As soon as you get the aspects, just imprint them somewhere on your jewelry and just start blasting. That works too. They had 4 weeks to fix Victimize. Yes. It's a guide for this multiplicative and additive. Actually, we have like an in-depth damage article you can check out if you want. There's attack speed as well. Here, in-depth damage guide, so maybe check that out. Now, of course, there's like always like weird bugs and, you know, lots of like little details and special cases you have to test and these kind of things. But that gives you the general overview. Is there a Word of a Khan build? Did I make one? We have a Rain of Arrows here, actually. Which I think might actually have to be adjusted a little bit. Since it has a Shaco that is not really needed. But yeah, overall it has exactly this combo that you want to play. So there's a planner there. Yeah, I get enough Rain of Arrows cooldown that you just cap out anyway, get a double cast. So I might do a bit of tweaking on this planner, but it's plus minus what it should be. Okay. Stone Builder aspect is good, it's offensive in a defensive slot. And now it's actually an offensive power now, then we changed it. Yeah, it's not a stolen vigor in defensive slot anymore, you have to put it here now. It used to be defensive, but now it's offensive. Yeah, RF is gonna be a very powerful build. I just made this planner here. Do you want to do anything else? Endgame, pit, bossing. I mean, you probably wouldn't really even change the build very much for bossing. You just kind of take the same stuff. So probably wouldn't really make many tweaks here. It's just kind of like this build. You have everything you want. You get the Armor Crux or the Smoke Grenade. You have a Cow Drops. Yeah, I think it's fine. You can do some tweaks if you want to speed farm, you know, do a Shadow Step or something, but it's okay. It's like a really universal, really versatile build. Dude, in the endgame Uber variant, I literally do not put this point, man. I don't need the armor, I don't need the res. Kind of funny. Now what can I do with this 1 point? I can put the life back that we lost. That's kind of hilarious, actually. Look at that. This point, man, we're not taking it. At least that seems insane, actually, right? 1 point for this. Actually, I could have removed those two here if I wanted to get the 2% life. But it's probably fine. Maybe there's like some other minor tricks we could do here. Counters or Shadow Step. Yeah, you need it for Deadly Ambush. This is why you need some way to activate Deadly Ambush, and there's not that many ways. It's a lot of damage for almost no cost. You know, there's a Glyph Socket, and only like, you know, 5-6 travel points, boom, you get this. It's really high value. So Caltrops is just kind of the way there. Now, you can get away without it as well, you know, if you don't want to like fully optimize it, you can go Shadow Step, go faster. So you can like tweak this a little bit. Maybe you can make like a version without Deadly Ambush and just put Shadow Step instead. But it's a lot of damage you lose. If you stagger the boss, you put the Caltrops down, you get yeah, quite a lot of damage still. Probably like 50-60% DPS during a staggered phase. It's pretty good. Those aspects on the leveling guide to get certain dungeons a must? Nah, it's just like a suggestion most of the time. Sometimes you have like a really powerful aspects. Like for example, if you talk about, you know, if you play a Barrage Rogue, you want to get the branching volley aspect, at least get that 1 power. Or if you play a TB Rogue, you know, get the Blade Dancer power, you know. It's just the kind of build defining power, very strong aspects. But most of the time, you know, these other powers that we have there are just kind of like pretty minor. Okay, rapid fire. What else can we do? I mean, we could do like the change here on Rim of Arrows really quick. There should be a quick update. Sorc. It's Necro. Where's Word of Arcane? Here's Word of Arcane. So how much cooldown does this have? 42.5. 90. Okay, we can get like insane amounts of cooldown. With only 1 Masterwork crit, we get to 72% cooldown reduction. So we're almost capping with 1 Masterwork crit, and that's it. No greater effects. So that's kind of funny. So this is capped, this is capped. So it's pretty funny what's going on there with Word of Arcane. Can probably do something like this even. Let's say. And then we can do some adjustments here. Numbers. Shrouding, assimilation is like a very defensive setup that we have here. Do we have Noxious Eyes? We don't even have Noxious Eyes. So you might want to keep that. And you probably want to keep this helm anyway for the poison imbuement there. So you do this. And Noxious Ice is a lot of extra damage. I'm not sure about Umber Crux. We probably don't go for Umber Crux for this build. Vengeful, Arrow Storms, Corruption, Accursed Touch, Bursting Venoms. Now the question is, do we need Bursting Venoms? I don't think we do. If we don't have Bursting Venoms, we can actually put something else that can do Stardust. But then we don't have the Poison Imbuement casts at all, which is bad. But we can do Fleeting Death. I think we want to do that. Staggered bosses take 40% increased damage over you from you. And here's 80%. So this would be also on staggered bosses would be 80%. And then okay, 20% increased damage over time for each different crowd control. So we have Chill and Freeze. I'm not sure if they count as 2. We have Stun, we have Knockdown, that's 3. Slow, that's 4. Can do Immobilize. Yeah, Keeping Depth loses quite a lot of value if we add a lot of these uniques. But it's pretty worth it anyway. Also, why the hell is there greater affix here and not here? That seems strange. I'm missing a tiny bit of res, yeah. Kinda scuffed. You already have the runners there. And you have an all res there. Because I try to solve it all with one res roll. Okay. Tough. And then diamonds. I guess it's okay. It's also close quarters. Do we have no witnesses? We don't have no witnesses and we kind of want it. So we have to fit that in somehow. Uh-oh. How do we do this? We can path through this or this. So it's capped at 45, duration increased to 10. So we need 450 ultimate skill damage. Which we kind of just get from Word of Arcane and then pathing there. So it's fine. And worst case we do diamonds. I still have to give up something. Can't give up Elvish Bounty. You can give up Exploit, but I don't want to. Control, Tracker, Vein. And the only thing we can really give up is Exploit. And the rest thing. So we have to go for our second resistances here. So Lightning Res. IRS. And then code poison shadow 68. Can do this. A bunch of lucky hit chance there that we don't really care about, I think. So we can just do more decks. And we probably also don't need all this crowd control damage to do Dark Shroud Shadow. Also Dark Shroud here. Dark Shroud here. We have Caltrops Duration. Shots I would try to cast twice. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, with our close quarters, 39%. Looks kinda awful. But it is what it is. Can't do momentum, can't really do precision. Okay, we can do precision to get a guaranteed crit. And that could be kind of interesting. We have 50% crit chance right now. 60, 80, 90. Okay, actually pretty good. And then even 100% against injured. So we're actually fine there. Sorc. I played a lot of soccer there. Hey Symphony. Yeah, we are hyped, yeah. I'm making Rain of Arrows banner right now. Welcome back, Opal, by the way. Yo, Carito. Yeah, after like around 1500 vulnerable damage, so you can go for Topaz Gems in your weapons. Or like do like 2-2 or something like that. No witnesses. I wonder if we can actually sneak in no witnesses in some other builds. Just like throwing a death trap and exposure. Which builds could run exposure though? Not that many to be fair. Momentum is really good now. Okay, we want to try to remove this, right? I get 27 points. What is the best path around the no witness board? Maybe from the top. Can get a DR. Can get this and take this. And we don't go out here, right? This is 2, 4, 6, 7 points. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Might just do something like that, basically, and then now we have a gate. This is 5. This is 5. This is 2, 4, 6. We can do that. Don't really care about Elvish Bounty being like a very late board, I guess. We have 6 points now. Kinda good. We can do damage, damage, damage. We can do a DR. Can do also something like this here, like Baneglyph is fine, I guess. We should quite easily cap this out. Need 450. Yeah, this is fine. We're gonna hit that. So something like this could be like a Rain of Arrows setup. Exploit weakness, steady ambush, no witness, cheap shot. Tricks of the trade. That's actually insanely strong. In fact, I need to check my cold DB planner again for this. We have tricks of the trade and know where to activate it. And I think what you actually want to do is you want to go puncture and then just activate tricks of trade sometimes. And that's it. Or you do Heartseeker or something. Just sometimes cast it. Casting a non-cutthroat skill removes a stack of momentum. So every 8 seconds you just activate it and that's it. Which is kind of funny. But maybe the truth. I might not even go for the last point there, honestly. Kind of weird to do this. Not sure how reliable this is. Get a point though. For some reason we are missing one in Weapon Mastery there. In fact, I'm missing 2. We need another one. I was bamboozled by the extra ranks. I think I'm going to do Edge Masters here. Code clip here. Actually, I think I want to do a Resource Power instead of Edge Masters. Which one though? Maybe Umbral. Just go Umbral or something like Starlight. And we've gained 40 parameters, so every 20% of the life I heal. We don't heal a bunch. So I think I do this. And then Starlight. Do I have Tricks of the Trade here? I do not have Tricks of the Trade, let's be honest. We have to do Tricks of the Trade. Fuck. So you have to do that as well for the rapid fire. I don't have the planner for Tricks of the Trade. So how do we fit that? I wonder if we can give up this whole Deadly Ambush stuff for Tricks of the Trade if we do this. You want Eldritch Bounty. Kind of want no witnesses for this insane life there. We already have only 41k left, it's not tanky. You want Exploit Weakness. You want Cunning Stratagem. You want Cheap Shot. We also want Deadly Ambush, so I'm not sure how I will do this. But I guess we'll try. First of all, where did we path out? So we're probably gonna path in something like this. Take the cliff, take this. Ignore that. Although it would be kind of nice. 2, 4, 6, 7. This is 7 points and then 2 more here to get to the R. The R. Kind of nice, just a distant the R. It's not bad. It's actually crazy that the buff Tricks of the Trade so much, man. Any non-poison build actually surrenders now. 25% for 8 seconds. We're back to uniques everywhere. Definitely a lot of uniques, as you can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Steer is the go-to for all builds. Pretty much, yeah. Even on rogues. And rogues lose the most on their chest. So I mean, there might be some builds where you want to do something like Raiment of the Infinite or something. But yeah, you can choose to be Omega Squish of Raiment or just like Invincible with Materials. So already test out all the builds for a late game. Yeah, I mean, if you play like, you know, say 100, 200 hours of Rogue in a season or something, you can definitely, you know, try 5, 6, 7, 8 builds easily. And just kind of like have all of the meta covered, you know, we know what are the good builds. You can just go and like, you know, retest them. And I mean, we have also played, you know, in previous seasons, all those builds, and you know, the fundamental change, there's like no fundamental changes most of the time. It's just like, okay, different numbers, different effects that they're going for. Sometimes there's like new effects, you know, like Umbra Crux is, for example, like something very special that we have to try out for like every single build, how it works exactly, but mostly just because it's bugged. If it wasn't bugged, then we wouldn't have that much to test with it. But yeah. Okay, so the question is, how do I get like 25 points now out of nowhere? What do I do? I might have to remove no witnesses or deadly ambush. If I remove no witnesses, I also remove fluidity, I guess. Wow, that hurts though. It's a lot of life. Do we even have like any life rolls? Yeah. No, no, no. We have like 3 unique weapons, so we're missing 3 life rolls. I guess we can do one there. Yeah, there's like no life rolls anywhere, man. Only on the pants and on the boots. It's kind of hilarious, actually. So if you do something like this, then we had 27. Lost a bit of dex. 27k life might be alright with materials and stuff anyway. But yeah, it is not a very tanky build, that's for sure. Let's add some life here. And probably here. So we have no fluidity glyph. And we still need more points as well. Actually, I can do fluidity here. And I put a ranger here. This is 4 points. This is 3 points. It's actually less. Get armor that we don't really need, but okay. 7 points though now. So that's a struggle. All these glyphs are already at minimum basically. Could try to like leave out all this like wound damage reduction, but it's also, we are squishy already and I can't really leave it out, I think. Can remove this. That's 2. Don't really like a little bit of dex and wound damage there. Still need 5 points though. Can leave on those 3. That's 10% damage reduction from trapped enemies, and we are generally not really trapping enemies that much. So leave that out. Still need 2 though. Could leave out those as well. This is 4 points. Yeah. I mean, this is 40, 50 additive. No, 70. And we have how much? Maybe like 1500. It's like 3-4% damage actually. Not terrible. Plus some dex. Kinda wanna keep it. Yeah, I think I have to move some life. Or change a glyph to another slot. But I think a dex glyph here is actually relatively efficient. Just gonna have path through all the stuff. We could do an int glyph. If we do this. Here, here. There's some ints we can pick up. And then this. Can we swap this with an int glyph? What if we do this instead of control? Let's do this. Nah, this is much worse actually. So I think the only way we can do this is to remove some life. Or this. And that's kind of awful though. 1, 2, 3, 4. We also lose the dex there. So we need that to activate the fluidity. Yeah, no way, I guess. 25.8k life. Kinda squished the setup. If you compare this to before, we had 33.7k. That's 28, 5.8. It's 23.5% less life. And we gained tricks out of trade. And not much else really, did we? So kind of questionable if you actually want to go for this. Or what if we just don't go for the ambush? We just ignore that for like a speed farming build for sure. If we're not like optimize this more, I can just go tricks out of trade. There you go. So we can try another variant where we remove this. Let me put tricks out of trade. So this was ambush glyph. What if we do ambush here? Or no ambush at all? Is it like another? There's turf. We just don't go caltrops. No deadly ambush. Kind of wild to think about though. Go to turf. Might have to get a few of these here. There's 1, 2, 3, I think. So like this. Do ranger here. We do the same stuff here. Path over there. And we can path out here actually as well. Ugh. Missing 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can do this as 7. We don't actually have ran out here even. Okay, now we just need 2 points. And this is okay. So we can do this. Now we need 1. And we keep the validity, we have a decent life. 5.8, 31.1. We might have to remove one life node though. We also get this 60 R there at least. No way around it, we have to remove a life node. It's the same shit again. And then we don't have to caltrops. That's kind of the cool part here. So do like a no caltrops version. We do this instead, for example. So we have something like 50% more life. We lost ambush, we gained turf. So it's like probably 25% EHP or so. Maybe 30. And we don't have to do cut off stuff, we go faster. I kind of like this setup. Okay, what are these other versions here? It's diminish, fluidity, tricks. So there's like the squish version, is the tanky version. Here's some diminished stuff. We don't actually want to go for it. Let's copy this over. Now we do need this 1 point there. And here. So something like this, yeah. Oops. Okay. The 5 to 6 uniques per build season again. And that depends a bit on the class and the build, I guess. There are a lot of really powerful uniques. A bunch of these unique effects are just so impactful that you kind of want to go for them, or they have certain really crazy stats that they want to go for and these kind of things. Sky Hunter is just like universally insane for precision builds on Rogue. So is Coronation for comp point builds now. But yeah, I mean, you can get away without these uniques as well. You can go with a crossbow, you can go without a Coronation. And it's not really like a massive difference or something. So especially early on, you might actually lose quite a lot from going for all these uniques if you don't have like really perfect gear. Not really everything masterworked up yet and these kind of things, because there are certain stats on these uniques sometimes that you want to masterwork up for them to be really powerful, for example. And so on. Yeah, Tyraels is crazy. And it's so crazy that every build will just run Tyraels, basically. I don't know. So far, I've put it like in every build for like the Uber variant. It's just pretty insane. Did it cancel the 69 skill points, or was it just a mistake? I think it's actually 70, and I don't think that was cancelled or a mistake. It's just what it's gonna be in the expansion. Feels like every D4 you see is Rogue last seasons. Really? There was a lot of Barb action in the last few seasons, actually. But Rogue has been slowly creeping up the meta rankings. Are we unlock Mother's Gift Reputation? I think it's on the quest line. When is the new Rogue build going to be maxed out? I mean Aerostorms? I'm gonna finish it now after the stream, actually. I think we're gonna do that now. We've done a lot of work today. Done a Sorc run. I'm gonna get that ready so we can upload it in time for the season start. We're gonna do one more Zero to Hero run tomorrow. And then more planners. So there's a bunch of stuff I need to fix still here. Actually, I don't have the Lightning Spear planner here. So let's take that. There we go. Sorc. Okay. Which build is gonna be bugged this season? I mean, Umbra Cracks on Rogue definitely has potential to make a bunch of builds pretty busted. Yeah, we'll see. The chance Halsig is still good. It's gonna be okay, but bit worse probably. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go. So I'm gonna release the Aerostorms guide soon and probably update the Grenade Rogue as well while they add it. So these are some of my Maxwell guides that I have. So I'm gonna take care of that. No, what is for rate? 2. Yo. Yeah, Hunter Lady, thanks so much, man, for the donor. Yeah, we just, I think they released the RAW branch now. Here it is. The War Within. So I've been working on this for the last months now. So, ready to go for the expansion. I have to check this out, guys. Looks pretty good. Anyway, let's wait Echo tonight. He's also doing some D4 stuff. Yo. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for the support.